Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, Hour of Judgment, written by Gregory O. Scott. 1 year after Palpatine's death, Imperial Regent Ysanne Isard is after Syal Antilles, sister of Wedge Antilles and wife of Imperial ace-turned-defector Soontir Fel. As Wedge, Fel, and Isard all search for Syal, a rogue stormtrooper squad is sent by Thrawn to join the hunt. Meanwhile, Republic assassins are taking down the Empire's surviving Grand Admirals by any means necessary. Chapter 1. Tralis. From a distance, it was a beautiful sight. The verdant planet, green and blue sometimes occluded by soft white cloud drifts, continued to spin peacefully on its axis, as though purposefully ignoring the fire show overhead. High above those clouds, explosions burst constantly against the black backdrop of space. Most were brief, tiny flashes, but others were bright pyres that never seemed to burn out. In between the explosions was the constant strobing laser blasts, red and green and blue all coming together to create a constant riot of color over Tralis. The contrast was really what made it beautiful. From the distance, you could see them both, the aloof living world, and the colossal battle in orbit, where thousands were dying every minute. The conflagration over Tralis was the largest pitched battle since Endor 15 months back. Nearly 100 capital ships on either side, star destroyers, strike cruisers, carriers, frigates were throwing themselves at one another without mercy. Grand Admiral Octavian Grant hadn't been at Endor, and hadn't seen the titanic battle there. But like every soldier of the Empire, he could rattle off the litany of everything they lost that awful day: the Emperor Darth Vader, the Death Star, and the Executor Grant, Admirals Teshik and Declan, Admiral Stridge and Piet, on and on. He had no doubt that Endor was the single worst disaster to strike the Empire. He also had no doubt that the Battle of Tralis was the worst thing he'd personally seen after a quarter century in the Empire's service. In some ways, it was even more humiliating. At Endor, they'd been laid low by rebel tricks. Here, at Tralis, Imperials slaughtered Imperial by the thousands. They had no one to blame but themselves. Grant watched from the bridge of his star destroyer Oriflamme, safe and distant adjacent to the massive centerpoint station around which Tralis and his twin world, Talos, orbited. He tried, very hard, to focus on how beautiful the battle looked from afar, because it was the only way to keep from feeling sick to his stomach. Somehow, he'd never believed things could get this bad, even though he knew in his heart that he should have seen it coming. The Empire had begun to crumble the day Palpatine died. For 25 years, it had staffed its upper echelons with the most ruthless, power-hungry generals and admirals and moffs, all loyal to nothing but their own ambition. Grant knew that better than anyone. He was one of them, and had been for as long as there had been an empire. Without Palpatine to hold them together, they were falling on themselves like rabid gundarks. Even now, his fellow Grand Admirals Pitta and Grunger, the famous white-uniformed elite of the Imperial Navy, were desperately trying to murder each other over Tralis. And Grant was standing back, at a very safe and pretty distance, letting it happen. A throat cleared behind him, timidly. Grant turned around to see Oriflamme's captain standing over his shoulder, staring at him, a question in his eyes but unwilling to speak. Captain Bremmel had been jumped up to his position after Endor, when Oriflamme's old captain was in turn jumped up to Admiral in a desperate attempt to fill the hole left by senior officers dying, deserting, or, worst of all, switching sides. When Grant had been Bremmel's age, there had been no empire. The old Republic hadn't even had a formal navy. Grand Admiral, Bremmel finally managed to say, "Are we going to hold position here?" It was a question that had to be on the mind of the entire crew. Acting on orders from Coruscant, that bright capital of a crumbling empire, Grant had brought the biggest force he could muster, on orders to stop Grunger and Pitta from fighting and force them to submit to the orders of Regent Ysanne Isard. Unfortunately, the biggest force he could get was still half the size of either Grunger or Pitta's fleets. "We will hold for now," Grant told Bremmel. "I want to see how much stomach they have for a real slugfest." Bremmel's eyes darted to the light shofar beyond the bridge. "They've been going at it for 5 hours, sir," No signs of slowing down. I realize that. Sir, would it be wise to at least announce our presence with the broadcast? We are trying to get them to stand down, aren't we? Doing that would open the possibility of Grunger and Pitta turning around, and both charging at him, though more likely the two Grand Admirals would keep straining for each other's throats. Grant shook his head. I want to give them more time to tire down. As you may have noticed, Captain, our fleet is underpowered. I know, sir. I was thinking on. What? Don't trail off, Captain. Speak your mind. Well, sir, there's a lot of good Imperials dying out there, sir. It seems terrible just to stand back and watch. And you thought I wasn't aware of that. You think I don't feel as disgusted as you by all of this? Brimmel's blue eyes blinked. No, sir. I was just saying well, it doesn't feel right. Nothing's been since Endor, Grant said. Frankly, our best hope is for Grunger and Pitta to annihilate each other. Then we ride in and mop up the mess. Brimmel swallowed. Do you think that likely, sir? I mean, knowing them like you do. Grant turned back and looked out the viewport. They'd been Grand Admirals, all three of them, appointed to their rank by the Emperor 2 years before Yavin and given them their lovely snow-white uniforms and gold-braided epaulets. Grant had felt honored by it at the time, even as he'd known some of his were less deserving of that honor. Donetta Pitta had gotten his gold burrs less because of his skill and more for his fanatic anti-alien beliefs, themselves an attempt to compensate for his mixed heritage. He set himself up as a military overlord of the Corellian system's 5 worlds, probably with the intent of exterminating all those subhumans on Drawl and Silonia. As for Joseph Grunger, he'd proven himself since the Clone Wars, and now that Palpatine was gone, his ambition had gotten the best of him. He'd assembled dozens of Star Destroyers and captains loyal to him with the intent of plowing through Pitta and seizing the Corellian system as a stepping stone for an assault on Imperial center. And Octavian Grant, who stayed loyal to Isard mostly because he wasn't sure where else to run, was charged with stopping them. Finally, so softly Brimmel could barely hear, Grant said, Likely, Captain. I'm rather expecting it. A barrage of concussion missiles lanced out at the 2 Victory-class Star Destroyers hovering over Aggressor's starboard flank. Fire blossomed on their shields but didn't die, not as Aggressor let loose volley after volley from dozens of turrets spanned along the aft portion of its 19-kilometer hull. Pitta's 2 destroyers, pathetically tiny compared to Grunger's flagship, lasted less than 5 minutes before their shields collapsed, and missiles tore apart their hulls, spilling flame and wreckage and thousands of bodies into space. Joseph Grunger felt no satisfaction at the sight. When Pitta sent those 2 destroyers to attack Aggressor's bridge, he surely knew he was sending those men to their deaths. Like Grunger himself, Pitta was more than willing to throw away his men's lives as long as there was a halfway decent reason for it. Grunger, hands clasped behind his back, stalked over to the tactical section and scanned the display holo. Sure enough, Pitta was sending another destroyer, Imperial class, plus 2 Lorner strike cruisers to attack Aggressors aft. Recall the 2nd fighter wing, Grunger barked to the tactical lieutenant. Have the bombers make their runs. Tell Reprisal and Annex's Dawn to help them. Yes, sir. Tell Wayland and Tridget to head for Pitta's forward line. Engage but no not press through until we arrive. We're moving forward with the attack, sir. It's time to stop playing around. Grunger snarled. We have the superior force. We're going to break through and crack open Pitta's command station like an egg. Yes, Grand Admiral. It always felt good, hearing his title. He had more right to it than that mongrel Pitta. When Palpatine had put those gold epaulets on his shoulders, he'd felt like destiny was laying his hand on him, and he'd known, deep down, that it would be his fate to rule once Palpatine was gone. Grunger turned away from the tactical station so he could see the battle again with his own eyes. Far ahead of Aggressor's bow, a line of blue ion engines glowed bright as some 20 destroyers pushed toward Pitta's main force in Trialus mid-orbit. Against the blue-green glow of the planet, Grunger could make out the spherical form of Pitta's torpedo sphere. Often likened to a miniature Death Star, A torpedo sphere was primarily a siege weapon. Its many torpedo and missile batteries were mainly designed to fire into a planet's gravity well as stationary surface targets, or to bust open planetary shields. It was not designed to combat a fleet in space, especially not one the size of Grunger's. That Pitta would pick one of those to base his command from just showed how out of his depth the Eddie half-breed was. Aggressor, the second ship of its class to roll off the yards after Vader's own executor, could dispose of it in minutes. Reports came in from the crew pits. The bomber squads were beginning their runs on the attacking ships. One strike cruiser crippled. The enemy destroyer was firing, but Aggressor's aft shields absorbed it all. The deck didn't even shudder. Pitta's torpedo sphere slowly started to grow up ahead. Grunger stalked over to the tactical station and looked over the holo again. Wayland and Trigent were holding positions, ready to charge Pitta's forward destroyers on his order. He was shocked to see how thin Pitta's line was. It was almost like he was spreading his ships thin so as to defend multiple sectors, even though Grunger had clearly concentrated his forces for a single thrust. Pitta was a fool, but it was hard to believe he was that stupid. Grunger glared at the tactical lieutenant. "Are there any other ships in the system I should be aware of?" "Sir, we've noticed another fleet hanging in the sensor shadow of Centerpoint Station." The lieutenant jabbed a finger at the ancient space station's blue hollow marker on the edge of the battle zone. Grunger frowned. "Imperial." "Yes, sir. We could about 24 ships, mixed classes. They haven't moved." "A fleet sent by Isard, probably, to stop his plunge into the core." Pathetic. Grunger had more than twice as many ships, even after the attrition of the past few hours. Isard was a schemer, a spy, a flimsy, spineless woman. She had no idea how to fight a proper war. It was why she didn't deserve to be holding Coruscant. Once he was finished with Pitta, Grunger looked forward to showing Isard her place. Still, it had apparently set Pitta on edge, which was good enough. Grunger said, "Ignore them. Order Wayland and Trigent to put their forward shields on maximum. Tell all forward batteries to prepare to fire." "Yes, sir." Grunger allowed a smile to come to his face, and he looked back out the viewport at the glow of all those engines, and the dark sphere of Pitta's command station, just ready to be broken. He felt like he'd been waiting his whole life for this. Closer, closer, Grand Admiral Pitta's hands balled to fists at his side as he watched the tactical holo. Anticipation was building inside him, desperate for release. Everything had gone to plan so far. Grunger, arrogant as always, had brought his whole fleet into the Corellian sector. Pitta's force was smaller, but it didn't matter. After sending enough ships to harass Grunger's flagship, the other Grand Admiral was finally ready to face Pitta head-to-head. With that precious aggressor of his, he probably thought he was invincible. Pitta looked forward to teaching him his lesson. Pitta stalked across the command deck to the gunnery station. The torpedo sphere's weapons chief was pacing up and down behind the backs of his seated crew. He looked just as anxious as Pitta. The Grand Admiral allowed himself a smile and said, "When will aggressor be in range?" At her rate of approach, 90 seconds, the chief returned his grin. Pitta looked out the forward viewport. The space ahead was starting to light up with explosions as Grunger's forward line of star destroyers engaged Pitta's own. The captains Pitta had sent to the front had to have been wondering why they weren't better reinforced. A few had even dared complain to Pitta personally. But in the end, they'd held their faith in his white uniform and retained their positions. Now their ships were being torn to shreds by Grunger's fast-advancing fleet. They could never know it, but at least those crews were making a worthy sacrifice. "Sir," the chief said, "aggressor is in range now." "Excellent." Pitta deep a deep breath and savored the anticipation, the moment. With every passing second, Grunger's flagship was being drawn deeper into a trap, and the pompous fool didn't even know it. Before giving the order, Pitta asked, "Are we still receiving telemetry?" "Yes, sir." "Still streaming." "And the stream is being piped directly into our targeting computers." "Guns are ready, sir." Pitta gave a tight, satisfied smile and allowed himself to think of all the times Grunger has slighted him, looked down on him as a fool and a fanatic and a subhuman mongrel. Pitta stabbed a finger at Grunger's looming flagship and said, "All guns, fire." It hung in space far outside Trila's orbit, unnoticed by any of the 3 Imperial fleets. Its engines were dead, and only sporadic, tiny bursts from its directional repulsors kept it from drifting too far from the battle zone. Nearly invisible, the T-65R Recon X-Wing floated in the vacuum with all sensor buoys extended and a single tight beam transmission constantly feeding all gathered data out of the system to another relay satellite on the edge of the sector, which in turn transmitted to New Republic's mobile military headquarters on Home 1. Back on the flagship, all this data was decrypted and converted near instantaneously into a tactical hologram just as detailed and comprehensive as those used by Pitta and Grunger themselves. The assembled military, intelligence, and political officials didn't get to actually see Pitta's counterattack with their eyes, but even on the tactical holo display that hung over the center of their round table, it took everyone's breaths away. Pitta's torpedo sphere opened all its cannons at once, firing into space. Its warheads, normally designed to strike ground-based targets and constructed for long distances and atmospheric resistance, shot through the vacuum toward Grunger's fleet. Many cut straight for Grunger's advanced line and impacted on those ships' forward shields. Many more arced high, then dropped suddenly and slammed down on the aft and dorsal sections of the destroyer. One barrage of over 50 torpedoes slipped past Aggressor's forward shield wall and impacted on the Superstar destroyer's unprotected midsection, rupturing the giant's hull and crippling its main hangar bay. Such an attack was normally impossible. A torpedo sphere simply didn't have the sensors or targeting computers to calculate such a complex attack. Pitta, however, had been lucky. An agent on Aggressor was feeding telemetry data and ship status updates for Grunger's entire fleet directly to his torpedo sphere's targeting computers. Every missile knew exactly how high to fly, and the most vulnerable place on every destroyer on which to drop. Pitta knew it all because that agent on Aggressor was working for New Republic Fleet Intelligence. When the barrage hit, the tension that had been holding the room in silence broke. Cheer and claps erupted. By the time Admiral Akbar succeeded in quieting everyone down, a second torpedo barrage was tearing up Grunger's attack force even more. They watched the rest of the fight in silence again, but the mood had definitely changed. There was still the held breathing, the eyes glued to the holo, the palpable tension, but it was different. Wedge Antilles felt it as much as anyone. They were no longer watching to see if their gamble would work. They were watching to see how well. Wedge still didn't know who had come up with the idea. Military intel already knew that Grunger was going to plow his way through Corellia on his way to Coruscant. Whether they'd inserted a spy onto Grunger's flagship or had recruited someone was beyond Wedge's grade. He was just a fighter jock, and felt mildly surprised to be included at this meeting. In the light of the tactical holo, he could make out so many august faces, all tense and attentive. Mon Mothma herself, Leia Organa, and Borsk Filia from the Provisional Council, Akbar and Burke from Fleet Command, Aaron Kraken from NRI, Hiram Drayson from Military Intelligence, plus a dozen more senior officers and staffers. And of course, the leader of Rogue Squadron, who'd apparently earned a place among them. They watched the tactical holo as the battle went on. Pitta's torpedo sphere unleashed a third volley, taking out 4 more destroyers on Grunger's front line. The mammoth Aggressor itself wasn't turning back. On the contrary, despite taking heavy damage it held position, firing on the torpedo sphere even as Pitta called in more destroyers to attack Aggressor's flank. All the while that third Imperial fleet was just sitting at center point, like it was waiting for who knew what. The T-65R was too far away to get any identification scan on that fleet, but Wedge bet it was some of Iser's forces. It still amazed him how brutally the Empire was tearing itself apart. After overthrowing Palpatine's initial successor, Saint Pestage, Ysanne Isard was acting like a self-appointed empress on Coruscant, though Grunger was intent on storming the core and usurping her throne. Singe, Pterodach, and Kaine claimed huge swathes of the Outer Rim while others, like Krenel, Delverdus, Haersk, Brill, and Drommel secured smaller fiefdoms. For the New Republic, buoyed but not overconfident after Endor, The real trick had been deciding which of their many fractured enemies deserved the most attention. Most agreed that Iser and Coruscant were the main prize, but if the Imperial factions wanted to savage each other, they weren't above helping the slaughter along. As he watched the display, Wedge felt torn. Every Star Destroyer that winked off the tactical holo meant one less blast that might one day kill him or his pilots. At the same time, it meant thousands of men dead, most of them confused pawns of one power-mad warlord or another. What was happening over Tralis was a tragedy. It was also the biggest victory for the New Republic in months, and they weren't even on the battlefield. He heard a collective intake of breath, and his attention was pulled from his conscience and back to the holo. Even amidst the swarm of flashing lights marking all those battling ships, it was clear the aggressor, Grand Admiral Grunger's colossal flagship, was on the move. It was charging forward at what looked like maximum speed, and Pitta's torpedo sphere was dead ahead. What the devil is he doing? Pitta snarled. Aggressor was still a far distance away, but the superstar destroyer's flat black and gray wedge was looming to fill the viewport. Pitta spun on his crew chief and barked, "Citrip. Now." The chief's grin was long since gone. His jaw worked soundlessly for a second before he said, "Sir, he's charging." He stopped his guns and put all power to forward shields. "Tell all ships to concentrate fire on aggressor. And our guns. Are the guns reprimed?" The chief swallowed. "Sir, we fired our 4 full-time on-target barrages with all cannons. Our systems are still straining to cool down the guns." Pitta stabbed a finger at aggressor. "I don't care. Fire everything. We have to stop him." Outside the viewport, the Star Destroyer began smashing through the tattered remains of Pitta's forward line. Destroyers had encircled Grunger's giant on his aft end flanks, but aggressor seemed determined to leave them all behind now. Pitta watched in awe and dread as one of his frigates, stuck in front of the charging destroyer like a flitnad before a land speeder, burst into flames as it struck aggressor's forward shields. "Where are those guns?" Pitta snapped. "Firing solution is ready, sir." "Do it. Do it now." Suddenly, the entire torpedo sphere shuddered. He could see the thrust trails of hundreds of torpedoes as they arced over aggressor before dropping down, creating a field of fiery geysers on the Star Destroyer's black superstructure. And still, Grunger kept charging. "Fire again," Pitta shouted. "We can't, sir," the chief said. "We're getting weapon malfunctions all over the board. Reports say batteries A12 through B8 just exploded from overheating. We're getting hull breaches. And the entire command deck rocked." Pitta grabbed hold of the nearest console to keep from tipping over. Grunger kept coming, his shields up, his guns dead. Realization dawned on the chief's face. He said, "Sir, he's going to ram. He wants to take everything from me," Pitta snarled. He raised his voice to a shout. "I won't let him do this. Joseph, you bastard. I won't let you do this. I won't let you win." As his beautiful, broken flagship plunged toward Pitta's torpedo sphere, Grand Admiral Joseph Grunger still couldn't believe he'd been outfought by a miserable Eddie half-breed. It would have been better if it was someone else, another Grand Admiral. Makati, maybe, or even Grant. He would have been all right with Teshik or Sin. He'd always respected them, but they were both dead. But Pitta, a pathetic mongrel promoted only for his racial fanaticism, itself just a sad attempt to hide his disgusting subhuman heritage. It was disgusting how far the Empire had fallen, and how fast. In a way, Grunger was glad he wouldn't have to watch whatever humiliations came next. The Grand Admiral stepped over the body of his former helm chief and casually dropped his sidearm next to the man's smoking head. The rest of the crew, scared into obedience, wouldn't dare deny him now, even as he commanded them to their deaths. The thought, briefly, occurred to him that he could order an evacuation so most of the crew could be saved, but there was no point in that. There was no point in any of it. They'd be nothing without him anyway. He walked up to the viewport. The peaceful face of Tralis, white clouds over green continents, had filled the entire space, blocking out the stars. Pitta's torpedo sphere sat silhouetted against the backdrop like a black hole. Explosions were breaking out on his surface, but he didn't see any escape pods or evacuation shuttles. He smiled a bitter smile. He and Pitta, well, maybe they hadn't been so different after all. Just a day ago he'd been so confident of victory he'd been able to imagine in his head, in perfect detail, his triumphal march on Imperial Center. He'd been able to picture the adoration on the faces of the capital citizens, and the shocked, shamed look on Iser's as he hauled the pathetic woman off to be executed. Well, her time would come. It was coming for all of them one way or another. Grand Admiral Grunger straightened his white uniform, clasped his hands behind his back, and watched as aggressors both stabbed into the heart of Pitta's torpedo sphere. Flame burst from the point of impact and rushed to meet him. The bridge of the Oriflamme fell into awful, mournful silence. Even from this far distance they could see clearly, with the naked eye, as aggressor collided with the torpedo sphere. The resultant explosion flared bright and seemed to flare forever, even though in truth it lasted less than a minute before dwindling out. Grand Admiral Grant cleared his throat and said, "Captain Bremmel, take us in and prepare an open channel from my personal link." The young captain nodded dumbly and, with visible effort, tore his eyes off the viewport. He relayed quick orders to the helm, comm, and tactical stations. Grant, standing at the fore of the bridge for all the crew to see, carefully plucked the comlink from his breast pocket. His hand was shaking. He tried to steady it but could not. He'd been hoping, even expecting, for Grunger and Pitta to destroy each other, but he never thought he would witness that. The deck shuddered slightly as Oriflamme kicked its engines to full power. The rest of the fleet would fall in behind. All crew were on red alert, but Grant didn't think it would be necessary. Already, the laser fire between the surviving ships was dying down. In a calm and level voice, he asked, "Captain, are we ready?" "Yes, sir. The line is open." Grant brought the comlink to his lips and said, "All vessels, this is Grand Admiral Octavian Grant. As you can see, Grand Admirals Pitta and Grunger are dead. We stand ready to offer medical and technical assistance to all ships in need. We also stand ready to fight. I have been authorized by the true regent of the Galactic Empire, Ysanne Isard, to grant a general amnesty to all captains and crew willing to forswear their allegiance to either of the late Grand Admirals and acknowledge her command. My fleet will be within firing range of your vessels in approximately 10 minutes. Our comm lines will be open and willing to accept any surrenders until then. Any vessels that have not recognized the Empire's rightful rulership in 10 minutes will be fired upon. I look forward to hearing your replies." Grant switched off the comlink and placed it back in his breast pocket. He took a deep breath, in and out, then turned to Captain Bremmel. He raised one eyebrow in a wordless question. The captain, standing over the comm station, leaned in close to his lieutenants. Grant waited patiently, back to Trallis and the approaching fleet, until Bremmel said, 15 ships have contacted us so far. All offer surrender and 7 request assistance. Pretty good for the first minute, Grant thought. Then we'll give it to them, he said. After all, they are soldiers of the Empire, and they need our help, correct? Yes, sir, Bremmel nodded. He looked relieved. Grant turned back to the viewport and watched the approaching planet, the broken ships, the scattered fleets. They were all soldiers of the Empire again. It felt good for a moment. Then he wondered how long it would really last. Chapter 2. Home 1. As they sat side by side in the briefing room aboard the New Republic's mobile military headquarters, waiting for the admirals to begin, Wedge Antilles had a hard time thinking of the man next to him as his brother-in-law. For years, Baron Soontir Fel had been a name and a spike of dread. Then, after his capture at Brental 6 months ago, he's suddenly become more than that. An Imperial defector, a rogue squadron ace, and, incredibly, family. The first party could accept, more or less, even though Fel still insisted on wearing his old flight suit during combat missions, black with red Corellian blood stripes down the sides. He swapped the Imperial shoulder crest for a New Republic one, but the overdomes were still there. As for the second part, well, no one would doubt Fel's combat record. He flew an X-Wing as bravely and lethally as he'd ever flown a TIE. The third part was the hard one. Wedge didn't know when he'd get to accept that. Maybe when Syal was safe and among them. Maybe when he'd finally seen his sister again after almost 20 years. Wedge and Fel weren't kept waiting long. 3 figures stepped through a back door and onto the semicircular platform that lay at the bottom of the small arena. Wedge recognized them instantly. They'd all been there 2 days ago to witness from afar the battle at Tralis. At the center stood Supreme Commander Akbar in his white Mon Calamari Admiral's uniform. At his shoulders were 2 humans, the stout gray-haired Aaron Kraken and lean black-haired Hiram Drayson. Kraken was the head of New Republic intelligence operations. Drayson was in command of the Second Fleet, though Wedge knew he also handled naval intelligence. Given that these particular officers had called only Wedge and Fel to this meeting, he allowed himself the dim hope this was about his sister. Akbar dismissed that assumption quickly. At a wave of his webbed hand, a series of holoimages appeared over their heads. Wedge instantly recognized bust shots of Grand Admirals Grunger and Pitta. The same ones had been shown for the pre-battle briefing 2 days ago. Akbar turned his bulbous eyes to Fel and said, "As you've no doubt heard, 2 of the Empire's Grand Admirals were recently killed at Tralis." Fel simply nodded. He was a bigger man than Wedge, with a stern face framed by black hair and trimmed beard. He smiled rarely. His moods, best Wedge could tell, seemed to vacillate between stern and morose. Akbar waved a flipper again, and another face joined the 2. This one was slightly older than the others, past human middle age. Gray hair framed a pale face with narrow eyes. Grand Admiral Grant was also present at Tralis, he said. From what our reconnaissance flight could gather, the surviving ships, over 24 destroyers, pledged allegiance to Grant and Ysanne Isard. Wedge glanced sidelong at Fel. Isard's ruthless rise to power had been one of the main reasons Fel had left the Empire. At the same time, he and Wedge both knew that the intelligence director was using all her resources to track down Syal Antilles Fel. Most of these ships are under repair, but we believe they will be operational soon, Akbar continued. We must prepare for a new Imperial offensive. Wedge raised a hand. Against us, Admiral, or against one of the warlords? Akbar nodded at Drayson, who stepped forward and said, "At this time, we think Isard is more concerned with the warlords. With Grunger out of the way, she can turn her attention to Singe and Pterodok, who have been claiming large chunks of the Outer Rim, or to hairskin the deep core." "I'm always happy to take advantage of Imperial infighting," Wedge said, "but why are we here? With Isard distracted by the warlords, we've decided the time is right to reopen an offensive." "To where?" Wedge asked, still wondering how Fel fit into this. 6 months after his defection, the military was still treating the former Imperial war hero cautiously and wasn't in the habit of sharing prime intel with him. "Not where," Drayson said. At his signal, the holos reshuffled. Grunger and Pitta disappeared. Grant shifted to one side and was joined by another face, dark-haired and scowling, set above a pair of gold epaulets. Octavian Grant and Afsheen Makati are the only 2 Grand Admirals still loyal to Isard, Akbar said. They may be the only 2 left alive. Their defeat would prove a major blow to Isard's authority and to the Imperial war effort as a whole. The New Republic had made good progress in dealing with the Emperor's elite commanders so far. The Empire itself had taken care of Zarn after the man's failed attempt to depose Palpatine. Declan and Teshik had fallen to the Rebel Alliance at Endor. Akbar himself had vaporized Grand Admiral Sin at Kashyyyk 8 months later. Grunger and Pitta had just killed each other. Fleet intel had reported Grand Admiral Batch murdered by his own crew a few months ago. Alraz had apparently killed himself after his Emperor's demise, and there were rumors that Tigellinus and Tackle had been executed by a group of Moffs. That only left 2 men standing. "We're prioritizing the Grand Admirals then?" Fel spoke finally. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, intent. Akbar nodded. "Our forces have met Grand Admiral Grant in battle several times and never won. We know he has an aristocratic background, but in battle he is very adaptable and creative. Jan Dodonna once said he fought like one of our rebels. As for Makati, it seems he was removed from active field duty after his appointment as Grand Admiral, so we have little experience interpreting his combat tactics. We hoped you could provide us with additional information. Are you asking whether I knew these men personally? We're asking for whatever you can tell us, Drayson said. I'm sure your intelligence files already have their backgrounds. Fell at the Admiral. As for personal judgments, I never knew either well. Grant tended to shy away from court politics, which is a little surprising, given that his background. In person he tends to be quiet, thoughtful and reserved, some say haughty. But yes, I've heard he's very ruthless in a fight. They say he's not afraid to spend men's lives. Sounds like Grunger and Pitta, Wedge said. Fel shook his head. I said spend, not waste. Grant wins costly victories, but they're still victories. If he doesn't think a battle is worth fighting, he doesn't fight at all. What about Makati? Asked Drayson. Makati's a loyalist, Fel said. Since the Clone Wars devastated his homeworld, he believes in the New Order. He was never as fanatic as Ilraz, but he still holds firm to all the Imperial tenets. What was his role in Palpatine's court? He was around more than Grant, but not as much as Tackle or Tigellinus. He had a reputation as a man who preferred to be in the field, but for some reason Palpatine sent him off to babysit the corporate sector for some time. He was the official Imperial advisor there for 2 years, I believe, and no one could figure out why. It seemed like a waste. Some people said it was a punishment for something, but the Emperor's punishments were usually less subtle. By all accounts, he treats his men well, though. His subordinates respect him. And Grant, do his people respect him? Fel thought for a moment, then said, I've heard different things about Grant. Some officers, ones who've been loyal to him, have had his backing when they climb up the ranks. He rewards people he likes, but I've heard his bad side is an awful place to be. You seem certain that Makati will stand by Iser, Kraken said. When Fel nodded, he asked, what about Grant? You said he doesn't like to play politics. No, which is probably why he hasn't attached himself to any warlord. Do you think he's hedging his bets, waiting for a place to move? I can't say. Fel shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. It's all right, Drayson said. We weren't relying on you anyway. Fel laughed dryly. How reassuring. Drayson snapped his fingers, and Grant and Makati disappeared. In their place was a hollow image of one planet, orbited by 2 moons, and a single space station. Your next mission will be to Baudelaise, Drayson said. It's a ubiquitous base, Fel said, naming the top organization for Imperial intelligence and strategic planning. The Admiral nodded. We've been watching it for the past few months. We believe it is the most vulnerable of their data storage centers. Do you want us to raid this place for information, or just destroy it? Asked Wedge. The latter's more of Rogue Squadron specialty. We know, which is why you'll be flying cover for a team of fleet intel operatives, Drayson said. Slicers, you mean? We'll be raiding their data center. Drayson nodded, and Wedge felt a stupid spike of hope. There was no reason to think the ubiquitous intel files on Syal were at that base. There was also no reason to think they weren't. That won't be subtle, Fel said. If Makati or Grant know we've raided their intel base, it will only encourage them to change strategy. Not if everything goes according to plan, Akbar said, his large eyes fixed on Wedge and Fel both. To all observers at Baudelaise, gentlemen, we won't even step foot on their station. And how will we manage that? Wedge asked. Commander Antilles, Drayson said, you and your people are going to be involved in a little sleight of hand. Wedge laughed once in disbelief. But the admirals up there weren't laughing, and neither was Baron Fel. After Wedge Antilles and Soontir Fel received their briefing and left the room, Drayson, Kraken, and Akbar lingered for a moment on the stage. Kraken glanced sidelong at Drayson and asked the Admiral, Are you sure your people can handle this? I'm sure. They can't wait to add a couple more Grand Admirals to their resume. Drayson crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the Mon Cal. Admiral, Using Rogue Squadron as cover was your idea. I vouched for my people. I want to hear you vouch for yours one more time. Akbar seemed to take no offense, but Mon-Cal faces were always hard to read. Rogue Squadron are our best, and not only in the cockpit. They can fight on the ground too. They proved that on Syutric. Drayson scowled. They lost Pestage on Syutric, not to mention one of their own. And they had a full commando team with them then. The mission to retrieve Pestage was an exceptional case, Kraken interjected. Iser surprised us and Krynl surprised Iser. The rogues were trapped on Syutric with no backup for days. The fact that they made it off that planet alive is proof of their abilities. Drayson didn't seem convinced. They're also down to 9 pilots now. That's 3 short of a full squad. And what about Fel? He's given us no reason to doubt his loyalties, Akbar said. He flew with distinction at Syutric and Mindor. That just shows his technical skill. Drayson glanced at Kraken. Anything on his wife? Kraken shook his head. No, and I have my best people looking for her. I suppose if Iser got her we'd already know, Drayson said darkly. It's possible the other warlords are after her too. They'll figure if they can claim her, they can make Fel fight for them. We're covering all options. Drayson raised an eyebrow. I take it you're not willing to say any more. Kraken shook his head. For the moment, Aaron's people are doing all they can. Akbar spread his webbed hands. As will we for this mission. Of course, Drayson nodded. I apologize if I came off a brusque just now. Not at all. We all understand the stakes of this mission. Thank you. I need to check on my people. I'll see the both of you tomorrow. Calm dreams, my friend. Drayson climbed up to the top of the amphitheater and went out through the main doors. After that he began the long trek to the aft decks of Home One, into the section specially built into Akbar's flagship for the most senior naval officers and Provisional Council members. The bulkheads were triple enforced to absorb concussion blasts and block out almost all known forms of sensor sweeps. Only a tiny handful had proper security clearance to enter the restricted zone. Neither Antilles nor Fel were among them. Rhea and Darylin watched Drayson the whole time, tracking him on Home One's security cameras just as he'd watched everything in the briefing room. Those camera feeds were encrypted and blocked to all but a handful with the proper clearance. Darylin had been able to slice into them easily and watch them all from the Admiral's personal office. When Drayson was entering the code for his door, the black-furred Bothan leaned back in the Admiral's chair and kicked both boots up on his desk. Drayson stepped inside. The door shut behind him. He cast a most baleful glare on Darylin. Well, he said, you're lucky I don't shoot you. You don't have your sidearm, Darylin pointed out. There's guards outside. I'm sure they'd be happy to do it. Silence lingered between them for a moment. Then Darylin bore his canines in a Bothan grin. Drayson allowed a reluctant smirk, then added, seriously, get out of my chair. Darylin popped to his feet and walked over to the proper side of Drayson's desk so the Admiral could take his seat. Drayson glanced at the view screen built into his desktop and said, I take it you were watching the whole show. Briefing included, and what came after, Darylin said. He leaned forward, black paws on the edge of the desk. I appreciate that you vouched for us, I really do. You shouldn't need vouching for. Without your team we'd have never gotten Batch, Sin, Grunger, or Pitta. Just doing our jobs, Darylin said with affected modesty. Truth be told, he knew some of his people were a little irked that they got no credit for their kills, especially after Tralis. One of their own had died on that op, a Corellian named Shir Valine who'd infiltrated Aggressor and piped all the fleet's tactical data directly to the torpedo sphere in order to give Pitta his secret weapon against Grunger's bigger fleet. No one had actually expected Grunger to take his flagship on a suicide run. Darylin knew that Shir would have accepted that her life was a bargain to kill 2 Grand Admirals and countless more Imperials besides. Still, it was unfair that no one would ever know the role she'd played. The martyrs who died to recover the second Death Star plans were now fated as heroes among their fellow Bothans. Darylin had known a number of them personally, and counted Koth Melon as a mentor. The kind of work his people were doing now was dirtier, and required more secrecy. Darylin just hoped that when all the Grand Admirals were dead, someone would tell their story. "Do you really think we'll find what we're looking for at Baudelaise?" he asked Drayson. The human shrugged his thin shoulders. "Frankly, I think it's the best place to look." "Do you really think Isard will send Makati or Grant out to fight the warlords?" "She needs to reassert her authority. Crinnell embarrassed her by capturing Pestage and making Ciatric his little kingdom. We already took Sin from her. Singe and Kaine have laid claim to almost as many systems as she has herself. But Isard holds Coruscant. And the core." Drayson nodded. "I suppose the odds of a new push are out of the question." For the first 9 months after Endor, it had felt like the New Republic was right in the crest of a wave. They'd taken Kashyyyk and Thyfera, vaporized Sin, then grabbed Brental, their first foothold in the core. At the time, it had felt like they were just a stone's throw away from Coruscant itself. Since then, Isard had deposed Pestage and reconsolidated the military. They'd been embarrassed that Ciatric and their victory at Minder had been the kind they couldn't afford any more of. Coruscant seemed far away again. "I've talked this over with Akbar and the other commanders," Drayson said. "They all agree that right now we need to restock, resupply, rebuild. We need to consolidate what we've gained this past year." "I'm no admiral, so I'll bow to their wisdom," Darylin shrugged. "But are they really serious about this, going after Makati and Grant?" "Akbar feels that if we can take Isard's last 2 Grand Admirals, her authority will crumble." Darylin leaned in close. "And how far is he willing to go?" Pitta and Grunger were easy. They were already at each other's throats. Sin wasn't hard either. Cask and I sabotaged his drag ships when they were in dry dock. Devon and Jack fed him false intel. Akbar took care of the rest. And for Batch, we just had to slip some credits to his first officer. All of this looked pretty clean so far. Drayson leaned back in his chair. For the moment, the brass is hoping to take them in a fight. That would make for the best PR. They're trying to make the Republic look like a respectable government instead of a bunch of assassins. There was the nasty word, the one they tried to talk around all the time. Darylin heard it and didn't flinch. He knew what he was, what the New Republic needed him and his team to be. "Sir, you created Alpha Black for one purpose. Our job is to kill Grand Admirals." Drayson blinked once, then said, "We'll consider all options, and take any opportunity we can get." And the other brass, "I'll bring them around to my way of thinking. As the saying goes, it's easier to beg forgiveness than ask permission." Darylin nodded. "I'm glad to hear it." Drayson allowed one weak smile. "I'm glad we understand each other, Ryan." "So am I, sir." "So am I." The next day they returned to the same room for a more thorough briefing. This time the amphitheater was all filled up. The rogues took one side of the room, all 9 of them. Drayson's strike team took up the other, and the 2 sides eyed each other a little warily across the aisle. There were 5 beings on the covert ops team, 2 Bothans, 2 humans, and 1 flat-faced, green-skinned Emlei. As for the rogues, they were far from a full unit. They'd been short of a complete dozen pilots even before Ciatric, where they'd lost Ibtisum. They'd gotten through the meat grinder called Minder intact, but shortly thereafter Plor had resigned her commission to return to her homeworld of Yatu. That left them at 9 pilots, and 5 minutes into the briefing, Drayson told Wedge that he'd need to loan one of his rogues to fly their shuttle. That would bring them down to 8, just 2/3 of a real squad, and Wedge mustered his objection more politely than most beings would have. "Is that really necessary, sir?" he asked. "I'm a little surprised you don't have even people who can pilot a shuttle. What kind of flying are your people going to need?" "We need someone who can maneuver a Mu-class shuttle through a combat zone of unpredictable ferocity," the black-furred Bothan squad leader, Darylin, said. "We used to have a combat pilot. Her name was Sheer. She was our agent on board Aggressor at Tralis." Chastened but insistent, Wedge pressed, "I'm sorry for your loss, but if we're going to be taking on a whole garrison's worth of ties, I don't want to do it with just 8 X-Wings." He glanced at the 3 commanders on the platform for appeal. General Kraken said simply, reserve units will be standing by in case of emergency. His tone made clear he wasn't going to tell anything more. Need to know? Probably. Wedge allowed a tiny sigh, then turned to look his pilots over. Do you need someone you can dress up in an imp uniform? He asked. Very much so, said Drayson. You should also be aware that the data center at Baudelaise is staffed by the Navy but managed by the Ubictorate, which means they might have upper-level intel staff on it. In other words, that meant no non-humans and nobody a smart imp intel operative might recognize on sight. The first part ruled out Zark's Hulla, a Tunroth, and Renvakil, a Korn. The second part cut the ranks even more. Which himself was too well known. Tycho Selchu and Hobby Clivian were Imperial defectors turned ace pilots and might be on someone's watch list. Young Avin Barus was the nephew of Doman Barus, a member of the New Republic's governing council, so a particularly well-studied spook might know him too. And obviously there was no way they'd be sending Baron Fel into an Imperial base. That narrowed it down to Wes Jansen and Felix Ardell. The two of them happened to be sitting next to each other on the bench behind Wedge, and both seemed to stiffen before his eyes. Jansen was a veteran flyer and a good friend. Felix was greener, but almost as good a pilot. He felt ashamed to realize that losing Jansen would hurt him more personally, though for all he knew slipping into that imp base would be safer than flying around it. To his surprise, Felix raised one hand and said, I'll do it, sir. Felix. Avin whispered beside her and put a hand on her arm. Please, sir. I got my star flying shuttles on Contrum. I've even flown Moosh before. Wedge's eyes shifted to Jansen. The pilot didn't say anything, but Wedge knew him enough to read his eyes. He gave Jansen the slightest shake of the head and said, Felix, you'll take the shuttle. Jansen, I'm going to want you in your X-Wing. Understood, they said in unison. Both kept their faces blank, while beside Felix, Avin's expression wilted in disappointment and concern. Wedge tried to remember the last time he felt that kind of aching concern for anyone, then quickly pushed it aside. The rest of the briefing went as planned, and when it was finished, Wedge invited the entire squad for a meal at the officer's kitchen. Zarks declined, saying she had reserved time on Home One's fitness deck. Felix and Avin, suddenly awkward together, excused themselves. Fel declined too, and so did Nrin. So, as Wedge had half expected, it came down to the four of them, himself, Tycho, Hobby, and Jansen. Wedge had reserved the dining room for a bigger group and felt vaguely like he was abusing rank when it came down to just his three friends. Still, the kitchen well was the best stocked on Home One, and while Wedge had never picked up any culinary skills, Jansen somehow knew to recipe for a deliciously spicy Tanab-style meatloaf, which they washed down with a shared bottle of Voltian wine Hobby had picked up during the fight for Brental 6 months back. It should have been an evening to relax with friends. But of course, they ended up talking about the mission. So how do you plan to organize it? Tycho asked. With 8 pilots, I mean. I know we've been doing 3 flights of 3, Wedge said, but I think this time we'll just do wing pairs. 4 sets of 2, Hobby said. Well, as good as anything, I guess. Do you think Felix will be okay in the shuttle? Jansen asked seriously. She's got lots of hours and heavy birds, Wedge said. But for the record, no, that's not why I picked her over you. Jansen frowned. Then why? Because when I turned you down, you trusted I had a satisfying reason. He paused, then added, right, Wes? Huh? Oh, right? I'm not blaming you. I was just wondering, I know. The point is, you trust my judgment. You accept it. Yeah, of course. Felix is newer. Younger. She puts up a good front, but you can tell she's still insecure about her flying skills. If I turned her down, she'd be racking herself with it, second-guessing herself, and when she got in her X-Wing at Baudelaise, her head wouldn't be in the fight. So she gets to fly the shuttle, and you get to do what you do. Jansen thought it over a moment, took a sip from his glass, and said, Okay, I'll admit. I'm satisfied. Aren't you glad Wedge is in charge? Hobby asked. Always am. He's totally better at thinking things through than I am. Well, that's not hard. I've already put together the flight roster, Wedge said. I'll post it once we're done here. What are you doing with Fel? Tycho asked. I'm putting him with Nren. Hobby winced. Are you sure? Nren was never one to keep his opinions to himself, and he'd been, by far, the most hostile to Fel's joining the squadron. They're never going to like each other, Wedge said, but they need to be able to work together. I guess we'll just have to trust your judgment again. Jansen yawned and stretched out his limbs. Seriously? Tycho asked. Wedge, have you heard anything else from Kraken? From his look, from his tone, it was clear anything else meant Syal. Wedge's relationship with Fel's wife was still a secret from the rest of the galaxy, but he would have felt wrong holding the information back from his squadron. He shook his head. It's been almost half a year, Hobby said. I've noticed. I'm sure Kraken spooks are doing their jobs, Wedge, said Jansen. I'm a little surprised Fel and his wife didn't have, I don't know, some backup plan, Hobby said, some place to go hide if things went to hell. Fel was never on good terms with Isard, but I don't think either of them were expecting this. I think if they planned to run, they planned to run together. Wedge sighed and looked down at the debris on his dinner plate. In a weird way, I still envy Fel. How so? Tycho sounded confused. He's at least seen Syal in the past year. The past, he paused, tried to count. How long? Asked Hobby. Almost 20, Wedge sighed. Jansen slumped in his chair. Wedge, do you even remember your sister? I do, but it's all so vague. I don't remember specifics, but I remember her. She was always very strong-willed, energetic, a big dreamer. She'd have to be. She ran away from her parents' fuel station and ended up the biggest hollow star in the Empire. I remember her getting into fights with Mom and Dad, and when she ran away, Dad went on and on about how she'd end up regretting it, how she's come back one day. He shook his head and sighed. I think I believed him. Up until Gus Trita Station burned up. Mom and Dad with it. I thought I lost Syal the same time I lost them, and I got used to it. And then I stepped into that interrogation room with Fel. He didn't want to say any more. There were a lot of people, especially in the Rebel Alliance, who'd lost their families. Being a rebel, hearing about other people's tragedies, had actually helped him come to terms with his own. And he'd been okay with being alone, used to it more or less, until Fel showed up. When Fel trained me at the academy, Tycho said, I remember thinking, that man is cold as ice. Most of the time, I thought he acted more like a droid in an imp uniform. He still seems like that, muttered Jansen. Later on, I'd heard he married Ysanne Starflare. Tycho went on, and it surprised me. Really shocked me. I wondered if I'd even known the man at all. He doesn't seem like an easy man to get close to, Hobby said. He's not, Wedge said, thinking without saying. He's the only family I've got. The room fell into awkward silence before Jansen said, well, at least he's on our side now, and finished off his glass with one loud gulp. Soontir Fel was seated at the end of the bar counter furthest from the entrance and furthest from any other patrons, but he could still see Felis and Avon, their bright heads visible in the low light of Home One Soul but spacious cantina. They seemed to be leaning in close over their small table, probably to hear each other's soft, tender words over whatever raucous music was playing on the overhead speakers. Fel watched them from the corner of his eye. For a moment he saw Felis's blonde hair fall forward, hiding her face behind a gold curtain, the way Syal's always had, and something stabbed him in the heart. Then a hand flicked the curtain back behind an ear, and it was just Felis again. Avon reached out and clasped her hand in both of his. Fel couldn't watch any more. He turned away. He normally spent his nights alone, but he'd felt the urge to come to here tonight. Wedge and Tycho, his executive officer, had private rooms, but the other rogues were all crammed into communal barracks. He felt like being by himself tonight, but there was no way he'd get it in his bunk, so he decided to try for anonymity in public. It wasn't working. The dim light didn't change the fact that he had one of the most recognizable faces in the galaxy, and to a ship full of rebels, the most hated. At the beginning, after he'd defected, he'd met resentment and suspicion in the eyes of every single being he encountered, every single day. In the other rogues, at least, that had slowly melted away. He still rarely socialized with his squad mates, but after Ciatric and Mindor, he'd at least earned their begrudging trust. The thing with being a rogue was that you were always on the move, and whenever you moved someplace new you dredged up the same old resentment and suspicion all over again. At least here on Home One, they left him alone. They gave him space, and if he could ignore the sidelong looks, and something like privacy. He was halfway through his first glass of Trallian whiskey when the bubble of privacy was broken. He heard the stool next to him squeal with new weight and looked sideways to see Nrin Vakil wave down the bartender, another Quarren, and order some kind of drink only their race enjoyed. Nrin waited until he got his cup to glance at Fel, and say, Commander Antilles just updated the duty roster. We're to be wingmates on this next mission. I see. The tentacles around Nrin's mouth parted so he could lift the glass to his face. A long pink tongue darted out from between two white fangs, then curled up around the edges so Nrin could suck up his drink like he was using a straw. He downed a third of whatever the briny beverage was before that long tongue darted back into his mouth. He put the glass down. The tentacles dangled limp from his face again. Rogue 7, Nrin said, and Rogue 8. Fel barely kept from staring. It was times like these that he was reminded how alien some of his compatriots were. Growing up on a Corellian farm, he'd barely seen any non-humans. Likewise in the Empire service. For so long he bought easily into the Empire's doctrine of human supremacy. He learned better even before he defected, but it was still hard to shake. I am Rogue 7, Nrin clarified. Then I have your wing. You follow my lead. Fel took another sip. All right then. He looked away from Nrin, stared off into the dark. Silence lingered between them. He heard Nrin pick up his glass, slurp up more of his drink, and put it down again. Finally, Nrin said, You do not come here often. It was a statement. You do? Fel regretted saying it instantly. It had been almost 5 months since Ibtisam had died. He knew her relationship with Nrin had been a complicated one. There was a long history, an enmity between Quarrens and Mon Cals, but antagonism had gradually given ground to affection, and that affection had never been allowed to fully bloom before her death. To live in the wake of that, with so many layers of regret, was not a thing he'd wish on any being. Nrin was a proud one. Even his pain he bore like a badge of honor. He said, This is a fine establishment. They serve many delicacies you rarely find off Dak. Fel glanced down at his Trallian whiskey. His father had liked to keep a bottle on a high shelf, and only broke it out for special occasions. Fel's first taste of liquor had been poured from that bottle, to celebrate his acceptance at the Imperial Naval Academy. Are you feeling homesick? He asked, still looking at his glass. After another pause, Nrin asked, Are you? He thought for a moment. No. Neither am I. Fel took another sip, and took a moment to savor the burn before swallowing. He heard Nrin suck up more of his drink. When the Quarren was done, he asked, Any word of your wife? Of course not, he said, regretting that he couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. You should cheer up, Nrin said, cheerlessly. You still have hope. When Fel said nothing, he went on, Have you ever wondered if, perhaps, NRI has found your wife? Perhaps they have her locked up somewhere safe, and are keeping her hidden so they can keep dragging you along in the Republic's service. Commander Antilles might even be in on the ruse. Fel turned to glare at the Quarren. The idea had crossed his mind, repeatedly. Or, Nrin said smoothly, Perhaps she is dead. NRI knows this, and they lied to you, and Commander Antilles. They lied to you to keep you hoping, to keep you loyal. I am loyal. I made my choice 6 months ago. Have I ever made you doubt it? Nrin's beady alien eyes met his for the first time. They stayed for only a second, then Nrin's darted away, as though he was embarrassed. I will never fight for Iser again, Fel said firmly. I trust you on that. But what about Singe, or Kaine, or Pterodach? Even worse. None of them are worthy of my service. Worthy? I see, Nrin nodded. His voice took on a tone of condescension. I'm very sorry to hear that. Just like I'm so sorry about Palpatine. After all, he must have been worthy, correct? You served him for many years. Did you come here for this? Fel was having a hard time holding back his own anger. I knew you didn't want to fly with me from the start. You more than any of the others. Answer my question, Nrin growled. Was Palpatine worthy? Their eyes locked again. They were both angry now, and they didn't look away. No, Fel said. He was not. Then why did you serve him? I made a mistake. And did you realize that before or after we captured you? Do you really want to know? Or are you just baiting me? I want to know. Tell me, when did you realize you've been helping butcher innocents all this time? Fel took a deep breath, let it out. Dara IV. Nrin blinked, surprised, but didn't look away. The massacre of their convoy at Dara IV had been one of the Rebel Alliance's worst defeats. Why Dara IV? Was the slaughter too much for you? No, it wasn't the battle. Then what was it? They all said Vader planned that battle, that he was responsible. He wasn't. Nrin's eyes narrowed, confused. Who was? An alien. A subhuman, Fel pronounced. Nrin didn't flinch at the slur. I still don't know his name, but there was this alien in an admiral's uniform. With blue skin, and these glowing red eyes. He planned the attack at Dara IV. It was his masterstroke. The Empire was relying on an alien to save us from the rebels. The hypocrisy was too much. You didn't defect for almost 2 years after that, Nrin accused. You're right. But what happened there? It opened my eyes. 2 years. When you've been carrying beliefs your whole life, it's hard to let go. Nrin's gaze wavered. He looked away, as though ashamed. Maybe he was thinking about Fel, more likely Ibtism. Fel turned back to his drink. He swallowed the rest in one gulp. When we go to Battles, Fel said, I will have your back. Nrin nodded, and softly said, I know. Fel got off the stool, steadied himself, and walked out of the bar. It was a night to turn in early. Chapter 3. Ovwek. The planet beneath had turned its night side to face them, leaving only a narrow yellow-green crescent to shine with the light of its reflected sun. The night blackness of Ovwek made the battle in orbit all the more visible. A dozen black-hulled destroyers of the Chiss expansionary defense fleet formed a blockading ring around the planet, and every one of them was engaged in heated battle with the defending warships of the SS Iruvi Imperium. The SS Iruvi vessels, each one ovular and almost resembling a three-eyed face, engaged with the enemy with desperate ferocity. Shri-class battle cruisers, as massive as the largest Chiss destroyers, fired volley after volley from their turbolaser cannons and took the Chiss destroyers head-on, while smaller Worf-class light cruisers tried to take the Chiss on their flanks. The Chiss warships were capable enough of a brutal slugging match, but their defensive batteries struggled to counter the SS Iruvi battle droids. Pyramid-shaped fighters, each only 2 meters tall and armed with cannons at every corner, tumbled and danced through space in swarms like hungry fleshnets. Powered by the life energy of captured slaves, the tiny drones weren't constrained by the stress of physics on living pilots and could fly literal circles around the clawcraft squadrons fielded by the Chiss. Into the fray glided 3 pale wedge-shaped warships, unmistakably Imperial. The smallest, the Immobilizer-class interdiction vessel Corvus, hung in the rear, its 4 spherical gravity well generators currently dormant. Ahead of it, the mile-long destroyers Grey Wolf and Admonitor entered the battle zone together. Captain Dagon Niriz stood on Grey Wolf's bridge, hands clasped behind his back, watching, waiting for the Admiral seated beside him to give the order to engage. It had been 4 years since he'd been assigned to the side of the Captain Thrawn. At first, he'd been skeptical and frankly insulted to take orders from a strange alien commander in worthless, uncharted space. Everything that had happened since had taught him to trust Thrawn's judgment. He'd been at the man's side through battles against Warlord Nuzo Esva, and their hunt for treasonous Grand Admiral Zarn, after which Thrawn had received his well-deserved reward and filled Zarn's place as one of the Emperor's 12 elite. Just as he'd learned to trust Thrawn in that time, he'd seen strange, exotic wonders he'd never imagined in his old life in the Corps. These SS Iruuk were profoundly alien massive saurian beasts, religious fanatics from an isolated star cluster who powered their war machine with the harvested life energy of countless captives, but in his time, Niriz had seen stranger. One thing Niriz hadn't seen was Thrawn's own government, the one that had exiled him 2 decades ago. If Thrawn had had any contact with the Chiss ascendancy in that time, Niriz hadn't heard about it. Yet here he was, coming to aid them as they struggled to strike the killing blow against the SS Iruuk. Niriz wondered if they'd welcome the help. They hung for a few minutes outside the battle zone, giving Thrawn time to analyze the fight as he sat in his command chair, hands folded in front of him, glowing red eyes narrowed in thought. Finally, he said, calmly, barely loud enough for Niriz to hear, "Captain, open a hailing frequency to the Chiss flagship." "Yes, sir." Niriz paused. "Which vessel is that, sir?" Thrawn's white-gloved hand gestured out the viewport. "The third vessel to the left of the daylight crescent. Can you see the extra pickets protecting it, Captain?" "Ah, yes, sir." "Good. Hail them and say we are here to help. Tell them if we do not receive orders within 2 minutes, we will begin acting of our own initiative against the SS Iruuk." "Very good, sir." Niriz hurried over to the comm station and relayed the order. The bridge crew was a strange melange, half human and half a mix of aliens collected from across the unknown regions, including green-scaled Traukree, blue-skinned, red-eyed Chiss personally loyal to Thrawn, and more. It was something else he'd never have imagined back in the Corps. The one thing they had in common was that they all looked nervous. 2 minutes went by and there was no response. When he reported it to Thrawn, the Grand Admiral seemed unsurprised. "We will act on our own initiative. Then," he said calmly, "we'll begin by doing something about those fighter screens. First, move us close enough so we draw the enemy's attention. Tell Captain Park to do the same. Corvus is to hold position outside the battle zone." As ordered, Grey Wolf and Park's Admonitor descended as one into Luex orbit. The closest Chiss vessel was taking heavy fire from a pair of Worf-class cruisers. On the Star Destroyer's approach, they began to shift position, putting the Chiss destroyer in between them and the newcomers while continuing to pound the destroyer's flank. From his place at the tactical station, Niriz reported, "Admiral, that assault carrier in lower orbit is coming up to meet us as launching fighters. Launch missile boats. Tell Captain Park to do the same." Niriz had studied all the intelligence they had on the SS Iruuk, and he knew that a Schnur-class carrier like the one approaching could carry over 100 of those pesky droid starfighters. He also knew that the vessel itself was lightly defended compared to a large cruiser. The hard part would be getting close enough to destroy it. One squadron of missile boats dropped out of Grey Wolf, another out of Admonitor. The fighter-sized attack craft had been designed for a single purpose during the hunt for Grand Admiral Zarn, to counter Zarn's TIE defenders. These SS Iruvi fighters were tiny and disposable, the exact opposite of defenders, but Thrawn seemed confident the same tactics would be successful here. The missile boats streaked ahead in a tight line, and the SS Iruvi fighter swarm raced to meet them. Then the boats fired their missiles as 1-2 warheads each from 24 fighters streaked ahead, trailing tight parallel thrust trails that quickly became white tangles as the missiles locked on and tracked their dancing targets. The missiles used to counter Zarn's TIE defenders had been designed to punch through heavy shields. These warheads were modified to explode 1/4 second before impact, in order to better catch more tiny, vulnerable fighters with a maximum yield burst. A chain of explosions spread out in front of them. The missile boats peeled into a tight loop so they could make another pass. When the explosions died down and sensor readings came in, it was clear that the high-yield missiles had done their job. The wave of fighters had been cut nearly in half. One more coordinated volley from the missile boats cut them even deeper. After that, Grey Wolf launched its TIE fighters to pick off the remaining droids. "Captain," Thrawn said when it was done, "move us and to engage the carrier." Tell Captain Park to take out those 2 light cruisers. Send both squads of missile boats to help. Also, have Corvus get ready to raise her interdiction field. After Niriz relayed the order, he watched as the assault carrier swelled in their forward viewport. To the side, he could see Admonitor move on the crippled Chiss destroyer. The 2 were of light cruisers turned and ran, and Park's vessel slipped past the destroyer to pursue. The assault carrier, unexpectedly vulnerable, tried to run toward the planet's surface. That was when Thrawn gave the order for Corvus to fire up his gravity wells. By creating a second gravitational pull, as strong as Awex itself, they arrested the carrier's descent. As his engines strained to adjust to the sudden shift, Grey Wolf opened fire with his forward turbolasers. After 3 volleys, they punched through the carrier shields and exploded its engine section. Its hull disintegrating, its propulsion gone, the carrier began a fiery plunge toward the planet's nightside face. Muted cheers rippled across the bridge as the crew watched the assault carriers tumble into Awex's atmosphere. "I believe we have our opening," Thrawn said. "Captain, launch ground assault teams." "All of them, sir." "All. Delegate a fighter squadron to escort the 501st. Make sure they get to the capital." "Yes, sir." "And Captain, tell Corvus to shut down her gravity well, but be ready to raise it again. Take us to help Captain Park." Niriz understood what he was aiming for. This Imperial and Chiss vessels had artificial gravity systems that could compensate for Corvus's second gravwell. On SS Siruk vessels, which required far fewer crew than their enemies' vessels, the artificial gravity systems were less advanced. By raising and lowering its grav well at intervals, Corvus could keep the SS Siruk literally off balance. After they launched the ground assault teams, Grey Wolf pivoted to cut across the planet's lower orbit and catch up with Admonitor. Park's vessel had destroyed 1 light cruiser, but the second had fled into the protective range of 2 Shri-class heavy cruisers. Both vessels were pummeling Admonitor head-on, and Park had turned his vessel to show them his starboard length. He was firing broadsides at both vessels and spreading their attacks across a larger span of his shields, but he still wouldn't last much longer. The Chiss destroyers, for their part, seemed unwilling to help. The light cruiser Park had been chasing spun around to harass Grey Wolf as it hurried to Admonitor's aid. As the bridge rocked under its assault, Niriz heard one of the tactical ensigns, a human, mutter, "Some help the Admiral's people are." "Remind me why we're sticking our necks out for them," grunted another human. Niriz should have admonished them, but he agreed. The Chiss fleet seemed perfectly satisfied to let his wayward son die here, after he'd come all this way to help them. "Captain," Thrawn called, still seated calmly in his command chair, "tell Corvus to fire up her gravity wells." "With pleasure, sir." "And launch all our starlings, with escorts. It's time to put them to work." As expected, the raising of the interdiction field caused the light cruiser to falter. At the same time, 2 full squadrons of XG-1 Starling craft dropped out of Grey Wolf's hangar. The bases for missile boats, Starlings were small, dedicated anti-capital ship attack craft. The experimental ships had never gained widespread production in the Imperial Navy, but, like missile boats, Thrawn had an attachment to their capacity for quick, direct strikes. While a squadron of TIEs tried to keep another swarm of droid fighters off their backs, the Starlings raced to intercept the light cruiser. 2 passes were all it took to cripple the vessel, and as Grey Wolf pulled ahead, his aft turbolaser cannons cracked open the vessel's hull and spilled its entrails into space. After that, the Starlings raced ahead to help Admonitor. Grey Wolf pulled to a higher elevation so that his diamond hull crossed over Admonitor's broadside at a perpendicular angle. As the missile boats lit up the swarms of attacking droid fighters, the Starlings began their initial assault on the heavy cruiser sitting on the inner edge of Awex's orbit. Admonitor and Grey Wolf fired concentrated volleys on both ships, but the Starlings cracked open their target shields first. With its defenses overwhelmed, the cruiser was helpless, and both destroyers shifted their fire to tear up the cruiser's face. Its engine sputtered and died, and it began to drift in space, falling slowly toward Awex's surface. There was just a hint of satisfaction in Thrawn's voice as the Grand Admiral said, "Captain, tell Corvus to revive her gravity well." When the interdictor brought her field online, the dying cruiser was arrested in its fall. Then, slowly, it began to be tugged in the opposite direction by Corvus' gravitational pull. The other cruiser, now desperately holding off 2 Star Destroyers, was unable to move out of the way as its dead sibling was smashed against its starboard flank. Its shields, already overwhelmed, simply died. The 2 cruisers smashed together, scraping apart hull armor and opening decks to the vacuum. Admonitor and Grey Wolf continued their fire, tearing both ships to pieces. The cheers that time were less muted. Even Niriz allowed himself a grin as he marched up to Thrawn and asked, "What now, sir?" The Grand Admiral wasn't smiling. Red eyes narrowed in thought. He said, "I believe it's time we try hailing the Chiss flagship again. Perhaps now they're more willing to speak." Niriz doubted that somehow, but he turned to give the order anyway. Before he could open his mouth, one of the tactical lieutenants shouted, "Sirs, they're changing tactics." "Explain," said Thrawn. "It's the picket ships. They're picking up speed and they're accelerating to the nearest destroyers." "All power to shields," Niriz snapped. They shunted energy to the bridge shields just in time to stop a FW-class picket ship on a suicide run. The impact and explosion still rocked the command deck hard, nearly knocking Niriz off his feet. The SS Aruak had dozens of those ships, each one no bigger than a tramp freighter and crewed only by the brown-scaled Pewek undercast. During the intel briefings, there had been some debate as to whether the Pewek had minds of their own and might turn on their overlords. Now the answer was clear. The SS Aruak masters had ordered all their slaves to die, and the slaves were dying without question. Somewhere beneath the panic, Niriz felt sick. "Voice tense," Thrawn said. "Tell all missile boats and starlings to kill those pickets. Targets of opportunity. Don't stop until they're all destroyed." The attack vessels broke formation and began their pursuit of the suicidal pickets. On Thrawn's orders, they ranged far beyond Grey Wolf's defensive zone and started picking off ships making runs on the Chiss vessels. They did the best they could, with the help of the CEDF's clawcraft, but the pickets were too many and too determined to die. A pair of pickets slammed into a Chiss destroyer's engine sections. The resulting explosion consumed the whole ship. Another picket caught a destroyer with weak bridge shields and vaporized the entire command deck. The CEDF pickets and starfighters did their best to keep the command ship safe, but the suicidal Pewek ships seemed drawn to it. One ship slammed into his bow shields, another into his dorsal section. The second one tore open the defensive screen as it died, and shrapnel and debris ripped through a section of the flagship's hull. A trio of pickets slipped past the clawcraft and raced for the bridge. Before they could ram, a pair of missile boats dropped behind them and unleashed a wave that caught all 3. Their hulls cracked and burst into flame. Twisted metal skidded and skipped across the bridge shields but did not tear through. Finally, when all the pickets were dead, the remaining SS Siruvi ships began to fall back to Luek's inner orbit, like they needed to conference about what to do next. Niriz was just grateful for the breather. "Admiral," a Chisscom officer called. "The CEDF flagship just hailed us." "What did they say?" Thrawn asked. "Just, thank you, sir." Thrawn's stiff body seemed to relax. He sunk back into his chair, and, just for a moment, Niriz caught the rarest of sights, a tight, satisfied smile. As the 501st fell on the SS Siruvi capital, dawn was just a faint glow in the sky. Derek Lerone hoped it got brighter fast. He's seen a lot of strange things since joining Thrawn's service in the unknown regions, but there was something especially creepy about a city made from hundreds of fragile-looking, glowing spires all thrusting high into the night. As their DX-9 dropship banked low above the spire peaks, Lerone leaned forward to see if he could see any hostiles running around on the surface. He stuck his head out into the open air. Wind batted against his stormtrooper's helmet, but he barely felt it. They'd taken no anti-aircraft fire on the way down. It seemed like the SS Aruak had been masters of their isolated star cluster for so long that they didn't bother to build defenses for their homeworld. They should have given it a second thought before trying to invade the Chiss ascendancy. They said the Ascendancy never made the first strike, but always made the last one. Lerone couldn't make out much below, so he stuck his head back inside and looked over the two squads of stormtroopers crammed into the hold with him. Behind those identical white helmets was a big variety in faces, some Chiss and other kinds of alien, some human. Many had begun their careers as soldiers in Palpatine's empire only to end up serving Thrawn. That was more or less what had happened to Lerone, along with an interval running rogue after he shot an overaggressive Imperial Security Bureau agent in self-defense. Lerone switched the frequency of his helmet comlink. "Quiller, you read." Loud and clear, his pilot said from the cockpit. Joe Quiller had been part of Lerone's stormtrooper squad and had joined him on the run. "You find a landing zone. There's a nice spot right in front of the palace." "What defenses?" "Still no anti-air. Looks like they're massing on the ground though. Mostly infantry, couple hard points." "Unprepared, aren't they?" "Overconfident. Course they're putting up a hell of a fight in orbit. That's the Grand Admiral's job now. We've got ours." "Agreed. Get your people ready to drop. We're gonna meet up with Marcus's squad, then hit dirt." "Sounds good to me. Let's do it." He felt the drop ship bank hard as Quiller aimed them for what intel briefings called the Krenak the SS Siruvi Imperial Palace. Thrawn was usually a master at gathering information, but data was scarce on the SS Siruak. Lucky for them, the CEDF attack fleet had carved up most of the Imperium's territory, leaving only the homeworld to be taken. Lerone stuck his head out the side of the drop ship again and saw the Imperial Palace up ahead. Instead of just a single glassy light spire, dozens were clustered together and stabbing up at the sky. It looked like a luminous, fragile version of the Emperor's Palace back on Imperial Center, but supposedly these bright spires were as durable as the toughest quantum armor. Their DX-9 dropped low. As his stomach tried to jump into his lungs, Lerone switched his comlink to his squad frequency and said, "Stand by for deployment." Their lander shuddered as the repulsors kicked on and engine thrust shrunk to a minimum. Lerone jumped out first and hit the ground hard in a forward roll that absorbed some of the impact shock. He came up on his feet, E11 rifle in both hands. His squad hit the dirt behind him, overhead. He could hear the roar of another drop ship as it settled next to Quiller's. He looked to the right and saw Mark Rasquas piling into the open space. Lerone switched his comlink freak again and called, "Your boy's ready, soldier." "If yours are," Mark Russ said cheerily. In truth, Lerone was a little worried. Their last big engagement had been against some of Nuzo Esva's allies, and they'd taken heavy causalities. More than half the soldiers in his squad were greenies, mostly picked up from various planets in Thrawn's loose alliance against the savage warlord. Since they'd been tasked with building a stormtrooper unit for Thrawn's private army, one worthy to share a name with Vader's legendary 501st, they'd done their best to make good soldiers out of their new meat, but enthusiasm never really made up for inexperience. All too often, it got potentially good soldiers killed. He was about to tell Mark Ross that he was surprised they weren't taking fire. Then, of course, the shooting started. In this open space outside the palace, they had little cover, and his troops ducked low and started scrambling for the edges of the plaza. He switched his helmet visual to infrared and got a better look at the heat-bright Saurian signatures of SSI Ruvi soldiers scampering around the bases of the city's spires, their bodies bent forward on powerful legs so their long tails and thick necks were straight, lines parallel to the ground. He switched his comm back to his squadron's freak and ordered them to charge the closest spire. The SS Uruak scattered rather than hold their ground, and Lerone's team quickly took cover behind the spire's base. They fragging ran. One of the new soldiers gawked. "Cowards," laughed another. "Shut it," Lerone said. He knew a strategic retreat when he saw one. Enemy laser fire was still sizzling over their heads, and they didn't have any space to move. "Raz, what's the palace entrance look like?" The squad scout, a Chiss, peeked around the spire's curve. The scanners in his helmet made up for the lack of macro binoculars. After a second, Raz reported, "Looks like one big entry point, heavily barricaded. Gotta get up some steep steps too." "What defense?" Lot of lizards up there, at least a dozen. Plus 2 gun turrets. Heavies. Anti-personnel, looks like. Before Lerone could think, someone squawked, "Hey, look out." 3 SS Iruak were on them before they knew it. With his IR on, all Lerone saw was a frenzy of bright light as the 3 Saurian aliens appeared in their midst, long daggers jutting out from their wrists. He heard an awful scream ras, as one SS Iruak swiped his blade across a soldier's neck, neatly slicing between helmet and chest armor. Hot blood burst into the air. Lerone fumbled to switch his helmet to normal visual, just in time for one red-scaled beast to snap his tail and hit him in the abdomen. Lerone went skidding across the ground. His E11 tumbled just beyond his reach. He lurched forward, grabbed it, and rolled onto his back just in time for a SS Iruak to stamp down on his chest with his massive 3-clawed foot. The weight was excruciating. He couldn't breathe, only watch as the SS Iruak leaned in close. Sin tongues flicked out of his flaring nostrils, its vertical eye pupils narrowed, as though it was examining his blank white helmet face. Then the creature reeled back. It opened its jaws and screamed in pain. Lerone, gasping for air, lay on the ground and watched as 2 more laser blasts sparked against its rough red scales. A 4th, finally, caught the creature in the head, right between the eyes, and it tumbled to the ground. As Lerone scrambled to his feet, a familiar voice said, "No need to thank me, Sarge. Grave. When you drop. Just after you." He spun around, trying to spot Taxtro Grave's sniper unit. "Where do you nest? I can't see you." "Neither can they. Do what you do, Lerone. We'll cover your back." Lerone nodded and hurried back to the base of the closest spire, where his men had finally put down the remaining 2 SS Iruak. A quick scan of the fight zone made his stomach churn. Those 3 lizards had killed 8 of his men, and 2 more were on the ground with serious wounds. "This is no fragging good, boss," said Sharvit, one of the older Chakri. "We can't storm that palace. They'll tear us up." "Agreed," Lerone said. "Give me a sec." He pressed his back to the spire's glass-smooth base and changed his comm channel yet again. "Brightwater, you there? We need some help." "You need hot light," the 5th member of his derelict stormtrooper squad said. "As much as you've got. Getting through the city okay? These lizards have never heard of streets, but yeah, we're on the way." "Good. We'll hold until you get here." Lerone switched back to his standard comm freak and told his men, "Sit tight. Armor's almost here." "Fragging lizards," Sharvin muttered as he fired a few shots from around the edge of the spire. The main plaza was clear of stormtroopers by now, but packs of SS Iruak were still sprinting across the open space in different directions. "Keep your head on. We'll get through this. Any word from up top, Sarge?" "Ask someone else." "Ras, alive?" "Good." "Not our business," Lerone said. "We get in, we get the Shrifted. That's the plan." "I'd rather just bomb the boss lizard and his whole crystal palace into nothing," said Sharvit. "Tough. Thrawn wants it alive. So does the Ascendancy. More honorable that way," Ras breathed, tone faintly mocking. "I heard we couldn't crack that shell open if we wanted to." Lerone's corporal, another former stormtrooper named Balkan, rapped his knuckles on the diamond-hard surface of the spire. Lerone heard a rumbling sound and changed his comm to Brightwater's channel. "You ready to go?" "Ready and willing." "Good. Blast it." Lerone gestured for his men to move to the far side of the spire. As they moved, Brightwater's hover tank division began its assault. The projectiles whined through the air and dropped gracefully right on the steps leading to the palace. The trinity of explosions was so bright Lerone couldn't watch. He heard the sound of SS Iruak wailing in pain and alarm and waved his men to charge. Marcus's men moved in from the other side. SS Iruak armed with rifles tried to stop them, but the anti-personnel turrets on Brightwater's tank sprayed laser fire that dropped some lizard and scattered more. Caught in the pincer, the remaining defenders at the entrance had no chance. Some retreated inside the palace walls. The rest were riddled with small arms, fire, until their heavy red-scaled corpses collapsed on the ground. Laron and Markras moved their squads into the palace together. The SS Iruak that had retreated from the entrance were nowhere to be seen. The main vestibule to the palace was tall and shockingly bright. "Where are they?" Markras asked. "Why aren't they attacking?" "Leave a team here to guard the entrance," Laron said. "We'll take the rest in. Search this place floor by floor if we have to." He had no idea how long that would take. As far as he knew, they were the first foreigners to step foot inside the SS Iruvi capital in centuries. Markras told 4 of his men to hold position, then waved the rest forward. Laron's group joined them. There were still sounds of battle outside, but it faded slowly as they delved deeper into the labyrinthine halls of the palace. The entire structure, walls, floor, ceiling was all made of the same crystalline substance, and now that he was paying attention, he saw its bright light refracting a full rainbow of colors. Beside him, Markras muttered what he was thinking. How'd a bunch of ugly lizards build something this pretty? Laron had no idea, but as they'd both learned over the past few years, the galaxy was full of wondrous things they'd never understand. On Laron's order, the squad split into smaller search parties. His was exploring the 3rd level when Ras' group reported, "We found something, boss." "Found what?" He'd sent Ras to scout of the north wing of the palace, while he and Markras checked out the south. "Don't have eyes on it yet, but it sounds like singing." Laron got there as soon as he could. Sure enough, as he stood in what seemed like a vestibule for a larger chamber, he could hear high, musical piping on the other side of the massive crystalline double doors. He looked at Ras, and Ras looked at him. The Chiss scout simply shrugged. They still had to take precautions. He waited until Markras' squad had joined them, then made sure everyone had E11s ready. Then he and Ras pushed the doors open. Laron wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't what he saw. There was a pile of dead SS Iruak in the middle of the floor, red-scaled warriors, ones with blue and gold scales too. If he remembered those intel briefings right, blue scales were ministers and gold scales were priests. The shrieved at the boss lizard, as Sharvin had called it, was supposed to be a big blue scale. Whatever the scale color, all the dead SS Iruak piled in the middle of the room were splashed in blood. Their deaths had been messy and probably very painful. He didn't doubt the shrieved was among them. When he finally took his attention away from the dead SS Iruak, Laron finally noticed the ones doing the singing. They stood in a big circle around the pile of corpses, a good 24 in all. They were about half the size of the average SS Iruak, and all their scales were a dull brown. Pewak slaves, he recalled. Their claws were covered in blood, and they raised their heads in the air to sing triumphant, wordless music. "Huh," grunted Markras. "Guess they've got minds of their own after all." Chapter 4. Coruscant. It felt somehow appropriate to Grand Admiral Afsheen Makati that he always met Ysanne Isard here, in this hidden chamber buried deep inside Imperial Palace. When he met Palpatine, the Emperor had always been seated on his chair in the Grand Throne Room, with the vast transparent window behind him looking out on the splendor of Imperial City. In greeting audiences like that, Palpatine had been showing off in 2 ways. He'd been saying, "Look at this city. It is mine, and also I show it my back, and it means me no harm. I am invulnerable." Isard, though, always preferred to meet in the dark. She'd been the Emperor's spymaster like her father before her, and no one doubted she'd snared Armand Isard in a web of deception and lies just like she's gotten Saint Pestich, then Palter Carvin's short-lived interim council. They said Pestich had been killed by Delic Crinnel on Ciutric. As for old Isard and Carvin, they seemed to have just been erased from public and private record. So it went with most of Isard's enemies. Palpatine had possessed a throne room. She had a lair. When he arrived for his meeting with Isard that day, Makati was surprised to find another man waiting in the same chamber. He was even more surprised to find it was Octavian Grant, the only other Grand Admiral still pledged to serve Isard. Grant was a short, thin man with about 10 years on Makati. His white uniform always looked a little too big for him. When Makati entered the chamber, his narrow eyes darted to the other Grand Admiral. He greeted him with a wordless nod. Makati nodded too and said nothing. He hadn't been expecting Grant. He hadn't even known Grant had returned to Imperial Center after his mission to the Corellian system. He'd heard about the battle itself, of course. He wasn't going to miss Grunge and Pita personally, but in the deaths of 2 more Grand Admirals he felt lessened. The initial elite cadre of 12, the Emperor's pride, had shrunk to almost nothing in the short space of a year and a half. Iser kept them waiting, but not for long. The door on the far side of the chamber opened, and 2 crimson-robed Imperial guardsmen came out first. She traveled with them everywhere lately. It was her way of reminding everyone that she was the true heir of the Empire, not pretenders like Grunge or Singe. Then came Iser herself, and then 2 more guards, and then the door closed. The guards formed a rigid line behind Iser as she stepped forward. She was a tall woman, and thick streaks of white through her hair made her look older than she was. Her uniform was the same scarlet color as the guardsmen's robes, and her gaze slipped back and forth between Grant and Makati. One eye was red, the other icy blue. The combination never stopped being disconcerting. Makati felt like he was being probed, one eye seeing the surface, one eye seeing his inner thoughts. But Iser was not force-sensitive, only perceptive. She clasped her hands behind her back, mirroring the attentive postures of her Grand Admirals, and said, "Welcome. I'm glad I could gather both of you here today." Grant bowed his head slightly. "I hurried back from Corellia as soon as I got your request." Iser nodded, then turned her attention to Makati. The slight to Grant was obvious, but he hid his irritation. "And you, Afsheen, I've read your full report as well. Your mission to Scardia Station was a resounding success. I only wanted to punish those who defy your authority." "Don't be coy," Iser said stonily. "I know you enjoyed bombing Kadan out of existence." It was hard to deny that. Kadan and his so-called prophets of the dark side were one of the many cults that had popped into the open since Palpatine's death, claiming to use Jedi magic for their destructive ends. "I did. Savor it, madam. The less Force users in the galaxy, the better. And Kadan and I had a certain history. And now that history is over, just like the histories of Grunge and Pita." She looked back at Grant. "Do you mourn the deaths of your fellow Grand Admirals, Octavian?" Grant shook his head. "They were traitors. And I never much liked either in the first place. For obvious reasons." Iser's smile was brittle. "I am as glad to see them dead as you. And I'm also glad you convinced the surviving captains from their fleets to recognize my authority." "Madam, I believe most of them were simply glad to end the fighting. Many of those ships still need repairs. The docks at Corellia are still working to patch them up, as are the ones at Rothana and Demoria. I know. It gives me time to decide how to reorganize our forces." Iser's eyes narrowed. "How many operable Star Destroyers did you recover?" "From both sides. I recovered 12 Imperial-class and 11 Victory-class vessels, plus 24 more frigates, strike cruisers, and support craft." Iser took a step closer. Her black boots clapped on the floor, but Grant didn't flinch. "That is still less than half of the vessels that took part in the fight overall, correct?" "Correct. Many of the vessels were destroyed or damaged beyond repair in the fighting." She took a step closer, forcing Grant to tilt his head up to match her eyes. "That list includes the aggressor." "Grunge rammed Pita's torpedo sphere with it, madam. It couldn't be saved." "And did you try?" "We tried to salvage the wreckage, of course, but that sphere still had hundreds of armed warheads aboard when it blew. The destructive yield." "You did nothing to try to capture that ship. You and your fleet sat there and watched as Grunge and Pita tore each other apart. Dozens of ships, including aggressor, lost. And why?" When Grant didn't answer, she leaned in closer. "Why, Octavian?" "I assessed the situation and took the most prudent course of action," Grant said. To his credit, he kept his voice steady and his eyes on hers. Makati wondered if he could have managed the same. "Prudent action," Iser sneered. "Prudent and wise. We needed that ship, Octavian. We needed it badly. Singe has Iron Fist. Drommel has Guardian. Kaine has Reaper. And we, the true rulers of the Empire, do not have a single superstar destroyer to secure our space. I sent you to Tralis in hopes of correcting that. With all due respect, Madam, Grant was saying, the forces you gave me could never have bested either Grunger's or Pitta's fleet. If I had attempted to intervene, your ships would have been chewed up by both sides. I knew Grunger and Pitta both, Madam. I knew them personally, worked with them more than you ever did, and I knew for certain that if I tried to intervene, that slaughter over Tralis would have spread 3 ways and your soldiers would have taken the worst of it. As it is, I did not lose a single man under my command at Tralis, and we still recovered enough ships to hold 3 whole sectors. Iser stood there, staring at him, and Grant stared back until she turned and returned to the center of the chamber. She spun on one heel and turned to face Makati as though her exchange with Grant had never happened. In truth, Makati couldn't blame her for being frustrated. Aggressor would have been an impressive prize, and they badly needed to shore up the fleet still loyal to Imperial Center. After Grand Admiral Sin's death at Kashyyyk, Iser had recalled the superstar destroyer, Intimidator, along with the rest of the Black Sword fleet stationed in the Cornac cluster. None of those ships, over 20 in all, had made it to Imperial Center. Iser seemed to think they'd been claimed by one of the Deep Core warlords, probably Blitzer Hersk or Foga Brill, but all scouts sent into Cornacht had been destroyed. There was also the massive destroyer Vengeance, which had been built for High Inquisitor Jerec. He was a force-using troublemaker like Kadan, so Makati had long kept a close eye on him. The most recent intel reports placed Jerec and his flagship in the Sullus system. The High Inquisitor seemed to busy himself chasing ancient Jedi legends instead of conquering planets, which was just fine by Makati. It would make Jerec easier to deal with when the time came, and he hoped it would be soon. And then there was, well, still more than Annexus. Coruscant's garrison world remained nominally loyal to Iser, but Admiral Chiss seemed particularly reluctant to loan out his prize warship. Most likely he was hedging his bets to see who really ended up as Palpatine's legitimate successor. If anyone did at all. Afsheen, Iser said, I have a new assignment for you. He straightened his back and waited. Grunger and Pitta are dead, but there are still too many who defy our rule, she continued. We need to establish Imperial Center's authority on planets that have broken away from us. That could have meant worlds that had joined the rebels as well as ones who joined the warlords, but Makati knew she meant the latter. Is there a specific target, madam? At the moment, I want to keep Singe on his toes. He's expanding territory too fast for my liking. Singe was clever and ambitious. If reports were true, he'd even started donning a white uniform and calling himself a Grand Admiral. He'd been hoping to go after Jerec, but he understood Iser's logic. She thought in terms of politics and strategy. She didn't know firsthand what a menace Force users were. Should I start planning an offensive, madam? Please do. My sources tell me he's currently struggling to assert control over Mandalorian space. Mandalorians are barbarians. They'll never be allies, Makati said. Employees for a time, but never allies. I'm aware, but they still create chaos we can exploit. I'll begin drawing up operational plans right away. Please do. She turned her gaze back to Grant. As for you, Octavian, I have another task. I have been conducting some communiques with Grand Moff Kaine, she said. I believe the time is right to conduct a more open dialogue. Kaine was an interesting case, different from the other warlords. A governor, not an admiral, he'd elected to simply ignore commands from Imperial Center rather than pick a fight with it. In that he was like Chiss, but he also held a massive slice of the Outer Rim, with loyal Moffs controlling over a dozen sectors. He never sought to aggressively expand his territory. He'd pursued no major offensives against either the rebels, the Empire, or Singe's neighboring regime. There'd been talk that Kaine was holding back, waiting to throw his territory and resources behind whoever looked like Palpatine's most worthy successor. Grant's eyebrows drew together. He was clearly having the same thought. Has Kaine actually suggested reunification? What he has suggested is an alliance. He has mentioned the sharing of non-military resources and intelligence. You think he could be helpful against Singe, Makati said. If he's spoken out of turn, Iser didn't mind. It's a possibility that needs to be investigated. Grant said, "If I may ask, Madam, why me?" Iser smiled tightly. "Do you object, Octavian?" "I'll go where I'm sent, of course. But I'm not a diplomat." "No. You are an admiral who refuses to fight." "Madam, Iser held up a hand. "I want you to meet with Kaine at Ord Beniire. Talk to him, and come back with the recommendation on the most wise and prudent course of action." "As you wish." Her fire and ice gaze shifted back to Makati. "As for you, Afsheen, I want a preliminary campaign planned by the end of the day tomorrow." "Understood." "Yes, madam." "Then get started. I have an empire to rebuild. I can't do it without my Grand Admirals. When you were one of the most recognizable women in the galaxy, that made it very hard to disappear." She did her best, though. She knew about acting, and she knew about ways a human could change her appearance. First, she chopped off the blonde hair. Then she dyed it black. In the underlevels of Imperial City, where the sun only shined for an hour every day, and all kinds of activity passed unnoticed in the shadows, it had been easy to buy filament contact lenses that not only changed her color but her retinal signature. She'd also been able to sell the expensive clothes on her back and use the credits to buy 4 other outfits, all of them baggy and unremarkable. Life in the dark had a routine, just like life up in the towers. Every day, 2 hours before the brief midday light, she made her rounds through the market district in Zikri sector. Zikri was predominantly inhabited by non-humans. On the one hand, it made her stand out more, but she was hardly the only one of her species in Zikri, and aliens usually had a lot harder time telling individual human faces apart. That morning, it still seemed like late evening to her. She was moving though the crowds, hunched forward a little so the hood of her cloak covered most of her face, but with her head tilted back enough that she could constantly scan the crowd. This was the place where Imperial City dumped its undesirables, and even ISB agents thought twice about wandering into this mess. Her second week here, she'd been robbed at knife point by some gang thugs who had no idea who she was. She'd gladly given them all the credits in her pockets, but they'd been too stupid to search the inside lining of her tunic, where she kept her reserves. Her parents, never rich, had taught her to always keep hard credits for emergencies. She'd kept that habit, even after becoming famous and wealthy, and when the time had come to run, she'd had enough presence of mind to grab her credit stash and make one last withdrawal from her bank account. Combined with the money made selling her jewelry, it had taken half a year to finally wear her credit stash down. At this hour, petty crime was mostly limited to pickpockets. She learned to keep everything in her hidden pouches when she went to the market, and hadn't had any problems. Today she went down familiar aisles, saw familiar faces working the stalls, selling familiar goods. 6 months ago, when she first wandered down here, the whole scene had seemed bewildering and exotic. It was weird how you got used to things. She found her way to the stall bearing the sign, Rusty's Endless Antiques. True to advertising, dusty and battered relics from too many worlds to count were piled high on the counter and dangling from hooks in the ceiling. She made her way to the back of the stall, where the owner was waiting. The Baragouin, at least 3 times her size, turned his wrinkled gray face and looked down on her with glassy eyes. "Good morning, Rusty," she said with a light smile. "How's business?" The Baragouin leaned a little closer and blinked his eyes to focus. "I haven't seen you for 3 days. Or is it 4? 4, I think. Did you miss me?" "A little. A little." He turned his head and coughed. The whole stall seemed to shake. When he looked back to her, she asked, "Got any more scuttlebutt for me?" "Scuttlebutt? There are always rumors. They say there was a fight over Corellia." "Corellia? Really?" She stiffened. She'd been masking her native accent since going into hiding, pretending to be from Raltiire instead. Accents were a skill she'd picked up early in her acting career, and she was pretty sure she'd fooled Rusty, but Baragouin were a wandering race, famously good with dialects. "Oh yes, a big fight," Rusty's huge head nodded. 2 Grand Admirals killed, they said. Grunger and Pitta. How nice for them, she thought. What about the rebels? Any news about Luke Skywalker or Rogue Squadron? Rusty took a moment to think. She tried to act naive, like a woman indulging a hopeless hero-worshipping crush on far-off warriors, and usually peppered her inquiries about Wedge and Soontir with more innocuous ones, but Rusty was no fool. Finally, he said, "Nothing since Mendor. Sorry, dear." No news was good news, or so she hoped. Thanks, I just wanted to know. Think the rebels might be up for another fight. Think they'll make a push to Coruscant, maybe. Rusty snorted and waved a claw dismissively. Don't get your hopes up. I hear they've stalled out at Brental. Isard, you know, she's determined not to lose any more core worlds. Of course. Can't blame a girl for her dreams, can you? He shook his head. It is better to be realistic. I keep telling you, but you never listen. I know. I did terrible in school, too. Stay safe, dear. You too, Rusty. I'll see you around. She waved goodbye and kept the disappointment from her face. Then she turned and walked back toward the dirty, crumbling tenement she called home. After making sure she wasn't followed, she climbed up the stairwell. The lifts in this building had gone out of service back when the Old Republic was around. When she reached her door, she opened it with a simple stick of metal, shaped perfectly to match the locking mechanism on the door. She swung it open on hinges, stepped through the threshold, and bolted it closed behind her. Her legs and back were aching. She slid down to the dirty floor and looked out at her room, one mattress in the corner, a pile of food, the door to the refresher unit. Through the windows, she could see the first brief stabs of daylight slanting across the sides of old buildings. She loved the short daylight and hated it too. It reminded her of how far she'd fallen. Syal Antilles Fel had been on Imperial Center when she'd heard the news from Brental. The Imperial networks didn't announce that the rebels had captured the famous Baron Fel there. In fact, 6 months later, they still hadn't announced it. One of Soontir's cousins on Corellia had an ear inside Imperial intel channels. She didn't know how, and he'd been the one who told her to run. She'd been getting ready to start shooting on her latest holodrama when the news came down. Her last few talks with Soontir had left her distracted, and she'd put barely any effort into memorizing the script. When she'd first signed on the piece, months before Brental, when her husband was just starting to confide in his doubts about the direction the Empire was taking, she'd actually been excited. The story was different from her usual action pictures, weightier. She was playing the wife of an Imperial war hero who, she discovered to her horror, was secretly leaking information to the rebels. After 2 hours of soul-searching, she would, of course, choose the Empire over love and turn him over to the authorities. Even if she hadn't disappeared right before shooting, they'd have probably canceled the thing anyway. Her first instinct had been to flee Coruscant, but all transit routes and from Brental were blocked. She had no idea where to go otherwise, and decided that trying to get onto an outbound ship was a bigger risk than staying put. She'd learned some information the Imperials kept suppressed, like that her husband and brother were now flying together for Rogue Squadron, but she had no idea how to contact whatever agents New Republic intelligence had on Imperial Center, or anywhere else. She'd heard that, on taking power, Isard had aggressively purged suspected NRI agents in the capital. She'd acted in a good dozen espionage holodramas, but they'd been nothing like the real thing. So in the end, she was trapped. Syal stayed where she was on the floor, back against the wall, one hand laid on her stomach. There was a blessing and a curse there. It got harder to get around every day, and in 2 months she'd have to find a good doctor somewhere in this pit. At the same time, it was a built-in disguise. The whole galaxy was looking for Ysanne Isard, but no one expected her to be 7 months pregnant. She hadn't even told Soontir. The only other person who knew was her personal doctor. She wouldn't be surprised if Isard's people had interrogated her, but the doc was a tough woman, and the imps had no reason to suspect Syal was pregnant in the first place. She was confident her secret was safe. She had to believe it. The sun came, the sun went, too fast as always. Syal finally stood up, back aching, and turned on the lights. She blinked against the sudden brightness and walked over to the refresher, cleaned, and got ready to eat. She was in the middle of a bowl of rehydrated noodles when she heard a knock on the door. She froze, spoon in hand. The knock repeated. This happened from time to time. Sometimes beings prowled around the tenement begging. Other times they were looking for old residents to run some scam on. Once, though, it had been a pair of gangs looking for empty apartments to rob, and she'd had to barricade the door to keep them out. She strained to her feet. Before she could get to the door, she heard a faint clanking sound. She froze, held her breath, and listened. It took a critical moment to realize someone was working the primitive metal lock attached to her door. The thing swung open and 2 aliens charged into the room, holding up blaster pistols in 2-handed grips, a flat-faced Duro and a gray-skinned chef. Syal threw her hands in the air. Stop, stop. Don't shoot. I'll give you everything I have. The 2 aliens stared at her. Then they gave each other wordless glances. The chef lowered his weapon and took 2 careful steps toward her. She wanted to run, but she had no place to go. The chef walked a slow circle around her, looking her over, examining her face. She tried and failed to keep from trembling. He glanced at his partner and said, I think we've got the package. The Duro told her, your husband is Soontir Fel. The second time he took you to dinner, he gave you a Solonian chrysanthemum to wear. It was true. She stared. The Duro stared back. We're with New Republic intelligence, the chef said. And believe me, lady, you've been a big pain to find. It was everything she'd been hoping for, and she couldn't allow herself to believe it. Iser could have found that out somehow. 2 non-humans would never be ISB agents, but they could have been mercenaries. Prove it, she said stiffly. The Duro shrugged. What? You expect us to carry NRI cred on undercover ops? On Imperial Center? Did my husband tell you to say that? About the flower? He told General Kraken. Kraken told his agents. We've been scouring the galaxy for you, lady. And will you take me to him? Her voice trembled in hope. She couldn't help herself. The agents looked at each other without answering her question. Where is he now? My husband. The chef said, last we heard, he was on Home 1, Akbar's flagship, with the rest of the rogues. The Duro wasn't lowering his blaster. Wherever he wanted to take her, it didn't seem like she had any choice but to go. He must have seen the realization in her eyes. He said, I don't want to stun a pregnant woman, but you're coming with us no matter what. Where? A safe house. Can you talk to my husband from there? He shook his head. Best we can do is pop out a coded message to our listeners on Brental. They'll get it to Home 1 from there. Then we wait for marching orders from Kraken. She wasn't sure if she believed them, but in the end it didn't matter. Slowly, she lowered her hands. The chef looked around the room and asked, Is there anything you want to take with you? No, she said. Just get me out of here. Ysanne Isard had been gracious enough to provide a well-appointed penthouse for Grand Admiral Makati in Imperial City, just a short speeder right away from the palace. She'd done the same for Grant and Sin, as well as Tackle before she decided to execute him instead. Apparently, she thought that pampering her top officers ensured their loyalty. It was a shallow, petty way of thinking, even a little insulting, but Makati supposed there was no harm by it either. Still, he'd have rather been on his Star Destroyer steadfast in orbit. The utilitarian simplicity of a warship cleared the mind and cut through all the dross that had been a hallmark of Imperial Center since the days when they called it Coruscant. When he returned to his quarters from his audience with Isard, he found everything just as he'd left it. Even his protocol droid remained in the same corner of his study. When Makati turned the lights on, F4GR's eyes lit up as well, and the droid pivoted to greet his master. The glow of the overhead chandelier highlighted all the scratches, score marks, and dents on the old droid's silver chassis. Good evening, sir, F4GR said. Good evening, Forger, Makati said. He began to strip off his uniform jacket. Anything unusual today? There were no disturbances to report. Makati was glad of that. One could never be sure anymore. He knew he was a high-priority target, both for rebel operatives as well as agents for the breakaway warlords. And then there was Isard herself, but at least she usually made it clear who was on her bad side before trying to dispose of them. It had taken him a week to find all the bugs she planted in his quarters after moving in. F4GR said there had been no intruders since then, and he trusted his droid. And if there had been intruders, F4GR was quite competent at dealing with them. He had a fold-out blaster pistol hidden inside his right arm casing, a vibro blade in his left. There was no outward sign of it. Even Iser seemed to think his personal protocol droid was just a beaten-up relic passed down from his parents. She wasn't wrong. She just didn't know the whole truth. "Forger," he said, "fetch me a drink, will you? Is there anything in particular you'd like, sir?" "I'll leave it to you." "Very good, sir." The droid executed as much of a bow as his stiff body could manage, then shuffled into the kitchen. Makati tossed his jacket onto the sofa and called up the main holo projector. The chandelier dimmed, and the open space in the middle of the study suddenly filled with a gleaming holographic map of the galaxy. Makati went over to the projector's controls, tastefully built into a hand-carved wooden desk by the window, and zoomed in on the swatches of space currently claimed by Warlord Singe. The self-proclaimed Grand Admiral's little imperium stretched up the Hydean Way, beginning at Coruscant and reaching almost all the way up to the corporate sector, though it fanned out far in either direction from the trade route. At points, it abutted the Seotric hegemony that Delic Krino had declared after murdering Pestage. At others, the greater Maldrud over sector currently claimed by Truton Teradoc. Teradoc was the more ambitious of the two, and Makati knew that if Singe looked vulnerable, Teradoc wouldn't hesitate to invade his territory. The question, of course, was where to attack, where they stood the best chance of making gains, and where would hurt Singe the most. There were many valuable systems coreward along the Hydean. Going rimward, the only place to expand was the corporate sector. That small sector had been declared a free enterprise zone by Palpatine early in his term as Emperor. Megacorporations from all over the galaxy flocked there to ruthlessly exploit its natural resources. The corporate sector authority had been allowed to operate largely outside of Imperial jurisdiction so long as it only exported to Imperial buyers and paid Palpatine a steady tribute tax. Makati had spent 2 years posted at Bonadon, its most populous planet, and one of the most polluted that was still able to support life. As his former Imperial advisor, he still had a number of connections within the CSA. He knew Singe had made polite overtures, but so far they'd been rebuffed, and he hadn't followed up with threats of force. Makati allowed himself an indulgence and wondered whether Singe hadn't moved for the corporate sector yet, because he knew a real Grand Admiral would defend it. "Your drink, sir," F4GR said, interrupting his thoughts. Makati turned to see his droid waiting patiently with the tray in his hands. Resting on it was a bottle of Cartao brandy, and one half-full glass. Makati allowed himself a smile. "Do I seem homesick to you, Forger?" "You seem pensive, Master." F4GR had learned how to read his moods as well as any sentient, but it was to be expected. The droid had served Afsheen Makati since he was a boy, acting as a caretaker while his parents busied themselves with steering the course of Cartao's industry. That industry had been destroyed in the Clone Wars, and so had his family's fortune, estate, and influence. Everything, it sometimes seemed, except F4GR. Makati picked up the glass of brandy and told F4GR to put the tray on the desk. He took a sip and savored the strong familiar taste before swallowing. "If I may intrude, sir," F4GR began, "it appears you are looking at Warlord Singe's territories." "That's correct. I've been tasked to plan an offensive, Forger." "I see, sir. Are you to retake space from Singe?" "Not yet." He took another sip. "I believe Isard wants me to keep his ambitions in check for now." "I've heard he has plenty of those, sir." "You mean ambitions?" Makati gave his droid a tried smile. "Where do you hear all of this, Forger?" "I do sometimes browse intelligence reports while you're away, sir." His middle face didn't change, but Makati thought he heard a touch of embarrassment in his mechanical voice. Makati chuckled and took another drink. He wandered into the middle of the holo and held out his free hand. Brilliant stars slipped between fingers and passed through his palm. All right then, Forger, where would you recommend hitting Singe? Where would hurt him most and cost us least? The droid took a moment to compute. Well, sir, I believe he is using Sereno as his base of operations, but that is deep in his territory. An attack there would be costly. I knew that. Somewhere along the Hydian, then, somewhere on his Korred frontier. That would seem a better option. It would certainly be easier to move ships and supplies. You do well to check his advance toward Coruscant. Makati waved a hand. Singe doesn't want Coruscant. He's not like Grunger. No, he's going to stick with less desirable real estate. Where there is less competition, you mean? Yes, exactly. He knows if he tries to buy too big a piece he'll choke on it. He stabbed a finger at a bright cluster of stars. Director Iser believes these fellows might be useful. Mandalorians. F4GR sounded skeptical. I would caution you against that, sir. The Mandalorian protectors have been fighting with the rebels against Imperial forces in multiple battles. Not Imperial, Makati said sternly. Warlords. Kronau, Pterodok, Singe. The Mandalorians are mercenaries, even idealistic ones like Finn Shisa. They can be bought, even if it's just for one job. Nonetheless, sir, I'd caution against it. Makati turned away from Mandalorian space and found the bright trail tracing the Hydian way right in front of him. He looked at the glowing star systems running down the trade route: Coruscant, Vandomir, Badajeff, Selenon, Sereno, all in Singe's hands. His foremost base is Coruscant, he told his droid. That's too obvious. But Vandomir, that has potential. Vandomir, F4GR echoed. Intersection of the Hydian Way and Braxton Run. No moons. Population is. Makati waved a hand. I don't need the full database entry. The important thing is, massive ionite deposits, F4G, are finished. Exactly. That, plus a well-developed extant mining infrastructure, which means that whoever controls Vandomir simply reaps the harvest. A tempting target, sir. Singe will fight hard for it. I know. I'll contact the Ubictorate for up-to-date intel on its defenses. You'll be fighting other Imperials, sir? No, not Imperials. Makati waded out of the sea of stars toward his droid. These warlords, Forger, they're vermin. Worse than the rebels. That is a strong statement. And it's true. The rebels are just a terrorist rabble. They want to tear this galaxy apart and don't pretend otherwise. You can't say a lot about them, but at least they're honest. Men like Singe and Pterodok, they swore oaths. They promised to protect the Empire, protect this galaxy from anarchy. They betrayed their uniforms, even if they still have the audacity to wear them. Cautiously, the droid said, some have raised objections to the legality of Director Isard's. It doesn't matter. Whoever controls Imperial Center controls the Empire. I swore loyalty to Palpatine, and I swore it to Pestage, even though he didn't deserve it. Isard may not deserve it either, but that doesn't matter. Just like it doesn't matter if we're fighting the rebels or the warlords, or force-using vermin like Jerec. They're all dangerous, and they all have to be stopped. What matters, Forger, is keeping the peace. Nothing is more important than that. He realized he'd almost stared yelling. Makati sighed, straightened his uniform, and finished the rest of his brandy. He set the glass down on his desktop with a clank and didn't pour any more. F4GR turned his electronic eyes over to the holo and said, at least Cartao seems to have avoided the fighting, sir. We should be thankful for that. He was right. Cartao was still in Imperial hands, though the rebels had taken nearby worlds. Nowadays, there was little reason they would want it. Everything valuable there had been destroyed in the Clone Wars, when a horde of Jedi ended up destroying its manufacturing districts rather than let the Separatists have it. When it was later revealed that the Jedi Council had manufactured the entire Clone Wars in order to overthrow Chancellor Palpatine, Makati hadn't been surprised at all. That fact that the rebels had embraced that disgusting cult was cause enough to throw everything into their defeat. The rebels seemed not to realize that the Jedi respected no law but their mystic force that supposedly imbued them not just with magic power but an all-consuming righteousness that justified whatever actions they did. Under the Old Republic, their cult had turned itself into a parallel state that had worked to undermine the government from within. Only an idiot would think history wouldn't repeat itself. Makati had never understood why Palpatine had gone so far as to exterminate the old Jedi Order, only to allow the likes of Vader, Kadan, and Jerec to continue feigning allegiance to anything but their twisted religion. Accountable to no one and imbued with powers that let them manipulate others, Force users were an inherent menace to civilization. Right now, regretfully, the warlords seemed to pose a bigger threat. Makati allowed himself a sigh and a twinge of self-pity, then said, "Forger, contact the Ubiquitous right away. We have an invasion to plan." Eventually, she found out their names were Ren and Sovini. Ren was the Duro. He was the one who piped out the message to the NRI's listening post. Sovini, the chef, tried to make Syal comfortable. She took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and ate the best meal she'd had in 6 months. It made her trust them, if only because ISB mercs will never be so polite. The safe house was located in the mid-levels, which meant they got a few more hours of sunlight on either side of noon. By the time she'd finished her meal, though, the sun had gone down, and all the artificial lights of Imperial City had turned up. Sovini showed her to a private sleeping room, where a clean bed and mattress awaited her. When she lay down and buried her face in the pillow, she breathed in the best scent she'd known in months. It was dark and quiet in her room that night, but she couldn't sleep. As she lay face up on the mattress, one hand on the swell of her stomach, she felt restless despite all she'd been through that day. She spent so long on the run, reluctant to trust anyone, that she couldn't bring herself to totally accept Ren and Sylvain's care. If they were SB agents, they would have surely handed her over to Iser by now, but they might have been something else. Bounty hunters? Maybe, though how they'd have known about Soontir's chrysanthemum, she had no idea. She sat upright on the bed, then started to pace the small room back and forth. It was paranoia, really. She wanted to be safe, to let these NRI agents take care of her, if that's what they were. There was no logical reason to be this edgy. Sometime, late into the night, she left her bedroom to get a glass of water. She stepped barefoot down the clean hallway floor, but before she got to the refresher, she heard voices. She froze, back against the wall, and listened to Ren and Sovini as they talked in the dark dining room. "I don't like waiting," Sovini was saying. "The longer we wait, the more likely trouble finds us. Kraken says we wait. So we wait. Why though?" Message didn't say. "I know, but think about it." "Why?" After a pause, Rem suggested, "Maybe they're having problems with the husband. They doubt his loyalty, you mean?" "I don't know. Do I look like Kraken?" "No. Not enough hair." Sovini gave a shallow sigh. "We've got false items for all three of us. We could grab a freighter if we had to. Slipping out of Imp space wouldn't be easy, not on a commercial hauler. Iser's not letting any civilian ships pass into Republic territory. We'd have to slip into Warlord space, then swing around. I'd much rather have our own ship. My bet is Kraken's putting together a retrieval team." "He better be." After a long pause, the chef asked, "What do we tell her?" "Tell her be patient. Help's on the way. You now, all that." There was another pause, even longer. Sovini said, "I wasn't expecting her to be criffing pregnant. How long does that last for humans?" "How should I know? Do I look like a beady-eyed pinkskin?" "Well, we can ask her tomorrow. Figure out what she needs. We can't let her out of this building." "I know. She won't like it." "I know." There was another pause. Finally, Sovini said, "I need some criffing sleep." "Go ahead. I'll keep first watch." Sovini must have pushed his chair away from the table, because his feet screeched across the kitchen floor. By that point, though, Syal was already back at her room, and the sound of her door hissing shut was muted by the sound of footsteps down the hall. Strangely enough, Eavesdropping helped her sleep that night. She still had more questions than answers, but at least she could be confident she wasn't going to end up in Iser's clutches. The next morning, though, they didn't tell her about Kraken's message. Sovini just smiled and told her they were still waiting, then politely asked her about human pregnancies. She explained, and they listened, and that was that. When she was done, nobody had anything more to say. The room felt awkward, claustrophobic. At least it was clean, she thought. At least there was light. At least they were safe. They had a HoloNet transceiver hooked up, so she spent most of the afternoon watching ISB-regulated news broadcasts that never said anything worthwhile. Rem slipped out, supposedly to pick up food, but she barely noticed. After a couple hours of bland propaganda, she shut the transceiver off. She heard noise from the kitchen and walked down to see Ren and Sovini standing over a bag of food. "We might be hunkering down here for a while," Sovini told her, "so we thought we should stock up." "How long?" she asked politely. "Did you hear anything from Kraken yet?" "Not yet," Sovini shook his head. "We'll let you know," Ren said. Keeping a bland, earnest-looking smile on her face, she said, "Okay. Thanks. I just hope it won't be too much longer." "Don't worry," Sovini said. "I think that." "Wait." Rem held up a hand. "What?" "SSH." Syal froze and listened. They all did. She heard a creak from down the hall by her bedroom. She turned and looked but saw only a closed door at the far end. Then there was another creak, and another. Then nothing. Ren reached into his vest. A holdout pistol appeared in his long-fingered hand. He stepped slowly down the hall. The door popped open without warning. A last blast lanced out and took Ren in the shoulder. The Duro reared up and fired back, catching his assailant dead in the chest. The man pitched forward and crashed onto the floor. "Oh, staying?" Syal hissed. "They found us." "They?" Sovini slapped a hand over her mouth and pulled out a pistol with his other one. Rem's flat green face contorted with pain as he slumped against the table, still clutching the pistol with his good hand. Between his heavy breathing and the pounding of blood in her ears, Syal could hear nothing else. Then she heard the front door scrape open. Sovini took his hand off her mouth and ducked ahead of Rem. He spun on one heel to face the doorway and pumped out 3 shots. Syal couldn't see the doorway from where she stood, but she heard a groan and another body falling. Sovini stayed where he was, pistol clasped in both hands and pointed at the doorway. He stayed like that, frozen for almost a minute, before he turned to face Syal and Ren. "We need to get out of here," he whispered. "Back door. If they haven't got the speeder." A blaster sounded behind him. Sovini tumbled forward, smoke trailing from between his shoulders. Rem snapped his gun up and fired over his partner's body, nailing the second attacker from the bedroom. The man caught 2 shots in the chest and fell right beside his partner. Ren dropped his pistol to his side and, wincing, said, like he said, out the back, "But the speeder. We don't know how many they have, but..." Pounding feet burst through the front door. At the same time, the back door burst open. Syal ducked and lurched for Sovini's pistol, lying just past his outstretched hand. Laser blasts sounded over her head. She scooped up the pistol and, squatting awkwardly, angled it upward. She stared up at a bland middle-aged human in black, just a meter away. He stared at her, eyes wide in recognition. His thumb flicked the switch on the side of his pistol, changing from kill to stun. It took less than a second, but it cost him his life. Syal's gun went off in her hand, catching him dead in the chest. He fell back and collapsed on top of his friend. Then everything was silent and still. Syal rose from her crouch and looked around. 2 dead ISB agents in the main doorway, 2 more at the door to her bedroom, where they must have cut through the windows. Another was on the kitchen floor, blaster hole still smoking and fresh in the middle of his forehead. As for Ren and Sovini, they were dead too. Syal didn't know how long she stood there. She only came to her senses when the pistol fell from her shaking hand and clattered on the floor next to Sovini's corpse. She hugged herself tight, fingers clawing into her arms, and all she could think of that was this wasn't right. She played in dozens of action holodramas, staged so many gunfights they felt routine. She fired stunt weapons countless times, and Soontir had taken her to live fire ranges more than once, but she'd never used one like this. Never on a person. And in all those staged fights, there'd never been the reek of blaster smoke and burnt flesh. She never had 7 bodies slowly cooling around her. Gradually, Syal realized that nobody else was coming. She forced herself to breath regularly, and consigned herself to the grisly, necessary task of searching corpses. On Sovini, she found the fake identicard he'd mentioned the night before. Reyna Overin, it called her. Rim had a few extra credit chips. They both had guns, of course, small but lethal. She pocketed both. As for the Imperials, she searched each one and found very little, except for the one Rim had killed in the kitchen. He had a comlink with him and some kind of silver-framed identicard with an ISB logo faintly etched in the bottom corner. She didn't know what to do with it, but she pocketed that too. It might come in handy. When she got in everything, she cautiously peeked out the back door. There were no ISB agents lurking anymore, just the airspeeder Rim and Sovini had flown her on the day before. It was a common model, but the ISB agents might have reported the serial number to headquarters. She could risk taking it, but not far. That was all right with her. One ride to the spaceport outskirts was all she needed. Iser knew she was on Coruscant and that meant she had to run. She didn't know where, but it didn't matter. She had to run. Chapter 5. Ovwek. The formal surrender ceremony, such as it was, took place on the battle-scarred plaza outside the Krenak Palace. Captain Niriz accompanied Thrawn down to the planet's surface, where their shuttle folded its wings and sat down next to the sleek delta-shaped transport from the CEDF flagship. The white-armored 501st stormtroopers formed ranks on one side of the plaza. On the other, Chiss infantry stood in their black uniforms. A small handful of blue and red-scaled SSS Aruak stood in a cluster in front of the wreckage-strewn entrance to the Crystal Palace, while packs of small brown-skinned Pewek watched from behind them. It was a stunning and historic sight, but all Niriz could think of as he stepped onto Ovwek's surface and breathed its air was how terrible it smelled. He could barely keep his face from wrenching. Praying he would get used to the stench, along with the miserable muggy heat, he tried to focus his attention on the scene before him. Thrawn stood at the base of his shuttle's landing ramp, eyes locked across the distance with those of the black-robed leader of the Chiss delegation. To Niriz's surprise, she was the one to close the distance. 2 bodyguards stayed close behind her as she began walking toward Thrawn. The Grand Admiral remained where he was. Niriz tensed and let his hand fall to the service pistol at his belt. He knew that if these Chiss tried anything, the 501st would spring into action. The only result would be a bloodbath, and the Chiss were not stupid enough for that. Still, he kept his palm on the butt of his sidearm. The woman gestured for her escorts to stay out of earshot, then closed the distance with Thrawn. She stood before him but did not offer hand her to shake. Niriz didn't know what that meant. He didn't even know if Chiss normally shook hands in greeting. His gut, though, told him it was a bad start. Aristocrat Severe Nerwato, Thrawn said. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a very long time, the aristocrat said evenly. But we knew it would happen eventually. Like Thrawn, she spoke in her native Chun. Niriz had taken efforts to learn the tongue from Thrawn over the past 4 years, but the aristocrat didn't know that. She didn't deign to recognize his presence at all. I was glad to take part in the conquest of Ovwek, Thrawn said. The aristocrat raised an eyebrow. Do you intend to add SS Siruvi space into your empire? The protection of Chiss space has always been important to me. I merely wanted to assist to ascendancy in eliminating a threat. Do you wish to add it to yours? She shook her head. We have no colonial ambitions for this world. We were, as you said, eliminating a threat. She paused, then added, they attacked us without provocation. We responded properly. I did not deny that, Thrawn said, but Niriz could hear the tension in his voice. The Ascendancy's strict policy against preemptive strikes, originally created as a way to maintain its isolation, had evolved into a dogma among the Chiss. For disobeying that dogma, Thrawn had been exiled. The Grand Admiral glanced at the waiting cluster of SS Iruk and asked, "What do you plan to do with them?" This expedition was primarily punitive. We do not intend to govern this world for them. Still, you will be dictating terms of surrender. After a moment's thought, she said, "We'll dismantle their navy, of course, though most of that work has been done already. Will you strip them of space travel? They are a clever race, if savage. They will rebuild no matter what. But we will make sure they will not threaten the ascendancy for a very long time. I understand this victory was made possible in part because of the Pewek. Their slave race. Yes, I read the report from your soldiers. The ones in the palace killed the Shrifted in most of their council of elders. After that, their admiral of the fleet sued for peace. We are in their debt. Once you leave them to their own devices, there will be reprisals. If the Pewek and SS Iruk fall on each other, we both know the latter will win and the former will be slaughtered. That is not our concern. If you want to take it upon yourself to prevent more bloodshed, you are welcome to the trouble." "I will consider it." The aristocrat looked back at him. "We know what you have been doing, Mithra. We know about the private empire you've based at Neroin, and about your service to Palpatine." "Palpatine is dead," Thrawn said evenly. "And will you claim his throne, Mithra?" She took a step closer, examined his face. "Isn't that what you've always wanted? To bring order to all the alien worlds?" "I have other business I must attend to." "Your news, Oesfa? We've heard of him too. You are fortunate he hasn't bothered with the ascendancy yet. He knows what will happen if he tries." She gestured to the beaten SS Siruk. One of the red-scaled SS Siruk began to wail in his fluting language. Niriz watched as an old Chiss's battered gray robes was pushed out from the pack of aliens. Stepping toward Thrawn and the aristocrat, he spread his hands and said in Chun, "Admiral Ivpicus is impatient. He wishes to begin negotiations." The aristocrat blinked in surprise. "What is your name, citizen?" The old Chiss bowed low. "I am at Clasper Rockany." "You are a prisoner." For the first time, Niriz heard sympathy in her voice. "They captured my family on Xos," he said. "And your family?" "Intentioned, madam." The slave straightened. "They spared me. I was a musician, you see. Their language, it was easier for me to learn." Niriz glanced at Thrawn. The Grand Admiral's face was unreadable. "We will find whatever family you have left," added Glasper and Rockany. The aristocrat's voice wavered. "I am very sorry what happened to you." "Don't worry yourself, on my account," the slave said, almost apologetically. "The SS Iruk, they're actually not so bad, when you get to know them." He lowered his head and waved them forward. Thrawn and the aristocrat followed. Niriz remained where he was beneath the shuttle, a feeling of deep pity in his chest. He could see the same emotion on the aristocrat's face. He couldn't see it, but he knew the Grand Admiral felt it too. Between the smell, the heat, the humidity, and the memory of a messy fight, Derek Lerone couldn't figure out part of what he was gladdest to be rid of. After all, the 501st had shipped back up to Grey Wolf and gotten a chance to shower and see the medic, they had nothing to do except wait for the Grand Admiral to finish his business dirt side. Since there was time to kill, he posed the question to the other 4 former members of the fugitive stormtrooper unit they'd once called, perhaps a little overdramatically, the Hand of Judgment. "Definitely the smell," said Taxtro Grave as gnawed at a Baldavian chew stick. "What was that anyway?" "Pollution. Something mixed in with the oxygen. Or is it the lizards themselves that smell bad?" "I'm gonna guess all 3, Joe Quiller said as he poured his cup of caf and sat down at the ready room table with the others. "It was heat for me," Saber and Markras volunteered. "The way I was sweating in my armor, it made the air down there smell good." "I gotta go with heat too," said Corlo Brightwater. "Those broadsword tanks, they pack a punch, but they really should have been built with better climate control." "Well, we can mod the tanks, just like we tweak everything else around here." Quiller took a sip from his cup. Just go to the Grand Admiral and say you really want to feel cozy when you're fighting. You can ask for some throw pillows while you're at it. Well, what about you, flyboy? What's there to say? I was in the drop ship the whole time. And you all know those birds have climate control. They have to, since they're vacuum flyers. No heat for me, and no smell either. He sat back, grinning. Brightwater booed and Grave threw a chew stick at him. You lose any birds? Lerone asked. Not a one. Helps when they have no anti-air defenses. Lerone allowed a sigh and looked at the others. What kind of losses did your squads take? The mood felt suddenly serious. It was a stupid question to ask, but it had been on his mind the whole time. Only lost 2 snipers, Grave said. The SS Miraluka. They were busy with infantry. Didn't lose any tanks at all, said Brightwater, almost apologetic. Lerone and Mark Ross shared look heavy with sympathy. Mark Ross said, we lost 13. A couple more are in sick bay, but they should make it. 9 for us, said Lerone. He was ashamed how Mark Ross' losses made him feel a little better. Cautiously, Brightwater asked, was it mostly the new ones you lost? Mark Ross nodded and crossed his arms over his chest. Casualties mostly came from militias that helped us hold off Nuzo Esfa. They weren't professional soldiers. They were 501st, Lerone said defensively. You know what I mean. Balkan and the others, the ones with actual Imperial training, they all came through fine. The irregulars, the ones from local and Nuzo Esfa militias, they learned to fight very differently than we did. Well, Grave said, maybe you'll have time to train more infantry now. We took care of the SS Miraluka, and Nuzo Esfa's probably licking his wounds someplace. Maybe we'll get a breather. How likely do you think that is? Mark Ross asked. They didn't have to answer. Since joining Thrawn 4 years back, they'd been whisked from one end of the unknown regions to another, fighting strange aliens none of them had even heard of back when they'd been simple stormtroopers aboard the Reprisal. Sometimes, just sometimes, Lerone allowed himself to wonder what would have happened if they'd never been hounded by that ISB grunt, if he'd never been forced to shoot the bastard and take his whole squad on the run. Of course, given the news they'd been getting about the sad state of the Empire, it was safe to say life back in the known galaxy wouldn't have ended up simple either. Lerone sighed. Mark Ross joined him. Brightwater reached across the table and took a chew stick from Grave's bowl. As he gnawed on it, he said, you know what I miss? What? Asked Grave. When it was just the 5 of us. Not back on Reprisal, but after that. When we were on the run. Mark Ross cocked an eyebrow. When we were looking over our shoulders all the time, scared ISB would catch up. Yeah, there was that. But we were free, weren't we? We were out there, righting wrongs, stamping out corruption, all that good stuff. All on our own terms. We were only responsible for ourselves, Lerone said. And Brightwater was right. Those had been good days, even if it hadn't felt like it at the time. They did important work now, of course, more important than they'd ever done when they'd been writing solo. They also had to lead younger men into battle and count the bodies afterward, and he was more than sick of that. When they signed on with Thrawn, he promised their roles would be focused on training instead of fighting. They'd all been ready for a slower life, and had eagerly accepted, but the unknown regions and all its shadowy threats didn't let life stay slow for long. I've only got one regret, Quiller said seriously, and held up a finger. Let's hear it, said Grave. What I really regret is that I missed 4 years' worth of Ysanne Starflare holodramas. Grave threw another chew stick at him. What? You're trying to tell me she's not the most objectively gorgeous actress of our generation? I was actually a Javel Charn man, Brightwater said. And isn't Starflare married to What's-Face? That pilot. Baron Fel, Grave said. Sorry joke. I don't think she's gonna ditch the Empire's biggest hero flyboy for a sad sack like you. Yeah, added Brightwater, you can't even hold a steady job. Come on, let a man dream. Fine, dream all you want. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I don't think they're those kind of dreams, Grave stage whispered in Brightwater's ear. Quiller grabbed a chew stick and threw it at him. Brightwater laughed. Against themselves, Mark and Laron laughed too. Quiller tipped back in his chair, stretched out his arms, and yawned. Oh, Fearfeck. That calf's not doing the trick. Want more? Brightwater glanced at the pot on the counter. Quiller waved a hand. No. I think sleep will cure what ails me. Thanks for the conversation, gentlemen. Let's do this again sometime. With visible effort, Quiller pushed himself out of his chair and walked for the door, leaving his cup of calf cooling on the table. Sweet dreams, Brightwater called as the door closed behind him. Grave chuckled to himself and picked up another chew stick. As it bobbed at the corner of his mouth, he told Mark and Laron, "You two are a veritable party, you know that." "Sorry," Laron sighed. "You don't have to apologize, boss," Brightwater said. "I'm not your boss anymore," Laron shook his head. "Anyway, I'm tired too. Think I might hit the barracks. Have fun. Try to ignore any weird nosies or smells that might be coming from Quiller's bunk." Laron have a dry, obligatory laugh and made for the exit. The fight had left his body almost as sore as his mood. He hoped some good sleep might help. It probably would in the short term, but he figured that sooner or later, he'd end up in the same place again. When he returned to Grey Wolf, Captain Niriz took a deep, deep breath and savored the bland recycled air. After that, he followed Thrawn up to the conference room where Vos Park was waiting for them. "The Ascendancy forces will be pulling out within a few days," Thrawn began as he sat at the head of the oblong table. Beyond the viewport, they could see the tangled debris that drifted in a Wex orbit. "Once all people and material are accounted for, and their ships are repaired." "And what happens to all of this?" Park gestured at the planet. "State building has never been the Ascendancy's concern," Thrawn said flatly. "The SS Iruvi threat has been eliminated. That is what matters to them." "What about the Pewek?" Niriz asked. "On the planet, you talked as though there might be reprisals for what the Shrief's slaves did." "From what I've heard," Park grunted, "death was a mercy for most of them." "Seriously," Thrawn said, "Aristoka Viren seems intent on letting the survivors sort this situation out. I believe we have a responsibility to make sure Owek remains stable." Park frowned. "Sir, I have to remind you that our resources are limited. We don't have what it takes to state build either. We may have beaten Nuzo Esva back, but he's still out there." "I'm well aware of that, Captain," Thrawn said, betraying only minor irritation at the warlord's name. "However, I believe we can lay groundwork for a stable government here on Owek, which should prevent any excess bloodshed for the time being." "How would we do that?" asked Niriz. "By preserving the ected power structure, with some sensible mitigations. I was able to have some enlightening discussion with Admiral Ivpicus. He is, in fact, quite reasonable in his way." Seeing Niriz's frown, he added, "Ivpicus followed the Shrief's orders, but he never agreed with the policies. He predicted a wave of military expansion would bring down disaster for them." He was right. Park crossed his arms over his chest. "Do you trust Ivpicus to rebuild?" "He will be a useful component, yes. Captain Park, my staff is preparing a thorough review of current SS Iruvi politics for you to review." "Me?" The captain blanched. "Yes. I would like you to remain here with Admonitor for the next month to help solidify the political situation here. A coalition government will have to be created, one which guarantees the safety of the Pewek and, if possible, a voice for them." "That sounds very complicated," Park said, still frowning. "Statecraft is always complicated, but as I said, there is reasonable beings you can work with." Niriz still couldn't picture those ferocious, fanatic lizards as reasonable, but there wasn't any arguing with Thrawn. Park, though, said, "A month can be a very long time. What if Nuzo Eswa launches another offensive?" "Then you would draw from Owek immediately and deal with him," Thrawn said darkly. "As it is, give it the allotted time, then fall back to Neron. Hopefully Captain Niriz and I will be finished with our mission by then." "What mission is that, sir?" asked Niriz. Thrawn shifted his glowing red gaze to the younger captain. "We'll be taking Grey Wolf into the core. Corvus as well." "You mean?" Imperial territory. You have a problem with that, Captain? A tiny, wry smile tugged Thrawn's lips. The idea of going home felt strange, because it wasn't home anymore. In 4 short years, the mysteries of uncharted space had become the place where he belonged. He tried to muster the desire to see Imperial City's brilliant skyline again, but it wouldn't come. What will you be doing in the Corps? Asked Park. Diplomacy, Thrawn said, and recruitment. It was clear he wasn't going to tell them more than that. Niriz had learned long ago that the Grand Admiral liked to hold onto critical information until it was need to know. Are you certain you need an entire Star Destroyer for that? Park pressed. He was clearly unhappy with his assignment, and unlike Niriz, he'd grown comfortable with expressing occasional displeasure with his orders. In the interests of security, yes. Niriz thought it a good enough answer. He wasn't sure if the rebels knew about Thrawn, but if they did, they'd be on the lookout for him. Iser and all the scattered warlords weren't trustworthy either. What about the 501st? Asked Park. They'd be very useful in pacifying Wek. Wek is already pacified. Your job is to make sure it stays that way, Thrawn said, warningly. But yes, I don't believe I'll have need of the 501st for this mission, barring a few select officers. Which officers? Niriz asked. The ones formerly called the Hand of Judgement. Derek Larone and his fellow stormtroopers had been integral in shaping Thrawn's 501st into a capable fighting unit. The unit would still function, and function well, but without its top officers it wouldn't be the same. Park was still frowning, but like Niriz, he knew when not to argue. He said, "We'll make do, Admiral." I'm sure you will, Thrawn clasped white-gloved hands in his lap. You may return to Admonitor, Captain. When I see you again, I expect we'll have a prize that will put all your fears to rest. Chapter 6. Bow delays. Targets coming up, Felis announced. Everything about her was tense, her voice, her posture as she sat in the pilot seat, the stiff way she gripped the shuttle's control yoke. Despite the edginess, Darylin thought she looked very fittingly Imperial. Her black intel uniform contrasted starkly with her pale skin, and her gold hair was bound up in a tight military bun that stuck out beneath the back of her black cap. Darylin leaned in close over her shoulder and said, "Are your flyboys standing by?" Felis glanced at the scanner and nodded. They're set to drop out of hyperspace 16 seconds after we do. Then it's all going according to plan. Darylin gave her shoulder a squeeze. She didn't look assured. He didn't blame her. There were a lot of ways this op could go wrong, and only one way it could go right. He glanced over his shoulder at the rest of his people. They were all crammed into the shuttle's compact hold. Cask Freller was dressed in a dirty tunic, just like Darylin himself. His russet fur was messy and patched with dried blood. Next to Cask, there was Devon Tor in a black imp uniform, just like Felis. Tor was the only one of them who had ever actually been in Imperial service, and he still knew how to look the part, with the short-cut brown hair, the proud square chin, the way he gave his head a haughty tilt so he was always literally looking down on you. He was originally from a rich family on Essos, so he played aristocratic disdain well. Rounding it out were Jet Carr and Shodev Ekraheen, both already faceless in their stormtrooper armor. Ekraheen was a hefty Emlei, and they were lucky to have a suit he could squeeze into without giving himself away. Like the shuttle, their ident codes, and the specs for Baudelay's orbital station, the stormy outfits had been provided by recent defectors. Even with the offensive in the core ground to a halt, they were still getting a lot of them, which Darylin could only take as encouragement. Start transmitting the distress call right when we exit hyperspace, Darylin told Felis. Don't wait for the rogues to show up. I know. And when we get inside, stay with the shuttle. Keep the engines warm. I know. And if they send techs out to help, chase them away. I know. I'll tell them I've got an unstable fuel line. Could blow. Darylin nodded. She'd be okay? That meant the tricky part was on his people's shoulders. 30 seconds, Felis said, and reached out to grab the lever that controlled the hyperdrives. Let's get this started. Then, Jerec said. He slapped a pair of stun cuffs on Kask's shoulders and locked them, in case any of the base security wanted to check. Darylin held out his wrist to Jerec could do the same to him. As those cold metal restraints snapped tight, Phyllis pulled her lever down. The light show of hyperspace disappeared and planets swelled up before them. With his naked eye, Darylin could see the ubiquitous station in orbit, silhouetted against Baudelaiz's rusty brown surface. He didn't see the Carrack-class light cruiser that was supposed to be around here, and hoped it was on the far side of the planet. He'd just taken stock of the situation when Phyllis threw the shuttle into a dizzying corkscrew. Red laser blasts whipped past their cockpit. One volley shuddered against their deflector shield. "Showtime," Phyllis said. "Remember, rogues, we're here to lose this fight," Wedge told them as they plunged after the shuttle. Tycho Celchu nodded to himself as he kicked his X-Wing forward. He and Avin were the foremost flight, which meant they were in charge of making this whole charade seem convincing. Phyllis was doing a good job on her part. She was flying that little shuttle like it was an X-Wing, sending it into all kinds of spins and dips and curves to avoid the lasers Tycho and Avin were throwing at it. "Look alive," Jansen said. "We've got 4 eyeballs headed our way." It must have been the TIE Patrol flying cap. According to Kraken's intel, there was supposed to be 1 full squad of TIEs roosting at the station, plus another aboard the light cruiser that was supposed to be around. It wasn't showing up on Tycho's scanners right now, which meant they were lucky. Hopefully. 3 flight, 4 flight, break off to intercept, Wedge said. On his order, Jansen, Hobby, Wren, and Fel peeled away from Phyllis. Wedge and Zarks kicked their fighters ahead to spew some same laser blasts at Phyllis' shuttle. "The station's not dropping shields," Avin said. "They'll drop M," Tycho said. "Gotta help fellow imps in distress. They might be waiting for a code. They've got a code. But the code might..." "Can it, Rogue 4, Wedge snapped. Avin didn't apologize. His fighter slowed slightly, and Tycho took the opportunity to scheme a few shots off the shuttle's aft shields, enough to make this ruse look authentic without breaking the ship. "Shields are down," Avin cried. Phyllis' shuttle kicked forward at full speed. The station only had a few turbolaser cannons for defense, but they turned to spray bright green covering fire at the pursuing X-Wings. The 4 pilots peeled off, letting Phyllis and company plunged into the mouth of the station's landing bay. "That Carrack cruiser is coming around the planet," Soontir Fel reported. 12 fighters deployed and incoming. "Understood," Wedge said. "All flights, let's take the fight to them. Time to take the show to Act 2. After 2 years and 4 months as commanding officer aboard Baudelaiz's orbital station, usually referred to as the boss by his staff, Commander Hyman Drake could say with some authority that guarding a critical ubiquitous data storage facility was not nearly as exciting as it sounded. In the time he'd been here, the rebels had blown up the Emperor and Vader, killed a lot of admirals, grand or otherwise, taken key core worlds, and generally mucked up the whole galaxy, but they'd never bothered to attack Baudelaise. Granted, the ubiquitous tried to keep its base locations classified, but if the rebels could locate the Emperor's secret weapon, they could easily find a data dump facility. Before Endor, they'd had a strike cruiser guarding this station too, but Iser had pulled it back to the core, apparently to defend more important or more threatened locations. He felt vaguely insulted by the whole thing. So, when a shuttle dropped out of hyperspace with 8 X-Wings on its tail, Drake had felt unabashedly excited. He'd ordered the Carrack cruiser on orbital patrol to come back at once, then called for the TIE's flying cap to intercept. 8 X-Wings wasn't a lethal fleet, but without fighter support this station was going to need help. As the Mu-class shuttle bobbed and weaved around enemy fire, Drake wanted to drop hangar bay shields and usher it to safety right there, but he halted himself, because in the back of his mind he knew this could be some kind of trick by the rebels. But then it started transmitting a clearance code, old but still active, and Drake ordered the shield down. He had no idea why this shuttle was being pursued by the enemy, but he left the command deck and half-sprinted down to the hangar to find out. By the time he got down there, the flight chief was already at the shuttle's open doors. A tall man in a black uniform came out first. Behind him, two stormtroopers pushed a pair of scraggly Bothan captives down the landing ramp and onto the flight deck. Shouldering past the deck chief, he said, "I am Commander Drake, head officer on this station." "Thank you for your help, Commander," the officer said without giving his name. It would have been unusual in most places, but on the boss, Drake got a lot of visitors carrying secrets. The officer kept marching away from the shuttle, stormtroopers and prisoners behind him. As Drake awkwardly backstepped, the officer explained, "I'm sorry, but we have damage to one of our fuel lines." "I want to get clear." "You mean it might explode?" "Our pilot's back there now, locking things down. Give her a minute. It should be all right." Drake looked over the officer's shoulder, saw a blonde-haired woman in the hatch. "I can send our techs to help." The officer gave him a glare that forbade that. Drake was used to getting it from haughty ubiquitous officials, including the one who dropped by 2 standard sets ago to give their database a complete update. He still didn't like it. He glanced at the Bothans. "We weren't scheduled to receive prisoners today. We were supposed to drop them at Exodine, but we picked up a rebel tail. Our fighters are handling them now," Drake assured. 2 TIE squads, plus the Carrack, would be able to handle 8 X-Wings, though he didn't want to think about how much attrition that would require. "These Bothans are valuable. Can we take them to a holding cell for the time being?" "Yes, of course. I'll show you the way." Determined to make a good showing, Drake began leading the group through the station's hallways. He dealt with enough ubiquitous officials to know that they'd never give him any thanks for his efforts, but anything less might get him on their bad side, and that was a terrible place to be. They were halfway to the detention block when the entire station shuddered. Drake bit a curse and fetched his comlink. "Command level, report. Are the X-Wings back?" "2 of them have started strafing runs on the station, sir," came the reply. "What about the fighters?" "Our squads are trying to handle them now, sir. They seem to be shying away from a head-on engagement." They were outmatched and knew it. Rebels weren't half as brave as people said. He was surprised they hadn't fled the system. "Recall a flight to take out those 2 X-Wings." "Yes, Commander." Drake switched off his comlink, put on his best confident face, and turned back to the visitors. "The situation is well under control. You have nothing to worry about." "I'm sure we don't," the intel officer said, "but please, I'd like to hurry." Drake walked as fast as he could without actually running. He led them through a pair of blast doors and into a sensor node where 2 auxiliary officers were at their consoles. He glanced back at the ubiquitous officer as he stepped inside. "From here, we can take you down to the detention level." As the blast doors closed behind the prisoners, the officer looked around and asked, "These computer nodes, are they fully accessible?" "Excuse me?" Drake frowned. "Can they access the station's main database?" "Well, yes, but..." Suddenly he was choking. Some tight cable was drawn round his throat, pinning him back against hard stormtrooper armor. His hands went instinctively to his throat. His vision swam, but he saw one of the techs drop soundlessly to the ground. The other fell too. He banged against his console on the way down, and Drake made out the hilt of a tiny metal needle stuck in his neck. Blood dribbled out from it. Somehow, he remembered the utility knife at his belt. He dropped one from the cable at his throat and grabbed his knife. He stabbed wildly until his blade slipped in between the white armor plates on his attacker's arm. He felt the blade stab through flesh, heard a cry through the roar of blood in his ears, felt the pressure on his neck release. As his attacker dropped him, Drake saw blood spraying from the wound, splashing over his uniform, dark, violet, alien blood. There was a flash of rust red to one side. He spun to face it, but it was too late. The Bothan's arm lashed out. The pain in his throat became searing. He dropped his knife and clutched for his neck, but his hands went slippery with blood. His legs collapsed beneath him. He hit the deck hard, but he could barely feel it. His lungs strained for breath, and the world went dark around him. Fear effect. Fear effect. Fear effect. Ekraheen swore as Tor tried to wrap a hasty tourniquet around his left arm using the same cable the Emlia had just choked the Imp commander with. Just hold still. Tor hissed as he wrestled with him. I can't do this. I just hope that shuttle has a criffing med kit. Darylin glanced down at the Imp commander. Blood spilled from his throat and onto the cold metal floor. His body twitched, his mouth flapped like a fish's, and his eyes stared upward toward the ceiling. He'd be dead in a minute. You sure you jammed the cameras? Cask Freller asked as he went around to the room, pulling his poison needles out of the other two imps and sticking them back in his tunic's hidden pockets. Well, if it didn't work, we'll find out real quick, right? Tor asked as he tugged Eckerhein's tourniquet tighter. His stormy helmet still on, Jet Carr went over to one of the consoles and looked it over. Darylin hurried to his side. Tell me this thing connects to the main computer core. If it didn't, they were probably as dead as the imp whose throat Cask had just slit. You should have full access, so long as you can slice it, Carr said. I can't slice anything, Darylin grunted and shouldered him aside. Before he could start, the station shuddered again. Eckerhine swore, loudly, and Tor hissed, keep it down. The rogues sure are making this look real. Carr sounded nervous. That's the plan, Darylin said. Now if they just stop shooting at us for a minute, I could get to work. Soontir Fel pulled his X-Wing away from Baudelay's orbital station, then wheeled around for another attack run. He glanced at his scanners as saw Nrin keeping right at his side. They'd made 2 runs thus far while the rest of the rogues tangled with the ties and the Carrack. The station, as expected, had decent shields, but if they'd brought the whole squad into fight, they probably could have cracked it open by now. Look alert, Nrin called. 4 eyeballs incoming. Fel checked his scanners and there they were, screaming toward them while the rest of the rogues tried to draw the Carrack and his squadron away from the station. We hook right and catch them head on, Nrin said. Understood. He was in no position to refuse orders, and he had no better plan anyway. Understood. On your mark. They pulled away from the station, out of range of his turbolaser cannons, and wheeled to face the approaching ties. He spotted the glow of Baudelay's surface reflected in their octagonal viewports and rested his targeting reticules on their glint. I'll take above, you take below, Nrin ordered. Lasers only. 4 ties began to spew green plasma at the 2 X-Wings. Nrin and Fel shunted power to their shields to absorb the spray, but they still did their best to dance around the first barrage, all the while trying to keep their sights locked on the ties. Anytime, Nrin, Fel muttered. Then the Corrin said, mark. Fel squeezed the trigger. His first short speared one tie through the center of his cockpit. The second clipped the fighter's solar panel and sent it spinning. Nrin caught his first target where his port solar panel met the support pylon. There was a sharp explosion, and the starboard panel went spiraling through space, leaving debris behind. The 4th tie pulled steeply upward. Nrin and Fel cut through the debris where the other 3 fighters had been. Shrapnel sparked and bounced off their strengthened shields and sent their sensor screens flickering. Damn, Nrin snapped. Where's the last one? He must be above, Fel said as static kept bursting across his screens. Suddenly green plasma flashed in front of him. Nrin swore again. The tie plunged down on them both, splattering light over their dorsal shields. Fel's astromech droid let out an alarmed wail a half-second before the tie's plasma blast broke through his shields and caught his fighters aft. Fel wrestled with the control stick as it tried to leap from his hand. His fighters shuddered around him. Afraid one of his engines was hit, he looked at his screens, no damage there. His astromech was gone. There was no telling how much damage the shot had done. I have him. He heard Nrin cry, right before the space beneath him lit up with a fireball. He watched as Nrin's X-Wing pulled up and leveled out ahead of him. Far-red thrust engines glowed in his face as the Corrin called. Status, Rogue 8. Droid is out. Engines are stable. Hyperdrives. Diagnostics are green, he said, but they both knew he'd only find out when time came to escape. He wasn't ready for that, though. Nrin asked, are you good for another run? As long as my torp tubes aren't empty. Then form on my wing. Understood. 7. The data key Darylin had brought along with him was outwardly unremarkable. He'd come wearing it on a cable around his neck, hidden from view beneath his baggy tunic and black fur. The black case key, a paw-length long and claw-breadth wide, could be inserted into any standard console for data transfer. Similar-looking keys could be bought on the civilian market for a modest price, but this one had been specially developed for Republic Intel agents. A commercial key could only hope to contain, at most, 1/100th of the data stored in the ubiquitous archives on Baudelay's orbital station. Darelin's key could store it all. He didn't know how long it took him to break through all the encryption, open up the files, and begin the data dump onto his key. When he was slicing, he zoned out of everything else, the bodies around him, the nervous voices, even the occasional shudder as the rogues dropped another torpedo on the station's shields. But when it was over, he wasted no time. He ejected the key, threw it back around his neck, and called, "Done." "Right on time," Carr said. Darelin looked to the far side of the chamber, where the human had just finished setting up 2 sets of explosive charges along the wall. He looked back at Darelin and said, "Hey, you sure this is an outer bulkhead?" "Yeah, it'd be really embarrassing if we blew into somebody's fresher." Eckerheen winced as he held his arm. Just glad he was making jokes. Darelin glanced back at the console. "Let me double check. I can't pull up a map." "Ready to signal the shuttle whenever you're ready," Tor said. He'd already pulled out his comlink. "Map checks out. Should disrupt the shields too, just like we planned," Darelin said. "Let's get out of here." It took Tor a second to make the call. When he was done, Kask asked, "You got your beacon?" "Yeah, let's go in. She'll know right where to find us." "Well, we should be hard to miss, what with the gaping hole we're about to blow," Carr said as he hurried away from his explosive setup. "I just hope nobody tries to stop her," Kask said. "They've got to be wondering where their CO is right now." Well, in a second he'd gonna be drifting frozen in the vacuum. Darelin glanced down at the commander's corpse. "Everybody grab hold of something. Shotev, can you handle it?" "I'm no weakling." The Emily I had already stuck his stormy helmet back on and was grasping the side of a console with his good hand. "Great. Devin, where's our ride?" Tor glanced at his palm-held scanner. "She's coming right up. Should be here any second now." As if on call, his comlink squeaked twice. "Okay, that's the signal. She's in position. Everyone hold on." Darelin gripped the metal console so tight his claws scraped. "Jek, do it now." The human squeezed the trigger, and the first set of charges went off. Darelin had been expecting some explosion, some flash of light, some ear-breaking pop. Instead, there was a tiny quarter-second of nothing. Then a rectangle of sparks appeared in the middle of the bulkhead, making a fiery frame about the size of a standard airlock. Whatever he put along the wall was eating its way through the bulkhead. Then came the pop. The cut-open chunk of the bulkhead winked out of existence, sucked into space. As the wind began to howl around his ears, Darelin saw it bounce off the metal frame of the shuttle. Feelers swooped in close enough to kiss their raggedy self-made airlock. Stray objects began to get pulled out the open space. A flying datapad nearly caught Kask in the head, and one of the imp corpses tumbled out toward the stars. The shuttle swung its starboard side right next to the hole. The airlock popped open, and Phyllis stuck her head out. Wind sucked out of her shuttle, tearing of her black cap, swirling loose strings of gold hair around her face. She waved for them to come. They didn't need more prompting. Rogue Squadron pilots were the best. Phyllis has brought the shuttle so close she could reach out, grab Eckerheen by the good hand, and haul him directly into her ship without his feet ever having to kick across the vacuum. Then went Kask, then Tor, then Carr, and finally Darelin himself. The moment he was in, Phyllis sealed the airlock tight. The shuttle's artificial oxygen generator whirled into overdrive to compensate for what they just lost. As everyone else lay panting on the floor, Phyllis staggered over to the cockpit controls and began to turn the shuttle around. "Tell us when we're clear," Darelin rasped from his knees. A second later, she said, "Clear. Jek, blow that thing." "With pleasure." Darelin didn't get to see the second set of explosives go off. He didn't get to see the whole outer wall of the chamber explode, didn't get to see the bodies get flushed out into space. He didn't have to. He reached up and clutched the data key dangling against his sternum. That was all he needed. Time for the last act, Wedge called as he wheeled his X-wing to face the orbital station. He saw the flash of an explosion on his hull, saw the shuttle break clear and run. "For flight, what's your status?" he called. "Ready for one last run," Niriz said. "Rogue 8, are you hanging in there?" "Affirmative, lead." He wasn't going to get more out of Fel than that. "Everybody else, get ready to run." "Glad to, Wedge," Jansen said. "This dance is wearing me out." It was wearing them all out. They'd taken out half of the TIE fighters at no loss of their own, but all of their ships were beaten up, and all his pilots, tired from the obnoxious game of engage and retreat they'd been playing the whole time the insertion team was on the station. He didn't know how long they'd been stalling, but it was long enough. One last thing to do, Wedge muttered to himself, and armed his torpedoes. Feel his shuttle soared toward him. He dove to meet her. He set his targeting reticules directly on the shuttle's looming cockpit. This was the riskiest part of the mission, and the most important. It was something Wedge knew only he could take the responsibility for. He tapped his joystick button twice. 2 proton torpedoes streaked forward. He could judge distance with his eyes. He knew when to tap the joystick one more time. The torps exploded in unison, creating massive bursts of light, a bright fireball that made him wince and veer away. As inertia pinned him back against his seat, his peripheral vision caught Fel's shuttle bursting through the explosion, energy, and debris dancing across its shields as they held. To the imps on the station, already overwhelmed with the torps and Fel had just dropped into their unshielded hangar, it would look like Wedge had just blown that fleeing shuttle to vapor. He wheeled his fighter around to settle on the shuttle's right flank. He pulled ahead slightly so he could glance into the cockpit. He spotted Fel's bright head, saw her flash a thumbs up. He flashed his own, then gunned his engines forward. The other rogues were already jumping out of the system. A few seconds later, he joined them. Chapter 7. Coruscant. All things considered, the transport business could have been worse. After the rebels took Brental, there had been a short spike of outgoing traffic from Imperial Center. Mostly rich folk or off-worlders making a run for it because they thought a fleet of terrorists was just a short jump away. Now that it was clear the rebels' forward offensive had petered out, people started to feel more comfortable casually hopping planets again, which meant Saris Transit Limited might climb out of the red this year after all. Everybody knew the news nets were all censored by ISB and not very reliable, but a planet with 1 trillion beings on it generated a lot of gossip, and a business being like Ken Lasaris knew how to filter out fact from fiction pretty well. He and his clan mates had started running their ferry service up the Hydean Way from Coruscant all the way to the corporate sector 5 years ago, but since the Emperor's death things had gotten messy. He'd had to keep up to date on all the latest word of mouth to know what parts of space were safe to run his ships through, and which might get a transport captured, blown up, or otherwise afflicted with a lawsuit-inducing problem. It was a massive pain, and frankly he wished old Palps had hung on. Granted, Togruta like him hadn't had it the greatest under his rule, but things weren't any better under Iser. At least with Palpatine in charge you could run a stable business. The rebels said they were all about liberating oppressed non-human races, which was well and good, but they didn't seem to care how much they messed with an honest Togruta's livelihood. Saris Transit Limited sent 2 ships outbound per day, one early in the morning and the other at late evening. The ISB had been slowly taking over customs work from the local security force ever since Iser took over, which meant Saris flights were often delayed because Imperial black shirts insisted on opening up everyone's luggage. Because his passengers couldn't blame Iser, they blamed him instead, which meant he always had to deal with a raft of customer complaints. The morning crowd was a lot of commuters who regularly took his lines. They had discounted tickets and had been pre-screened by Imperial Center Customs, which meant they were more likely to get off on time. Saris was working in the office at the entrance to the landing pad, selling and checking tickets and waving passengers toward the ISB checkpoint when an unfamiliar human came, asking for a one-way ticket to Coruscant. He was sure ISB would check her because she was unfamiliar and hoped they didn't give her too hard a time. He stuck her identity card into the computer and uploaded her information into his passenger registry. As he waited for the system to confirm her, he glanced over the counter and gave her another look. Coruscant was on the edge of Singe's territory, as far as his shuttles were going right now, but she was only carrying one bag. She looked a little uncomfortable on her feet. Her belly was swelled like it was going to burst, and it took him a moment to remember how that only happened when female humans were gestating. To be polite, he asked, "How much longer, miss?" She blinked. "Excuse me? You're, what did humans call their spawn?" "Your child, miss." "Oh." She rested her free hand on her stomach and smiled politely. "Just a couple more months." "Male or female?" he asked as the computer finished her registration. He took out her identity card and handed it back. "I don't know yet. I was waiting until his father and I were together again. Then we find out." "He waiting at Coruscant, miss." "That's right. You know the transport isn't stopping at Brental." "Of course. Rebel territory. The detour around it won't add more than a day to your trip, miss. Once you're clear of that little mess, you'll have straight, safe flying all the way up to Hydian. Can I have your bank card, please?" "I'll just be paying with chips today, if you don't mind." "I can't do that, can't I?" There was no reason why she couldn't, but the flight out to Coruscant was fairly expensive, and most beings just charged it right to their credit accounts. He smiled politely and said, "That'll be no problem at all, miss." Once she paid, he waved her through the gate to where the ISB agents were waiting. Once she was gone, he examined the credits closely. He was good at spotting forgeries, and these looked legitimate. As to why she'd insisted on paying with chips, well, he'd probably never know, and there was no point in wondering. As a few more customers came in, he kept an eye on the woman and the ISB agents through the window. As he'd been expecting, the ISB agents had no qualms about opening a pregnant woman's travel case and rummaging through it. Apparently, they didn't find anything incriminating, because they waved her through and let her board the transport. Cyrus breathed a tiny sigh of relief. They might even lift off on schedule today. Syal Antilles placed her suitcase in the overhead compartment and sat down on the seat nearest the window. The chairs in these liners were large and comfortable, designed for long hauls. It would be several days to Coruscant, and from there she didn't know where she'd go. Iser had done a good job of blocking all legitimate transit routes between her territory and Republic-owned systems. Syal could have tried to buy passage with a smuggling ship, but anyone who took illegal passengers on probably wouldn't hesitate to hand her over to the Imperials if they found out her identity. Here, on this passenger ship with 1,000 others, she could be something like anonymous. The line between systems loyal to Iser and the other Imperial warlords was vague, and patrols were a lot more lax than in areas bordering on Republic space. According to Rusty Scuttlebutt, Coruscant's governor was loyal to Singe, but kept his ports open to pretty much everyone. It was therefore a perfect place to swap ships and keep climbing up the Hydian. Civilians might have been able to pass more or less easily from Iser's territory to Singe's, but she bet Singe would be on the lookout for ISB agents. Singe might have his own intel people on the lookout, but at least at Coruscant she'd be safe from Iser's hunters. That was what she hoped anyway. Her heart lifted when the pilot announced they were ready for takeoff. The transport shuddered only a little as it fired its repulsors and kicked up from the landing pad. As she rose, she leaned close to the window and peered down. The two ISB agents who questioned her looked like black insects below. Then the transport banked, and the landing pad was gone. She kept her eyes on the brilliant spires of Imperial City, her home for almost 20 years. Then the shuttle rose higher still, and the spires fell away. She knew in her heart that she'd never see them again. The Coruscant system was the bright center of the galaxy, but most of the brightness came from the Imperial center itself. The system had 10 other planets, only one of which was inhabited, Fondor 3, the next planet sunward from Imperial Center, which was mostly notable for its agriculture and military garrison. The next ones rimward from the capital were a pair of massive gas giants, Muscave and Impraco, each orbited by 20-some uninhabited moons mostly used for mining or occasional live-fire exercises by the local defense forces. Because it was so close to Imperial Center, yet received so little traffic, the fifth moon of Muscave was an ideal place for a rendezvous. Thrawn and Niriz, with only a half-dozen stormtroopers as guards, had left Grey Wolf behind outside the system's edge, boarded a shuttle, and taken a short hyperspace hop to their destination. It should have felt strange, being in the core again, but Niriz mostly kept wondering whether Isard would greet them with a Star Destroyer or a TIE Squadron and blow them to atoms. Thrawn had been keeping tabs on Imperial Center from the unknown regions, and it was clear that the intelligence director had put knives in more than a few backs to get where she was. She had to know that Thrawn represented a potential threat to her power. Niriz was relieved, then, to see only another Lambda-class shuttle waiting for them over Muscave's fifth moon. The two shuttle folded wings and maneuvered to couple ventral airlocks like a pair of birds clasping talons. When their artificial gravity temporarily disabled, Niriz and Thrawn clambered across the wall of the rear hold to the airlock portal. 4 stormtroopers floated behind them, E-11 rifles ready. When the airlock opened, they were met with the mirroring image of 4 white armored soldiers. In front of them was Ysanne Isard in her scarlet uniform, white streaked black hair billowing around her head. It made her look almost comical, but the woman said with heavy dignity, "Welcome, Grand Admiral Thrawn." The Chiss inclined his head slightly. "Thank you for having me, Madam Director." "Come," Isard said. "I have a chamber prepared. We have much to talk about." When Thrawn didn't move right away, she added, "You may take some of your guards into my shuttle. I only want to talk." "As do I." Thrawn held up a hand, twin fingers out. 2 of his stormtroopers stayed in the hold, while 2 more followed him and Niriz into the other shuttle. Isard pushed herself toward the back of the hold, saying, "I would like to speak privately." "No guards for either of us." "Very well," said Thrawn. "However, I will insist Dagon Niriz accompany me." Isard's eyes, a disconcerting blue-red pair, darted to the captain. He saw suspicion, and something else. Envy, perhaps, that she had no one to trust as Thrawn trusted him. He realized that might have been the reason Thrawn brought him here in the first place. Iser gave a wordless nod, then went through the portal. The artificial gravity had been localized to their aft chamber, and the 3 of them awkwardly maneuvered themselves to land boots first on the deck. There were only 2 chairs in the small cabin, and without instruction, Niriz took his place over the seated admiral's shoulder. Isard spared Niriz one more bichromate glare before turning her attention to Thrawn. She placed her hands palm down on her red thighs and said, "You asked for this conference, Admiral. Please go first." He inclined his head in a slight nod. "You should know that the SS Ceruvi Imperium is no longer a threat. Exterminated. Broken." She nodded, satisfied. "What of your warlord nemesis, Nuzo Esva?" Isard had been privileged to more confidential information than anyone else under Palpatine. It was no surprise that she knew about Thrawn's operations in the unknown regions. Still, Niriz felt disconcerted. "Nuzo Esva is contained, but not defeated. I do not believe he poses any immediate threat to Imperial space. We will, of course, continue to counter him in his own territory." She seemed satisfied with that. Likely she'd been afraid that Thrawn was going to announce some hostile takeover of her holdings in the core. Thrawn folded white-gloved hands in his lap. "I have been following affairs in this part of the galaxy for the past year, so I'm reasonably familiar with the status of the war against the rebellion. It doesn't seem that they are in the position to begin a new offensive. Their military is exhausted and they're in need of resources," said Isard, "but it is only temporary. To be frank, Admiral, I don't currently have enough ships to stamp them out. And to be even more frank, there are many so-called Imperials who don't want me to." "Warlords," Thrawn said simply. "Singe, Teradoc, Jerec, Brill, Hersk, Dovardis. And those are just the ones worth mentioning. They've played soft with the rebels. They'd rather Coruscant fall to a band of alien anarchists than stay in my hands." Her voice was tight and bitter. Niriz couldn't even blame her. The way all the new warlords had flagrantly disrespected traditional Imperial authority had been appalling, even to Niriz himself, whose own allegiance had gradually shifted away from Palpatine. Thrawn said, "You're fortunate that I do not agree with them. I believe maintaining the integrity of the core is our second most important priority. The third most important is re-establishing central authority over the breakaway warlords." She raised an eyebrow. "The first? Pacification of threats from what you call the unknown regions." Of course, she smirked. "I won't quibble over your ranking so long as we're mostly in agreement. The question, Admiral, is how you plan on helping the Empire here in charted space." Iser was desperate for more ships, for Thrawn's military expertise. Niriz could see that. Thrawn, though, said, "Nuzosva is my main concern at the moment. I do not believe the Empire will be secure until we have control of the western border. I understand you still have Grand Admirals Grant and Makati in your service." "This is correct." A question hung between them. Iser said, "Tell me, Admiral, what is your opinion of Grant and Makati?" "I did not spend much time in the Emperor's court," he demurred. "Neither did Grant and Makati. They were never glory hounds like Teshik or Tigellinus." According to rumors, Grand Admiral Tigellinus had initially welcomed Thrawn into the Imperial court, then humiliated and rejected him. If mention of the man angered the Chiss, he gave no sign. When it became clear Thrawn wasn't going to give his opinion, Iser gave hers. "Makati is a very competent commander and very loyal, but he needs more resources. As for Grant, he's capable but too cautious. If he had to choose between his life or the Empire's, he'd choose his own. I can't depend on him." After a thoughtful pause, Thrawn asked, "What of the garrison and annexes? Azure Hammer Command still has the Whelm and a large support fleet. Or am I misinformed?" Iser shook her head. Admiral Keyes is cautious also. In other words, he was unwilling to give Iser his fleet, but unwilling to throw his lot in with the warlord either. Niriz didn't know Keyes well, but he'd heard the man was a big devotee of high human culture. He'd never give Thrawn any help. "I've tasked Grand Admiral Makati with planning an offensive against Singe," Iser said. "I'm sure he would welcome your input. He's a very practical man." In other words, he wouldn't reject Thrawn just for being non-human. Thrawn, though, said, "I'll take that under consideration. However, there is another reason why I came to see you. And that is, I want to help you solve a problem, Madam Director. A private one." "Private?" She looked honestly confused. Thrawn nodded. "You've kept it off the news nets, but I know that General Baron Soontir Fel has defected to the rebels, and that you are searching for his wife." Anger flared in her eyes. She nodded. "I'm sure you are trying to capture Ysanne Starflare, and thereby capture him, at which point you will dispense the justice due to traitors. That is what I want to help you with." "What makes you think I need help?" she said defensively. "Despite being intimately familiar with ISB and Ubiquitous operations, you have failed to capture either Fel or his wife after 6 months." Iser's eyes darted to the side, like she was considering how much to say. When they swung back to Thrawn, she said, "We were very close. Just days ago, I had a team tracking rebel intelligence agents who come to Imperial Center to extract her. They shadowed the rebel agents as they retrieved her and took her to a safe house." She scowled. "Unfortunately, my agents failed in their attempt to seize their target." "Killed?" asked Thrawn. "As well as 2 rebel agents. Their corpses were ransacked and Starflare's body wasn't on the scene. We can only assume Starflare took their identicards and ran. My operatives reported only 2 rebel agents were with her, so I suspect she's alone. She's probably trying to get off Imperial Center, if she hasn't already escaped." "You have no way of tracing her?" Iser hesitated again, then said, "The chief ISB agent on that mission was carrying a special identicard that grants him access to almost any location in Imperial space. That identicard also contains a tracer chip that periodically emits an isotopic tracer transmission on a very, very narrow frequency. It wasn't on his body." "And you believe Starflare took that card?" She probably doesn't even know what it is. She probably took it because it looked useful. And have you found that pulse on Imperial Center? Iser scowled. There was a communications blackout on the team. The transmission can only be read for a limited time, and my operatives were dead for hours before we knew the mission failed. The agents responsible have been punished. Thrawn leaned forward. If you doubt your agent's abilities, I have a special team standing by to help your search. Special how? They're some of my best men. They came up through Imperial ranks, just as we did. Right now, I suspect Ysanne Starflare is going to flee for Warlord territory. It's easier to get into than Rebel Hell space, and much harder for your ISB agents to reach. My team has no such limits. Suspicious, she asked, why would you help me capture Starflare? Because I want Baron Fel captured as much as you do. And what do you want in return? Thrawn spread his hands. Baron Fel, of course. She stared at him, considering. Alive. He nodded. Baron Fel is a traitor. He deserves what all traitors deserve, Admiral, and frankly, I've been very eager to give it to him personally. Why should I leave his fate in your hands? Because he will be in my hands, and soon. After that, he will never fly for the rebels again. I promise that. You sound very confident in your men. I am, he said. Are you? Iser wrestled with the winds and turned it into a scowl. All right. I will give you all the intelligence I have on Baron Fel and his wife. Now please, tell me about these special agents of yours. Are you sure we're right for this, sir? Asked Derek Lerone as he stood in Thrawn's briefing room aboard Grey Wolf. None of us have formal intel experience. Your team survived ISB pursuit for 3 months while waging a private war against corruption in the Empire, the Grand Admiral said as he paced in front of the viewport. Grey Wolf was parked far outside the Coruscant system, and there were only distant stars outside. I know, sir, but don't you have other agents? Vonter, for example, or... Thrawn held up a hand. Vonter does not know Imperial space. Very few of my men do. Yours, however, have been all across the galaxy and have experience blending and evading detection. What about the 501st, sir? You've trained a highly competent unit. They will survive until you return. Thrawn held out a small data chip. This contains everything Iser gave us about the target's last known whereabouts and how to track her. He took it, ran his thumb along its metallic edge. Where was she last seen? Imperial Center, 2 days ago. It's very likely she's off-world by now, but it may be possible to find where she went. I've obtained a ship for your team. Mandalorian design, but often sold to civilians. It's been stocked with weapons, as well as medical and surveillance equipment. And, if you decide to use them, 5 sets of stormtrooper armor. You want us to be ready for anything. As I said, the target has quite likely fled Imperial Center by now. She'll probably try to get to Rebel space via Warlord territory. Her main goal is to escape Iser. Lerone wasn't quite sure why they were helping Iser track down a fugitive. Because he had to find out at some point, he asked, Admiral, who is the target? Thrawn turned to fix red eyes on him. You've heard of Baron Soontir Fel, of course. Lerone blinked. Of course. 6 months ago, Baron Fel defected to the rebels. He currently flies with their elite rogue squadron. Your assignment is to capture his fugitive wife. It took a moment to compute. You mean Ysanne Starflare? The actress. The same? Though I'm sure she's changed her appearance to be less recognizable. The little chip in his hand felt brick heavy. Sir, is our goal to capture Starflare, then use her to capture Fel? Correct. Are we doing this for Iser? Or are we doing this for us? Iser wants him alive so she can kill him herself. I believe he's much more valuable if he stays alive. Of course Iser wanted him dead. He was a hero of the Empire turned traitor. Lerone was a traitor too, in his way. He didn't like to think of himself like that. After he'd taken his squad on the run, he kept telling himself he was serving the Empire, just in his own way. Even after signing on with Thrawn and leaving the known galaxy behind, he'd still told himself he was serving, even though he knew the Empire Thrawn had built in uncharted space was very different from the one Palpatine had made. Maybe that was the whole point. Thrawn had offered Laron and his men a second chance. Now he wanted to do the same for Baron Fel. It was definitely a better fate than whatever Isard had planned for him. Laron couldn't express how much Thrawn's trust meant to him, how it was flattering and terrifying at the same time. Instead of trying to stay it, he snapped a salute and said, "We'll find her, sir." Thrawn simply nodded and gestured for him to leave. As Laron marched down the halls, he felt like his head had gone separate from his body. Everything seemed dreamy, unbelievable. He rode the lift back down to the ready room, where Quiller, Markross, Brightwater, and Grave were all the middle of a Sabbath game. "Hey Quiller," he called, "we've got a new mission, search and retrieve. You'll never guess who the target is." When Palpatine appointed as Grand Admirals at the Fate Week celebration, he'd ignited a raft of speculation and rumor-mongering as to why he'd picked those 12 men to be his elite commanders, removing them from the Imperial Navy's formal command structure, making them answerable only to him. The rumor-mongers believed there was some secret unifying rationale behind the Emperor's choices, and jealously traded what they believed to be great secrets to which only Palpatine and his elite 12 were privy. As usual, the rumor-mongers missed the point. Palpatine's rationale was only ever apparent to Palpatine, though by the end Octavian Grant was starting to have his doubts about even that. He'd been watching the man in action for 30 years, wondering which trait would ultimately define his life, his genius, his ambition, or his arrogance. At Endor, the rebels had given an answer. It was, at least, a relief to Grant that in all the swirling rumors, his name hadn't raised the most confusion. He wasn't young like Tigellinus, a mongrel like Pitta, a low-born, overambitious social climber like Zarn, or a lunatic like Al-Raz. He came from noble Fondorian family. He boasted a number of victories against the rebels and the separatists before them, and he had more years of combined service in the judicial force, Republic, and Imperial fleets than any other Grand Admiral except late Joseph Grunger. Despite an aversion to politicking in the Imperial court, he nonetheless managed to build a network of loyal allies in the Imperial armed forces, made largely of younger officers whose careers he'd shepherded, and who'd ever forgotten what they owed him. Most of those connections were still in the Navy. Grant had only one ally who worked in Imperial intelligence, which made him the most valuable of all. The night before his departure for his conference with Ardus Kaine, Grant paid Colonel Morell a personal visit. Isard was surely aware of his relationship with his former naval intelligence officer, and they took great steps to avoid notice. They came dressed in plain clothes, blending in with the hundreds of other beings wandering around Monument Plaza that evening. If Isard was watching one or both of them, it would be impossible to read their lips in the dark or pick out their voices from the clamor. Still, Grant felt tense as he and Morell walked lazy loops around the statue to Wolf Ullerin that had been erected after terrorists had blown Old Admiral to bits over Yavin, along with Tarkin and so many more men Grant had known for decades. "You keep looking at the statue," Morell commented as he sauntered along, both hands stuck in the pockets of his trousers. "Wondering if they'll put you up there someday. Personally, I think you'd look splendid right next to that statue of Grand Moff Tarkin." "They'd better not," Grant sniffed. "They've turned this place into a monument to the Empire's martyrs. Ullerin, Tarkin, Ramodi. Don't forget Palpatine." Morell nodded at the statue in the center of the plaza that towered twice as high as the rest. That one had been erected long before Endor, and they both knew it, but when put alongside all the others it started to look like a self-fulfilling prophecy. "I've heard Iser's planning to put one up for Sin," Morell continued. "I'm guessing not for Pitta or Grunger. They deserve one as much as Zarin." Morell slowed his pace and looked up at the high stony underside of Ullerin's jaw. "I'm sure you didn't ask me here to talk about statues." "I want to make sure I don't become one." Morell allowed a slanted grin. "Looking to stay informed. Keeping informed means keeping alive. Now more than ever. And you don't trust our illustrious leader to tell you everything you need to know. Isard seems to think I can work miracles just because Palpatine gave me a white uniform." She thinks I didn't capture Grunder's superstar destroyer because I wasn't trying hard enough. Morel chuckled, though for the life of him Grant didn't know what was so funny. The other man drew a hand from his pocket. In the darkness, Grant could just barely see distant light reflect off the smooth side of a data card. Morel's hand casually swung forward. Grant picked the card and dropped it in his pocket. If Isard had watchers in the night, they'd never have spotted it. Grant was an Imperial Grand Admiral from one of the finest houses on Fondor, but here he was, sneaking in the dark like a common criminal. It was degrading and humiliating but, in a strange way, exciting. Latest reports, Morel said. Things I thought you'd be interested in. Anything on Kaine? Actually, no. It seems he's locked down his sectors pretty tight. We've got agents in Singe territory, but even they're having a hard time pulling out useful data. The ones Singe doesn't catch and kill, he feeds false intel. He was always a clever one, Grant said, trying to keep the disappointment from his voice. It seems he come all this way for nothing. Some interesting bits of local stuff you might like. Oh, really? Morel ignored his sarcasm. We've been having problems with sabotage on the Eclipse project. Isard's trying to push construction on Kuwait to go faster, but that's hard without compromising security. She's really trying to fix her lack of superstar destroyers. Yes, she did seem rather insecure about that. And another thing. You know Baron Fel defected to the rebels. Of course. Isard does tell me pertinent information from time to time. Well, I'm glad, because that means you also know she's been trying to capture Fel's wife for the past 6 months. Are you telling me she succeeded? Close, but not quite. Her ISB agents tracked Starflare and 2 rebel operatives to a safe house. When they tried to break in, they caught resistance. You mean they all got killed trying to nab one vapid holo actress? I'm sure the rebel agents helped. They got killed in the fighting but Starflare slipped through the cracks and escaped Imperial Center. It's good to see I'm not solely responsible for her bad mood. The reports since have been interesting. Isard removed everyone associated with the Starflare hunt from the op. You mean the ones that weren't killed? Yes. They've all been reassigned. She didn't designate any new ISB agents to track Starflare, but she just got an initial report from someone else. Grant frowned. How do you know she didn't just assign agents outside your scope of vision? My scope of vision is as wide as I need it to be. Whoever's tracking Starflare, they're not ISB. She wouldn't hire mercenaries for something this important. I didn't think so either, but I'm low on other options. It would make some kind of sense considering. Considering what? They think Starflare grabbed a ship and hopped off planet. She'll probably be trying to make her way to rebel-held space, likely through warlord territory. That does make sense. Their borders are more porous. Exactly. And Singe and Teradok have been good at picking off Isard's agents. If she tries to use ISB people to grab Starflare in their space, there's a good chance the Warlaws will learn of it and grab her instead. Precisely? I can't believe it's mercenaries, not for a target like that. I don't know what to tell you. All I know is that Isard's new team, whoever they are, got in a ship and are chasing after her. It was intriguing, but Grant had no idea what to do with that information. The only way it might be useful would be if Starflare tried hiding in Kaine's territory, though even though, Grant wasn't sure what he could do about it. Still, Morel was doing him a favor. Whoever had Weinsa Starflare had Baron Fel, and there were few more valuable men in the galaxy. Thank you for this, Colonel, he said finally. How long will you away from Imperial Center? That is, uncertain. At least a week. I'll let you know when I return. I might require an update. I'm happy to serve, sir. And he really was. Grant was grateful for that. Loyalty was supposed to go 2 ways and benefit both parties. If Isard understood that, she just might have a chance of saving the Empire. But instead, it was up to Grant to find a way to save himself. Chapter 8. Home 1. Tycho Seltru rarely looked back on his years in Imperial service fondly, but every once in a while, nostalgia came and tapped him on the shoulder. Back when he'd been a TIE pilot aboard the Star Destroyer Accuser, he'd only dropped into his fighter's ball cockpit right before launch. As TIEs weren't hyperdrive capable, he'd only ever spent at most 15 minutes sitting in his crash seat before jumping out of the hangar for a patrol flight or an attack mission. And when the job was done, he'd fly right back into Accuser and jump out of his TIE, eager to stretch and jump and shake away the unique cocktail of stiff, tense, and stir-crazy that you only ever found in a starfighter cockpit. Nowadays, he flew X-Wings. They were hyperspace capable and far more versatile than TIEs, but sometimes they really made him miss his Imperial days. The mission to Baudelaise required 7 hours in hyperspace getting there and another 7 hours back. He'd gotten plenty of rack time before leaving Home 1, and he'd spent most of the 7 inbound hours doing small stretches in his cockpit, reviewing intel and data plans, gnawing at rations, or holding mostly one-sided conversations with his astromech droid. All the while, expectation of the coming fight had left adrenaline coursing through his body. He felt stiff sometimes, but never tired. Some people could sleep in their X-Wing cockpits. Wedge could do it, and so could Jansen. Tycho wasn't one of them. It seemed to be a trait more common in pilots who hadn't gotten their chops in short-range TIEs. As a result, he spent the 7 hours back to Home 1 unable to sleep or do anything except want to get out of his fighter really, really badly. When they finally landed and he finally got to jump down onto a solid deck for the first time in 15 hours, he didn't know whether he wanted to drop in bed or sprint to the gym and work himself into a sweat. He opted for a compromise. Once he got out of his flight suit, he sprinted for his quarters as fast as his legs and lungs would let him. As a captain and Rogue Squadron's executive officer, Tycho got a small but fairly homey cabin aboard Home 1. It was buried somewhere deep inside the Mon Cal cruiser's superstructure, so there wasn't a view, but he'd been seeing nothing but stars and hyperspace for 15 hours, and a blank white bulkhead was just fine with him now. When he stepped into his room, and the door hissed shut behind him, he paused before turning on the lights. He froze where he was in the pure dark room, back against the cool metal door. He'd been panting when he'd come in, but he held his breath. For a second he thought he'd heard someone else's respiration. He slowly moved one hand to his waistband, only to grasp at empty air. He'd left his service pistol on the Rogue's locker room with all his other gear. A soft voice said, "You're paranoid, Tycho." He let out his breath, raised his hand, and punched the light switch on the wall. For a second, the white forced his eyelids shut. When they opened, she was an arm's reach away. Her mouth was tilted in a smile that was tight, amused, and almost mocking. "You're really not supposed to do that," he told Winter. She leaned forward and kissed him once on the lips. "I wanted to surprise you. You could have done it without scaring the blazes out of me." She reached up and cupped his cheek with one hand. "Aren't fighter pilots supposed to be fearless?" "I wish," he said honestly. Winter smirked again, then stepped away. Tycho followed her and dropped himself down on his room's two-person sofa. Winter, still standing, said, "You look tired." "I just spent 15 hours in an X-Wing." "Yes, I'd heard that. I got aboard just after you left." Of course she'd heard it. Winter worked for NRI, which meant she heard all sorts of interesting tidbits, most of which were way more important than Tycho's flight schedule. But Winter remembered everything. Her eidetic memory was what made her one of Kraken's most valuable agents. Over the past year, her missions had sporadically coincided with Rogue Squadron ops, and he put effort in breaking through Winter's aloof exterior, never quite knowing how much she reciprocated his own feelings. Even now, after surprising him in his private quarters, she started scouring his meager possessions, as if determined to look at anything but him. Tycho sighed and slumped against the sofa's cushioned cushions. "Winter," he said, "what are you doing here? It's got to be for something special." "I just finished up a field op," she said innocently. "Kraken wanted me to report for debriefing, but he's busy for the next few hours." "A debriefing? In person? It's the most secure way to do it." "Fair enough. I don't suppose it has anything to do with our raid at Baudelaise." "I didn't even know you were at Baudelaise." He supposed he believed her. That op had been put together with Admiral Drayson's team, not Krakens, though he'd never been quite sure where NRI's purview ended and fleet intels began. "So you really don't know what your next mission is?" he asked. "You're just waiting." "Pretty much, yes." "Well," he slapped both hands on his thighs. "Me too." She glanced down at him, finally, and smiled that tight smile. "Well, amazing how that works out. We deserve a lucky break. Come on, sit down." After a short show of reluctance, Winter dropped next to him on the sofa. She leaned against him and rested her white-haired head against his. Her weight and warmth felt good, and he snaked an arm around her shoulder. "Who knows, maybe next stop we'll be teamed up again." "I hope not," she said seriously. "It hasn't worked out well in the past." She had a point. "Okay, I admit Ciutric was a mess, but we got out of Csilla okay. If you ignore the part about getting captured by Leonia Tavira. But like I said, we got out okay." He paused, then added, "And you kissed me at the end. That was mostly what I was talking about." She shuddered slightly and restrained laughter. "So that was a big deal. So big I can definitely overlook the part about getting kidnapped and beaten up by a teenage girl playing pirate." He paused, then added, "Seriously, changed my life." He could tell she was amused if she wouldn't admit it. In truth, their capture by Tavira had been a harrowing experience, in some ways worse than tangling with the Empire's best fighters. Even when fighting Fel and his 181st, their airborne duels had followed familiar rules of starfighter combat. In contrast, Leonia Tavira was a mercurial, unpredictable enemy. Supposedly she'd last been seen in the corporate sector. He hoped the rogues never ran into her again. He heard Winter sigh, then ran a hand through her white hair and said, "How long until you have to see Kraken?" She shifted her head so she could look up at him with a smile in her eyes. "Long enough," she said. Once Alpha Black returned to Home One with the data retrieved from Baudelaise, it took almost 2 standard days to decrypt and parse it all. Darylin and his people did most of the data work, though select parts were shared with Kraken's and RI staff. After everything was analyzed, Drayson met with Willem Burke, Admiral of the Third Fleet. Once they were in agreement, they took their case before the Provisional Council, or at least what scraps of it were currently available on the flagship. Mon Mothma of Chandrila and Leia Organa of Alderaan were both at Milagro, and Shantev of Sullust was visiting his newly liberated homeworld. As expected, the bulk of the debate ended up being between Admiral Akbar of Dak and Borsk Philia of Kothlis. Hiram Drayson, for his part, did his best to keep a straight face as he and Burke stood at the head of the table and watched the Bothan and the Moncal go at it. "This is hardly a time for another offensive," Philia was saying. The Bothan's cream-colored fur was literally bristling in anger. "Trying to interpose ourselves in a fight between Makati and Singe is veritable suicide. We may not get so an opportunity like this again," Akbar insisted. "Makati will be vulnerable and distracted battling Singe's forces. That leaves us an opening to strike." "Is that your goal, then? To kill Makati?" Philia swung his violet eyes on Drayson and Burke. "Or is it to actually take and hold Bandomir?" "I won't deny Bandomir is a tempting target," Burke said. "We need ionite, and that planet has enough to supply our entire fleet indefinitely." Philia drummed his claws on the tabletop. Yes, but do we actually have the resources to hold the planet?" Burke and Akbar exchanged looks across the table. The Moncal said, according to the Ubiquitous report, Singe's assets are mainly in orbit. The planet surrendered without a fight, and the extraction facilities on the surface don't seem to have altered their work either. "So in other words, you expect to chase away Singe and Makati, then park a few ships in orbit. We acknowledge that it will not be easy to hold the planet," said Burke, "but Bandomir's resources make it worth the effort. If you can defeat both Singe and Makati." Philia shook his head. "I would remind you all that I was firmly against sending a team to Ciutric also." "You were right in that instance," Akbar admitted. "But this is different. This is not a retrieval mission. This is about taking territory from 2 of our most dangerous opponents. If we succeed at Bandomir, Yes, I know. It will be a great propaganda coup. Syal waved a paw. The question is, what will it cost? We can't stand another Mendor either, let alone another Ciatric. Minder involved heavy fighting over ground assets, said Burke. This fight is going to be in orbit. Counselor Doman Barus of Corellia coughed politely into her hand. Once eyes fell on her, she said, what assets do you plan on using for this mission? At least a half-dozen destroyers and heavy cruisers, plus support vessels, said Burke. We'll want to bring her best. That will include Aggressor Wing and Rogue Squadron. Barus acknowledged mention of her nephew's unit with the tiniest nod. Beside her, Wookiee Counselor Carithra gave a low rumble. Drayson couldn't understand any Wookiee tongue, and he had to wait for the Counselor's protocol droid to translate. The Counselor wants to know how exactly you plan on intervening in a fight between Singe and Makati. Burke glanced at Drayson, and the other admiral spoke up. We don't know the timetable the Grand Admiral is looking at, only that he's planning to invade. With your permission, we'd like to assemble a task force as quickly as possible, then place ourselves in close orbit behind Invos, the planet nearest to the system's primary. It's a big gas giant with 4 moons, and it gives off a unique radiation that will help mask the presence of our ships. It would be easy to hide a task force there and monitor Makati's invasion. Carithra roared once more, and his protocol droid translated. The Counselor wonders how you will know to intervene, given that you know neither Makati's battle plan, nor how Singe will react. Counselor Verenifer Bethog of Elam said, perhaps it would be wise to study past battles against Singe and Makati. Their past actions should predict future ones. Drayson cleared his throat. Unfortunately, while we've had plenty of opportunities to observe Singe in combat, he is not the most easily predictable of commanders. As for Makati, we've never faced him in battle ourselves. After giving him his promotion to Grand Admiral, the Emperor sent him off to oversee the corporate sector. The corporate sector? Syal seized on the name. May I ask, gentlemen, why we are not directing our attention there? Burke frowned, earnestly confused. Makati was the Emperor's delegate there, yes, but he hasn't been back to the corporate sector since Endor. In fact, that's the point. Syal curled one paw into a fist. Is far in the Outer Rim. Is nominally loyal to Iser, but Singe controls most of the space between it and Coruscant, and we can be sure he's put out feelers to its board of directors. It has more raw resources than 100 Bandomirs. If we want to insert ourselves into a 3-way fracas, we should do it there. Moving our forces all the way to the corporate sector would be. This has nothing to do with military might. This is about diplomacy, negotiation, making deals. That is the language the corporate sector authority speaks, and it's the language we must speak too if we're going to be a real government. Carithra roared, and his droid said, the Counselor wants to point out that the corporate sector authority is a corrupt, oppressive government. If we were to strike a deal with them for their resources, we'd be condoning their behavior and betraying the very principles the New Republic has sworn to protect. The Counselor is wise as ever, Syal aside. The Bothan could make any compliment sound like an insult. However, principles are valuable, but so are resources, and so are the lives of thousands of good soldiers we'd put at risk by trying to get between Makati and Singe at Bandamir. His eyes flicked back to Drayson. I still don't understand why we can't do to Makati what we did to Grunger and Pitta. Makati is based off Coruscant, the Admiral said. Grunger had a loose alliance of captains under his wing. It was easy to insert an agent because they were disorganized. Makati runs a might tighter operation, and he does it right under Iser's guidance. All the more reason to call off this foolish mission and put our attention elsewhere. Cautiously, Counselor Barus said, Makati will be vulnerable outside his own territory. We may not get another chance like this. Syal looked at Akbar. Clarify for me, please. Is the goal of this mission to seize Bandamir or kill Makati? It seems to me like you're trying to do too many things at once. The Mon Cal's big eyes dropped to the table and thought for a moment, then swung upward. Our primary goal is to kill Makati. If that can be accomplished, It will be up to Admiral Burke's digression whether to pursue the liberation of Bandamir. He glanced at Burke. And you plan to accomplish all this with a half-dozen heavy cruisers. I already said we'll be bringing our best. We've also sent out feelers to fend Chiss. His Mandalorian protectors helped us turn the tide at Mendor. We're hoping they can help us again here too. Mercenaries. Felias shook his head and passed his glare around the table. There are too many unknowns here. Too many risks. I cannot support this expedition. Fortune favors the bold, Akbar said. I vote in favor. Felias bristled, but he turned his attention to the other 3 counselors present. Carithor rumbled, and his droid put in, the counselor believes this is an opportunity we cannot ignore, even accounting for the risks. Agreed, Barra said soberly. That was already 3 in favor. Drayson's pulse quickened. Counselor Bethog, however, said thoughtfully, there are many uncertain variables that cannot be accounted for at this time. I understand that fighting warfare is always like this, and that no battle plan long survives a real battle. However, a battle plan must at least provide the illusion of certainty. I see none here. I vote against. Feli looked at Akbar. Well, 3 against 2? I suppose that means your plan can't go ahead for now. But when Mon Mothma and Princess Leia return from Milagro, their opinions will be consulted, Akbar said firmly. But until then, we move ahead. Very well. Felias bristled. I hope for all our sakes I won't be proven right again. When Wedge received the battle plan for the operation at Bandamir, he was gathered with the collection of senior-level officers designated to take part, including Horton Sam from Fighter Command. He sat next to the Y-Wing pilot, listening intently to Admiral Burke. It was a pretty vague battle plan, but Naval Command seemed intent on going through with it, as it seemed to be the best chance at taking out Grand Admiral Makati away from the Corps. Wedge wasn't happy having so many variables in the battle equation, but his attention kept on drifting to the senior figures watching from the back of the room. He kept on glancing over his shoulder at Admiral Drayson and General Kraken as the 2 intel chiefs quietly whispered to one another as Burke carried on with his presentation. When the briefing was done, he quietly excused himself to Sam and Vector for the NRI chief. Drayson and Kraken had just slipped out the door and into the main corridor when Wedge caught up with them. General, Admiral, he said, I was wondering if we could talk for a moment. Drayson just gave him a sidelong glance, while Kraken said, Talk about what? Commander. I suppose this is a question for both of you, he said as the 2 older men kept walking down the hall without flagging their paces. I understand the intel we got from Baudelaise has been completely reviewed. I was wondering if you'd retrieved anything from the Ubictorate about my sister. Kraken and Drayson exchanged wordless looks. Wedge's breath caught in his chest. Drayson said, there was a huge amount of data retrieved from Baudelaise. We had to split it among our staffs just to process it as quickly as we did. I know that. But sirs, if the Ubictorate knows anything about Syal. We understand, Commander, Kraken said. I'm not aware of anything in the files NRI reviewed, but we'll give it a second look for anything about your sister. Wedge nodded, but felt vaguely disappointed that he'd had to make the request at all. Finding Syal wasn't just important to him, it was important to Fel, and by extension the fate of Rogue Squadron and the whole New Republic. Kraken and Drayson weren't fools, they had to know that. All right, he said, I'll go inform my brother-in-law. He's been insistent. Of course, said Drayson. He has a right to know. After that, Wedge made his way back to his quarters. He wasn't due to give the squadron a full briefing about Bendomir until later. Instead, he invited Tycho, Winter, and Fel to squeeze into his cramped cabin. He relayed to them what Kraken had relayed to him. Tycho and Winter sat side by side on Wedge's bed while Wedge leaned his back to the bulkhead and Fel stood with his arms crossed over his broad chest and his face locked into a scowl. Are you sure General Kraken is reliable? Fel asked. Of course he's reliable. Spies keep secrets all the time. It's part of their job. What secret? If Iser had Syal, she'd have announced it by now. She'd be trying to lure you in. Still scowling, Fel swung his dark gaze on Winter. Were you part of the analysis team? The white-haired woman didn't flinch from his glare. I was. And I didn't find anything about your wife. And can you vouch for everyone on your team? No. I only know the parcel they had me working on. I think you're jumping at shadows here, Tycho said defensively. Why would they not tell you about Syal? I don't know. Perhaps to string me along, to make sure I serve them? That was the way the Empire did things, Wedge said. We're not like Isard. Fel sighed and looked down at the floor. Apologies. You know all of this has been difficult. I placed my trust in one government and it betrayed me. It betrayed everything I thought it stood for. So you found a better one, Tycho said. I went through a lot of what you have, remember. You were different. After the Empire destroyed Alderaan, it destroyed all your doubts about defection too. Am I right? I admit my moment of moral clarity might have been clearer than yours. But that happens when somebody blows up your planet and kills everyone you knew and loved. Fel didn't flinch at the bitterness in Tycho's voice. When you defected, you had nothing to lose. That might have been part of it. You did, but you defected anyway, Wedge told Fel. That's why we're not questioning your loyalties. Or your bravery? He said it to sue Fel, but it didn't work. Agitated, the other man glanced at the door. I was faced with a choice. I had to look at the past and make a judgment to decide my future. That's what we all did when we joined the Republic, one way or the other. Fel nodded and turned for the door he'd been itching to exit for the past few minutes. No one stopped him from going. After Fel left, Winter gave Wedge a serious look. There is one possibility. Your sister might be dead, and they don't want to tell you. Or Fel, especially. Wedge looked at his boots. The idea had occurred to me. There's no reason to think that, though, Tycho said firmly. Our people want her alive. So does Isard. There's no reason anyone would try to kill her. Accidents happen, Winter said softly. But you're right. Odds are Syal is still out there somewhere, running, hiding. It should be this hard. It shouldn't be taking this long. I understand why Fel's frustrated. It's a huge galaxy. There are a billion places to hide, even for once a starflare. I know. And I trust Kraken. I really do. I can't help being impatient, though. I think you're handling it better than anyone else would, Tycho said. You're a good soldier, Wedge. Always have been. Maybe. Sometimes I wish I were a better brother. Tycho looked at the door through which Fel had left. I'm more worried about her husband. It's tearing him apart. It should be. He knows Syal better than I ever did. Wedge gave a long, long sigh. But I can't just stand around feeling sorry for myself. I've got to prepare a briefing for the rogues. About Bandomir. Tycho rose from the bed. Like I said, Wedge, you're a good soldier. You never let your head get out of the fight. And Fel. He's a good soldier too. Wedge looked at that closed door and wondered. He wondered if Fel's passion was greater than his own. He wondered if his brother-in-law would really sit, wait, and trust in his new leaders to fulfill their promise. When Soontir Fel approached Devon Tor and Homeland's cantina, he tried very hard to make it look like a spontaneous, casual act, even though it was anything but. Since the mission to Baudelaise, he'd read up on the public data files for the members of the boarding team. As expected, they didn't tell much, but he did, at least, learn that Tor was born on Essos and served for a time in Imperial intelligence before switching sides. He was the only member of that group to have defected, which made him the best person to approach. Tor was standing at the counter, having just placed his drink order to a Moncal bartender, when Fel took the spot beside him. He, too, placed an order, then allowed his attention to slip sideways to the other man. Devon Tor, isn't it? He said. Tor glanced at him. Soontir Fel. He hadn't been expecting a warm greeting, but he put out his hand anyway. That was a good operation your people pulled at Baudelaise. We couldn't have done it without your flying. Tor took his hand and shook, but without apparent enthusiasm. Still, I wanted to thank you. I'll buy your next drink, if you'd like. Assuming you're not meeting anyone else. Tor chuckled. Fel had the feeling he was being laughed at. And what if I am? What if I'm supposed to meet a lovely Zeltron lady in 5 minutes? If you are, then I'll excuse myself, though I didn't know there were any Zeltrons aboard Homeland. Tor chuckled again. There aren't. Unfortunately. Not that I would expect a married man like you to look too hard. You know I'm married. Fel had the feeling this entire exercise in subterfuge was painfully transparent. Tor was a spy, of course, and he was not. Everybody knows you married Ysanne Starflare. I also know Kraken's people are looking for her. I don't know much else beyond that, but I know that at least. I see. The bartender placed his drink on the counter, but he didn't pick it up. Tor nodded at the glass. You did pay for that, didn't you? His hand fumbled for it. Yes. Of course. I have the feeling you want to talk to me about something, so let's find a quiet booth. All right. Gladly. He followed Tor to the opposite side of the bar, where they sat down in what Fel believed as the same booth Felis and Avon and occupied the night after their briefing for the Baudelaise mission. This conversation was going to be private but hardly as intimate. I wanted to ask you a personal question, he began. Well, let's have it. Tor placed both hands on the table. I know from your file that you spent some time in Imperial service. Intelligence. I was fairly low level. Tor sipped his drink. I definitely never made the kind of name for myself you did. I'm aware of that. I'm less curious about your work as what came after. You mean my break from the Empire? Yes. Was it difficult for you? Deciding to switch sides wasn't difficult. They mostly had me doing civilian surveys, they called it. Do you know what that is? It's when you trawl through all the info you can get on private citizens who are flagged as potential problems. That means just about anything. If your neighbor doesn't like your pet monkey lizard, he can call ISB and tell them he suspects you of sedition without any evidence, and you go on the watch list. And people like me start trawling through your private data until we find something. If we do, your life is over. And sometimes if we don't, have to make an example of people you know. Fel was sure people like Tor had been assigned to trawl through his and Syal's personal histories for Iser, and felt relieved that they'd never discovered his wife's lost brother. This one time, Tor continued, we got caught on this businessman. He had a small clothing retail chain on Raltiire, but his rivals sicked us on him. We found no sedition, only that he was cheating on his wife with one of the shop girls. By the end, he and the shop girl both got broken in an interrogation cell, and his wife downed a mouthful of poison and never woke up. And there were worse cases. But that was the tipping point, the time I couldn't take it and defected. You had a moment of clarity. That's right. Tor softened his tone. Have you? Fel looked down at his glass. He still hadn't drunk anything. There were many times when I was forced to realize the hypocrisy of the Empire's actions. Iser setting my men up to die at Brental was the worst of it, through hardly the first. But you know I only defected once I was captured. So, no moment for you, then? Fel sucked in a breath. This conversation was getting more intimate than he'd expected. I have clarity. And there's no reason to doubt my loyalties. I never did, said Tor, but Fel wasn't sure he believed him. I am loyal to the cause of the New Republic. Fel met his eyes. I want to see the Empire fall. I want to see Iser fall. Tor took a sip from his drink. I believe you. But we've been dancing around some point this whole time, haven't we? I mean, you've got Imperial defectors in your own squadron. Plus, you don't have the reputation of a man who goes out of his way to make friends. Fel acknowledged the truth with a nod. I wanted to talk to you about my wife. I already told you, that's Kraken's people. I work for Drayson. You've been analyzing the data retrieved from Baudelaise, haven't you? Part of it. There's a lot there, and we split it into divisions. NRI's been on it too. I understand the files contain the most up-to-date Ubiquitous records, correct? That's the point of a data depository. I would like to know if those records contain any mention at all of Iser's attempts to track down my wife. No matter how minor. Tor took another sip. His face didn't show a thing. Have you asked Drayson or Kraken? Commander Antilles has. They said there's nothing. Then there's nothing. I want to be sure. Tor put his glass down. You just said you were loyal. I am loyal to your cause. But I am also loyal to my wife. I've waited 6 months for NRI to find her and they haven't. I can't wait on them anymore. It felt good to actually say it. Even though odds were good, Tor would march right to Drasen and tell him of this whole conversation. Even if he did, Fel has nothing to lose. They needed his flying skills too much for them to pull him over an indiscretion like this. Yes, it has dishonorable to go behind their backs like this, but for his wife, he'd shoulder it. When Tor didn't respond, he said, after you had your moment of clarity, what then? Did you just walk away from everything? Or did you leave anyone behind? Tor looked down at his drink. He picked it up and took another, longer sip. My father was a hard New Order supporter. He'd have never understood what I was doing. I told Mom, but not him. After I defected, ISB went after them both. Naturally. And Mom confessed all she knew, which wasn't much. They let her go with the beating. But they were sure Dad knew more than he did, which was nothing at all. He drank again. They said he died of a heart attack during interrogation, but I'll never know. I'm sorry. I hated him. Tor put the glass down. But he didn't deserve that. Dying as himself for no bloody reason. No one deserves that. Tor sighed. It will take time to search. But I think I can access all the files. Thank you very much, Fel said. He didn't know what else to say. Tor stared down at his empty cup. Fel took up his own and finally drank. Chapter 9. Coruscant. The planning for the campaign against Singe went better than Grand Admiral Makati had expected. Iser was uncharacteristically willing to give him free rein in requesting ships, equipment, and personnel, including the elite 181st Fighter Wing that had seen only limited action since the defection of Baron Fel. When he submitted his final plan to her review, he'd braced himself for the usual series of line-by-line criticisms masked as suggestions. Instead, he received only a set of broad suggestions that, rather than working against his existing plan, fine-tuned certain points and perfected what had already been his aim anyway. It was almost like the review had been written by someone else entirely. Makati had thrown himself so fully into his campaign planning that he barely had time for anything else. After receiving the review from Iser, it felt strangely relaxing to return to his penthouse, take off his uniform, take some brandy from F4GR, and read over the fleet activity reports. It was a big galaxy, and there was a lot to report, so mostly he skimmed the entries. A lot of them reported skirmishes between Iser's forces and the rebels. A Corellian corvette and a squadron of X-Wings had been destroyed during an attempted raid at Paculis, while an Imperial Star Destroyer and a few support ships had been captured by the rebels during the retreat from Milagro. There were also reports, second-hand, of skirmishes along the border between Singe and Pterodact's territories, including rumors that Pterodact's Crimson Command had destroyed one of Singe's destroyers at Belderon. Another note said that Jerec had moved Vengeance out of the Sully system, current location unknown. Makati was about to put the report down and look up Blitzball scores when he saw a report from Baudelaise. The planet was out of the way and lightly populated, but it did have a ubiquitous data storage center. The rebels hadn't attacked it until now, but they must have ferreted out its location. He called up the full report and read it. 8 X-Wing fighters had arrived, chasing a shuttle carrying ISB operatives into Baudelaise orbital station. The fighters eventually retreated, but not before blowing several large holes in the boss, one of which had apparently killed the station's commander as well as the ISB agents, whose identities had never been officially verified. According to the report, it attempted to run in their shuttle and been vaporized by the X-Wings right before they fled. Something didn't smell right. Makati contacted the Ubiquitous and requested a full damage report from the attack on their facility. For a normal officer, that kind of request could have taken days, but Makati was a Grand Admiral, and he spent only 10 minutes pacing in his study and fending off F4GR's questions before he had the whole thing. The report was thorough, as expected. Attempts had been made to analyze the debris left after the attack. Mu-class shuttle debris had been found in space, but there had already been 2 of those in the station's hangar when the rebels blew it open. The report noted that the fleeing shuttle had been hit at close range with 2 proton torpedoes, but could not identify any of the shuttle debris conclusively. Nor had the corpses of the 4 human crew and 2 Bothan prisoners been identified. Bodies had been flushed into the vacuum during the attack and ruined by decompression, making them very difficult to identify, though by some stroke of luck, the station's commander, one Hyman Drake, had been spared the torture of the vacuum. When the compartment he'd been in had been blown open, everything freestanding had been sucked into the vacuum except for Drake himself. His body had been pulled beneath the console and stayed there, awkwardly wedged against the deck until rescue crews in vac suits examined the area. Drake's body had still been damaged by decompression, but medical examiners believed that the tear around his throat had been made by a sharp object, possibly shrapnel. The examiners took images of the dead man's body before and after his autopsy. Vacuum-bloated corpses were always ugly, but Makati forced himself to give Drake's remains a look over. His eyes naturally revolted at the horrific face and swiped downward to his uniform. Then they locked on the dark liquid stain that stretched halfway across Drake's chest. It looked like blood, but not human blood. He wasn't sure what effects open space would have on body fluids, so he patched in a call directly to Baudelaire's orbital station. It was almost midnight in Imperial City, and the boss's internal time was synced with the capital's. A very tired-sounding tech answered Makati's call, then became very attentive when she realized who she was speaking to. 5 minutes later, Makati was talking with the chief medical examiner who had handled Drake's corpse. 5 minutes after that, the examiner stepped away, and 10 minutes after that, the examiner reported that he had just tested the blood sample on Drake's uniform. It was not human. It was Emily. Makati thanked the medic politely and shut off the connection. "How very strange," F4GR said behind him. It nearly made Makati jump from his chair. The droid, though, ignored his master's alarm and continued, "I'm sure no such alien was serving on the station's crew. Perhaps it was an escaped prisoner." Makati made a mental note to contact the boss about their detention center, but he was already near certain what the answer would be. He shifted in his chair to face F4GR and said, "There was no Bothan blood. And no Bothan corpses." "Excuse me, sir." When the battle started, there was a shuttle with 2 stormtroopers, a human in ISB clothes, and 2 Bothans in stun cuffs. After the battle, there's no sign of any of them. Only blood from an Emily. Emily are large creatures, sir, but I believe one could fit inside a stormtrooper uniform, although it would be a tight squeeze. Very clever. Makati smiled against himself. You have to give the rebels credit where it's due. They raided an ubiquitous data storage facility and almost got away with it. Oh dear. If they have all the data from that base, they might have records of the requests you've been making about Bandomir. They might even figure out where our next offensive will be. I had the same thought. But, sir, what good would it do them? That planet is, for the moment, securely in Singe's hands. If it's a tempting target for us, it will be tempting for them too. Makati got to his feet and started to pace. A 3-way battle at Bandomir would be, well, it would be very messy, sir. You forget, Forger, the rebels try to avoid a head-on battle when they can. Do you remember what happened to Sin at Kashyyyk? He was fed intel by people claiming to represent Pterodoc, offering assistance. Sin planned for backup, but backup never came, and he got obliterated by the rebels. And Grunger and Pitta. I've analyzed all the records Grant took at Tralis. What Pitta did with his torpedo sphere, wiping out Grunger's fleet, that should have been impossible. But he did it, and the only way I can see how is that he had a spy on aggressor feeding him data on Grunger's fleet, so he'd know exactly when and where to strike. But, sir, there is no proof that the rebels were behind it. And Grand Admiral Grunger, well, Grunger and Pitta killed each other, while someone helped them along, just like someone helped kill Sin. Sir, I don't mean to be alarmist, but does that mean someone is after you as well? Makati took a deep breath. Of course the rebels would be after him. He'd be stupid to assume otherwise. But it felt different knowing. For a second he felt a trill of fear, and he thought about calling off the Bandomir offensive. Then he pushed it aside. The Emperor had made him a Grand Admiral, and it wasn't because he shirked his duty whenever he got spooked. This was a problem, but he could solve it. The rebels might come for him, but he could beat them. If he couldn't, he didn't deserve his white uniform. Sir, said F4GR, I hope you know I would sacrifice all my plating and circuits to keep you safe. A sudden emotion took Makati, a little boy's love for his metal friend. He patted the droid on his battered shoulder and said, I appreciate that, but if the rebels try something like they did with Sin, I don't think you'll be much help. Nonetheless, sir, I hope you'll allow me to remain by your side. You belong nowhere else, Forger. But right now, I think I need help from elsewhere. And where may that be, sir? Makati thought but said nothing. He could muster only a few options, none of them good. But if the rebels were going to intervene at Bandomir, they might be the only thing that kept him alive. Kinlasaris was used to having ISB customs agents skulking around his dock, but he could tell in a second that these guys were a different league entirely. There were two of them, both human, one with pink skin, the other brown. Both were dressed in the black uniforms Intel agents wore, but without rank badges, which was a bad way to start. Keeping his voice as calm as possible, Saris asked, Can I help you, gentlemen? We have question about a person of interest, Pinkskin said. He didn't introduce himself, but these kind of agents never did. That's what Saris had heard anyway. He made it through life without having major run-ins with Imperial authorities, and he wanted this one to be as short as possible. Brownskin said, We believe the person in question boarded your transport yesterday morning. Really? And how do you know that? That stared at him balefully. Cursing internally, he said, Well, it doesn't matter. Can you give me a description? Human. Non-human. We'd like to pull your passenger records for that trip, said Pinkskin. You do register all outbound personnel in your computer, don't you? Oh yes, of course I do. It's required by law after all. He paused. Technically, legally, these guys were required to present a warrant before they searched his corporate records. He had a feeling this was the wrong thing to bring up. He went over to the computer and brought up the passenger manifest list. You said yesterday morning, correct? That's right, Brownskin nodded. Where was the ship headed? It was going up the Hydian, like all our transports. We run limited express services, so we stop at Karulag, Champala, Pakulis. Used to stop at Chandrila and Brental, but, you know. He leaned forward and whispered, conspiratorially, rebel scum. Brownskin seemed unimpressed. So your service stops at Paqualis? No, sorry. Stops at Coruscant? Actually. He hadn't wanted to tell them about Coruscant because it was de facto Singe's territory. Then again, if he was a law-abiding citizen who only heard what was on the official news nets, he wouldn't know that. Then again, they'd know about Coruscant anyway, the second they looked at the passenger manifest. Brownskin interrupted his chain of internal profanity by holding out a data stick and saying, Please, load every manifest for the past 2 days. I thought you just wanted... Oh, never mind. Of course, sir. You'll have them all. Saris tried very hard to keep his hand from shaking as he took the data card, plugged it into his computer, and transferred the manifest catalog. It only took a second. He handed it back to Brownskin, put on his best polite smile, and said, Is there anything else you need, sir? We'll let you know, Brownskin said, very ominously. He pocketed the chip, turned, and walked out of the room, Pinkskin right behind him. He peeked through the window of his booth and watched them go. They'd been gone for a good 5 minutes before he finally stopped shaking. We'll let you know, Lerone said as he and Brightwater stepped inside their ship. What were you trying to do? Terrify the poor Barb. Just playing the part. Aren't we supposed to be creepy ISB agents or something? It was like you were channeling. Never mind. Lerone bit his lip. He still tried very hard not to think about the ISB agent he'd shot back on Accuser. What's the score? Graves stuck his head out of storage room down the main corridor, where he'd been going over the weapons stockpile the Grand Admiral had graciously supplied them. We get the data from the transit company. Brightwater took the data card out of his pocket. Now let's plug it in and see if Iser's tracer led us to the right place. The three of them climbed the ladder up to the second deck, where Mark Ross was examining the galley. Quiller clambered down the ladder from the small cockpit on the third deck to join them. Quiller had never flown a Mandal motor ship before, but he said the basic control layout wasn't that different from their old Suwantech freighter. Once they'd all convened in the galley, Mark Ross took the chip and plugged it into the room's main computer terminal. The display screen brought up a long list of names matched with destinations and times of registry. Fearfeck, Grave muttered. How are we supposed to make sense out of this? Bring up the one from yesterday morning, Lerone told Mark Ross. Got it. Looks like, oh, lovely. 852 passengers. Can we get more on them besides names? Let me see. Mark Ross leaned in close and typed something into the console. Okay, here we go. Links to the info from everybody's identicard. Includes name, species, height, sex if applicable, even planet of legal residence. Well, she's clearly going to be traveling with a fake ID, said Brightwater. They've got pictures too, said Mark Ross. That doesn't mean much. I'm sure she's changed her appearance. You know, cut her hair, maybe dye her skin. Probably get retinal lenses. She might even be disguised as another near-human species. Yeah, but her ident probably marks her as female. That's usually harder to hide. Might narrow it down a little, said Marcus. What about height? That can't change too much. 162 centimeters, Quiller said quickly. They stared at him. He shrugged awkwardly. Give or take. Brightwater rolled his eyes. You know her other measurements too. No. Stop it. Don't make me sound weird. Yeah, don't want to give people the wrong impression. Ignoring them, Lerone leaned over Mark Ross' shoulder and asked, does that help any? We can filter the results, so actually yes. Now we can try going through the photo records. Identicard photos were of notoriously poor quality, and the ones stored in Saris Transport Limited's passenger database were no exception. Each image was two-dimensional, highly pixelated, and for some reason monochrome even though they should have been full color. But it was all they had to go on. They let Quiller lean in to get a better look as they flipped through the images, one after another. They were almost through with the pile, and Lerone's confidence was finally starting to dip when Quiller said, That's it. That's her? They all peered over his shoulder for a better look. It was a human woman with dark cropped short, nothing like Winston Starflare's famous gold locks. Her eyes were brown and her expression dour. Are you sure that's her? Asked Brightwater. Yeah, I think I see it too, Mark Ross muttered. The shape of the nose and the cheekbones. Didn't know you were a fan, Lerone said. Mark Ross blushed, just a little. Quiller added, height checks out too. Says she's getting off at Coruscant. End of the line. It's like the Grand Admiral said. She's trying to run from Iser even if it takes her into Singe's territory. Maybe, said Brightwater. Or maybe she just bought the longest ride so she could throw people like us. You know, get off of Paculus instead. There's no way we can know for sure, Lerone shook his head. We have to assume she's going to Coruscant. Brightwater patted his shoulder and said, Let's go back. Saris might have more on what she going as. Reyna offering, Quiller supplied. What kind of things? Asked Mark Ross. Brightwater shrugged. If we're lucky, bank account info, though I bet she paid with hard currency. He can at least tell us what she was wearing, what kind of luggage she had. Good idea, Lerone nodded. The rest of you, start plotting a course. Figure out the fastest, safest way to Coruscant. I bet we can get there at the same time since we're not making extra stops. He and Brightwater hurried back to the landing port. They barely remembered to tuck their black ISB uniforms straight before going back into Sarah's office. When they stepped through the door, The Degruda was bent over the counter, talking to a pair of squat blue Mosi customers. When he saw Larone and Brightwater, his eyes almost popped out of his skull. He recovered quickly, though, and ended his business with the Mosi with a polite smile. As the chattering little aliens left the room, Brightwater stepped forward. Saras stood his ground and held the counter tight with both hands. "Well," he smiled, businesslike, "what brought you two gentlemen back?" "We'd like to question you further about a passenger. You registered her as Reyna Alvarin." "I see. Well, give me a moment to check the register. It should refresh my memory." The Togruta scooted over to his computer and called up his records. Larone saw his eyes go wide again. Saras looked at the two humans and said, Yes, I do remember her. I take it her name isn't Reyna Alvarin." "Did you suspect she was using the fake identicard?" Larone shouldered next to Brightwater. Saras's head wagged back and forth. "Oh no, definitively not. I'd have never allowed her on my transport if I did." He paused, then added, "The customs agents, they didn't stop her either. I mean, they inspected her case, but that's all." "She had one case?" asked Brightwater. "Only one?" "Yes, only one. Not a huge one either." He waved his hands, shaping a rectangle a meter wide in the air. "I thought that was, well, a little unusual." "In what way?" He blinked. "I don't know. I just did. What was really unusual, though, was that she didn't pay with a card. Credit chips." "That's right. She was going all the way to Coruscant, which isn't a cheap trip. Most beings use cards for those kinds of purchases, you know." Larone exchanged looks with Brightwater, then asked, "Can you remember anything else? Or do I need to remind you of the penalty for abetting a fugitive?" No, you don't. She said she was going to meet her husband on Coruscant, but maybe that wasn't true." Saras added, defensively, there was no reason not to believe her. She didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. And I'd feel terrible, you know, harassing a pregnant woman. "Pregnant?" Blackwater's surprise slipped through. "Oh yes, definitely pregnant. Not just fat." The Togruta waved both hands in front of his own paunched belly. "She said she only had a month or two left before spawning." Larone ran through quick calculations in his head. She'd probably gotten pregnant just before Baron Fel went to Brental and got captured. He might not even know he was having a kid. He had a feeling that was going to make things a lot more complicated. Saras continued, "She was wearing a dress, I remember that. A brown dress, plain and loose, and a black shawl over her shoulders. No jewelry, I don't think. Does that help?" Larone added sternness to his voice and said, "It suffices for now. We'll let you know if we need your assistance again." Saras nodded dumbly as they walked out of the office. "You have to admit," said Brightwater, "this is kind of fun." "A little," Larone sighed. "You want to tell Quiller his girlfriend's spawning, or should I? If you don't mind, I'd like to take the honor." It was only a short jump from Coruscant to the garrison planet Annexes, but it felt like he was leaving the Empire entirely. When Grand Admiral Makati's shuttle reverted to real space, over a dozen Imperial-class star destroyers ringed a world with violet seas and blue-green continents. Not even Coruscant had this many defenders standing by, though by all rights it deserved to. As his shuttle curved around the planet's orbit, the superstar destroyer Whelm slid into view. It was a beautiful gray and black dagger, 19 kilometers long, bristling with weaponry, as deadly and graceful as his sister ship Executor. To Makati, its beauty seemed like an insult. His shuttle set down in Whelm's auxiliary landing bay, which was still more vast and cavernous than any other ship's main hangar. Over 100 stormtroopers stood at attention as he walked down the landing ramp. It was a fitting greeting for Grand Admiral, but it all felt hollow. Admiral Fiat Keyes was there too. Azure Hammer Command had been Grand Admiral Teshik's until his death at Endor. Then it had fallen to his second in command. Keyes was less than 40, trim and healthy, and while some said his promotions had come from family connections, Makati knew the man was a capable soldier. Once, a long time ago, Keyes has gotten his start as first officer on Makati's command ship. Keyes snapped a salute and said, "It's an honor to have you aboard, sir." "At ease, Admiral," Makati said. "I came here for a private conversation, not a parade." "Of course. If you will follow me, sir, we have a conference room prepared." As Keyes led him past all those rows of white armored soldiers, Makati wondered what the point of the show was. A sign of respect, perhaps, or maybe a bit of bragging on Keyes' part. No, the Keyes he'd known wasn't the braggart type. He did, however, know to show strength and make his point clear without using words. The choice in conference rooms was a case in point. Its forward viewport looked out toward Whelm's Bow, some 13 kilometers away. Annex's surface glowed to one side. More Star Destroyers glistened on the other. "You must be very proud," Makati said as he sat down. "We make sure the soldiers here are always alert. Regular full combat drills, intense training, all of it. You're battle ready, but you don't seem keen on fighting a war." Keyes chuckled easily and dropped into the chair opposite Makati. "I know why you've come here, sir." "You only know some of it. And don't call me sir." "All right then. Afsheen, you want the ship, don't you? Isard has some grand new offensive planned, and she wants Whelm to be the centerpiece." "The offensive is all mine. Isard only approved my plan." "Surprising. In my experience, that woman is an insidious micromanager, despite the fact that she doesn't know a damn thing about how to fight a war." Makati couldn't bring himself to honestly object. Instead he said, "Keyes, I think the battle ahead is going to go 3 ways. One would be a critical advantage." "3 ways? You, the rebels, and who?" "Cinch, Teradoc, Jerec. Or does Isard want revenge on Krennel?" "You can't expect me to spill my battle plan." "All right. So you, the rebels, and someone with a very big Star Destroyer." Makati gave the tiniest nod. That was telling enough. "Well, I can't see why you would want this ship." "It's not just that, Fiat." Makati leaned forward. "What are you doing here? What's your plan?" "This is Annexus. This garrison is here for one purpose, to defend the core." "Exactly? If the rebels breach the core, my ships will be needed." "The rebels have breached the core. They are sitting on Brental right now. No one asked for my help at Brental." Makati gave a long, deep sigh. It was an open secret that Isard had let the rebels take that world to humiliate Pestage as a prelude to deposing him. That might have won her the regent's throne, but it didn't win her much love from the military. They also knew that the dirty, stupid games those schemers played with soldiers' lives had started long before Isard. She just happened to be better at them than most. On one level, Makati could understand Keyes' reluctance to join the greater battle. But on another level, a deeper level, it was utterly indefensible. Makati straightened himself and looked Keyes in the eye. "Do you real think Grand Admiral Teshik would have stayed here, sitting on his fleet while the Empire is struggling to survive?" Keyes flinched. Keyes had stepped up to fill the gap Teshik left behind, but they both knew he could never match the Grand Admiral's tactic genius. Apparently, Keyes couldn't match Teshik's resolute loyalty either. "Teshik is dead," Keyes muttered. "The decision is mine now. I'm trying to do the best I can with what I have. I didn't come to beg, Fiat. You shouldn't be begging at all. You shouldn't be fighting for Isard. You're better than her. I'm not fighting for Isard. This entire galaxy is tearing itself apart. Hundreds of thousands of men in the same uniforms as ours just slaughtered each other at Trallis. Rebel anarchists are capturing entire worlds. Do you remember the Clone Wars, Keyes?" "I was a child then." The Admiral avoided his eyes. "The Clone Wars ruined my world, and hundreds of others. I know that. Palpatine wasn't a perfect leader, but his death was a disaster. Endor let loose a wave of destruction that will ruin this galaxy. The Clone Wars will be nothing in comparison. We have to stand against it. The center must be held. That is our duty as soldiers of the Empire. You can't stop a wave, Afsheen. You have to ride it. So what will you do, then? Sit here with your fleet and wait for the wave to come to you. I'm not sending my men to die for Isard." "They're not." Makati stopped and shook his head. "I'm sorry. This is pointless, isn't it? With sympathy, Key said, you can stay here, if you'd like. On Whelm, it's not like Iser's in a position to come and take you back. Frankly, Fiat, I'm surprised she hasn't tried to kill you by now. What makes you think she hasn't? Makati opened his mouth, closed it. He shouldn't have been surprised. You know I won't stay with you, he said at last. I do, but I wanted to make the offer. He looked out at the glowing planet, the gleaming star destroyers, the 13 kilometers of stretched-out superstructure. With a fleet like this, taking Mandamir would be easy. But he'd known it would never happen, even before coming here. He just wanted to see his friend and be rejected face to face. Makati sighed and stood up. I should be getting back to Coruscant. I have a campaign plan to finalize. I prepared a meal. Thank you, but I don't think I have the appetite. Keyes rose too. They stood on either side of the table, staring awkwardly across it. There was nothing to shake hands over, and there seemed nothing else to say. Makati turned for the door, and Keyes followed. They walked back to the shuttle in silence. Chapter 10. Honor. When Grey Wolf reverted to real space, the planet sitting beneath left Captain Niriz markedly unimpressed. He was no expert in reading biomes, but even he could see this planet was sick. Most of its surface was a dark violet-brown color. The few large lakes and inland oceans on its surface were a muddy gray-blue. White cloud wisps were sparse. He spotted only a few patches of land that looked healthy. As usual, Thrawn hadn't explained why he'd taken them to this obscure system on the far edge of Hutt space. Niriz hoped that now, at least, they'd get some answers. The Grand Admiral was sitting in his command chair, white-gloved hands templed in front of him. What his red eyes saw when they stared out at the ugly world, Niriz had no idea. Sir, he asked, is there anyone you wish us to hail? No need. Prepare a shuttle and a guard. You'll be going down there yourself. Indeed. I'd like you to accompany me as well, Captain. I see. He looked back at the planet below. I take it here are some inhabitants, sir. On the small patches of inhabited land, yes. That'll prove quite valuable to us. It doesn't look like natural devastation. It isn't. This planet was once fertile. Then a vessel crashed here during the Clone Wars, ruining its ecosystem. The Empire has been managing things since then, but I wanted to pay a visit to make sure things are still on track, given everything else that's happened. Are we here for the planet, or the inhabitants? Both. If we are not managing the situation on the planet well, the inhabitants won't be of any use to us. Sometimes he really wished Thrawn would come out and say what he was talking about. Who are these inhabitants, sir? They're called the Nori, Captain. I believe I've mentioned them before. Niriz nodded, suddenly understanding. The Nori were as skilled assassins as you could find in the galaxy, and they loyally served Darth Vader for decades. Several years before, Vader had passed command of the Nori commandos to Thrawn in return for a favor. Now Vader was dead, and as for the Nori, there was no telling whether their allegiance remained. The race supposedly held a deep sense of honor, but like everything in the galaxy lately, one couldn't depend on how things were supposed to work. Does Iser know about them, sir? I'm sure she's aware. I've no indication that she's attempted to coup their services in my absence, but we must be certain. Do you have a mission for them as well, sir? The shuttle, Captain. Thrawn's voice tinged with impatience. Of course. Right away. It took 15 minutes for the crew to prepare a Lambda-class shuttle and a squadron of stormtroopers. Niriz handed command over to Lieutenant Viral and followed Thrawn onto the shuttle. Once they entered the atmosphere, Honor only looked worse. They flew over a seemingly endless wasteland of violet-brown grass, mixed with patches of chemically polluted water. When they finally arrived at a patch of fertile land, Niriz felt almost relieved. When the shuttle sat down at the center of the village, Niriz understood why Thrawn hadn't bothered hailing them. The place was a shockingly primitive collection of wooden roundhouses and huts. Torches rather than glow lamps flickered in the twilight gloom. As they marched down the landing ramp with their stormtrooper escorts, a cluster of short, gray-skinned aliens gathered to watch them. Most had their bodies hidden beneath brown woven robes, and on first sight hardly looked like skilled assassins. But over the past 4 years, Niriz had learned to look beyond first appearances, especially when it came to aliens. He saw the strong, long-fingered hands, the way the Nori held their heads high and their feet spaced and staggered. He saw forearms knotted with muscle and eyes with vertical slits like a predatory catarn's. The Nori, some 24 in all, stared at the newly arrived Imperials. Thrawn was at the head of the column, and if he'd been expecting them to bow down in obeisance, he hid his disappointment when they did nothing of the kind. When it became clear that the Nori were waiting for an introduction, Thrawn spread his arms and said in basic, "Your Imperial benefactors have arrived at last. Please, I wish to speak to your matriarch." Niriz didn't know what that was, but it must have been a leader of some kind. The little gray-skinned aliens, however, kept staring wordlessly. Niriz wondered whether these creatures understood basic at all. Their planet was clearly technologically backward, and it was probable they never had contact from the outside galaxy at all until the Clone Wars. Such a primitive species might have seen Foreorders as gods, but if they'd been impressed by Darth Vader, they didn't seem to share that opinion of Thrawn. There was a muttering from the back of the crowd. Niriz tensed. If these Nori were truly as good at fighting as claimed, they should have brought more than 12 guards. The Grand Admiral raised his voice and said, "My name is Grand Admiral Thrawn. Command of the Nori was passed to me by your savior, Lord Darth Vader, 3 years ago. I spoke with the matriarch of Clan Bacta then and confirmed your loyalty. I wish to speak with her again. The Empire is calling on his debt." There was a shuffling in the crowd, and one Nori hobbled forward. Its hair was white and it used a long stick to help it walk. It looked up, blinked those vertical eyes, and said in thickly accented basic, "I am Octavian, Grand Admiral Thrawn. I require your matriarch." "Where is she?" "In the Grand Ducal, as always." Octavian jabbed his cane toward what seemed to be the largest roundhouse in the village. "Then take me to her." When no one moved, Thrawn added sternly, "I have come farther to be here than you can imagine. I am giving you an order as Speaker for the Empire and Lord Darth Vader. I expect obedience. You owe the Empire a debt for his effort to rehabilitate your world. Will you defile your honor by ignoring me?" "We know our honor," Octavian said. Niriz caught a slight tremble in his voice. "And we know our obligation. Come, I will take you to the matriarch." The crowd parted in the center, giving them room to pass. Niriz leaned in close to Thrawn and whispered, "He's uncertain. Defensive." "Very good," Thrawn nodded. He threw a hand over his shoulder, flicking up 2 fingers. A pair of stormtroopers stayed with Thrawn and Niriz as they followed Octavian, while the rest stayed with the shuttle. "Do you know why?" "I'm afraid I don't, Captain, but I'm as eager to find out as you." It wasn't often that Thrawn admitted to being in the dark. Unfortunately, it didn't make Niriz feel any better. As subtly as he could, he placed the palm of his right hand on the butt of the service pistol holstered at his belt. He had no illusions that he could take one of Darth Vader's famed death commandos in a fight, but if it came, he didn't want to die without a weapon in hand. The inside of the Grand Ducal, as Octavian had called it, was a broad open space, sparsely decorated. It probably served as a gathering hall, perhaps for religious ceremonies or clan meetings, but at the moment it looked markedly empty. At the far side of the room was a low stage, and atop the stage was an empty throne. Sitting at the base of the throne, so hunched and small that Niriz didn't notice it at first, was a Nori even older than Octavian. "Matriarch," Octavian called, "the Empire has sent us a visitor." The matriarch picked up its head and stared. "You are Grand Admiral Thrawn," it said in basic. Its voice was rasping but sounded, to Niriz's ears, distinctly female. "You know me. We have met before." Thrawn took 2 steps forward. One hand remained at his side, palm facing back, signaling for Niriz and the stormtroopers to stay where they were. "We have," said the matriarch. "You pledged your loyalty to me, as you did to Darth Vader. Does that loyalty not hold true? Or has your clan broken its honor?" "We have broken nothing." Then why am I not being greeted as I deserve? Thrawn let anger seep into his voice. Octavian glanced at his matriarch as thought he wanted to say something, but he held his tongue. The matriarch straightened her back, though she remained seated before the throne. You are from the Empire, she said, and as such we owe you for your work restoring our land to plenty. But you are not Darth Vader. Darth Vader is dead. He passed command of your people to me. Do you deny either of those things? We do not. We know Darth Vader is dead. Who told you Vader had died? If Thrawn was as surprised by that as Niriz, he hit it well. The new Vader came to us nearly 2 years ago, the matriarch said. He called a convention of all the clans and told us what had happened. He said he was the leader of the Empire now, and requested our obedience. We gave it to him. Niriz has read the data file on Hunter before coming down here and knew that 1 year here was only 200 standard days. In other words, not long after Vader and Palpatine had died. Who is this new Vader? Thrawn added a sneer to the title. He came to us wearing black robes and bearing a sword of red light, the matriarch said. He worked wonders as Darth Vader did. He could move stones with his will and touch the minds of the clan leaders. A Jedi, then? Some said the rebels had a Jedi on their side, but the Emperor had employed a small cadre of tame Force users as well, and one of them would be more likely to know about the Nori. Lord Vader assigned you to me, Thrawn insisted. Did you hand over your honor to an interloper just because he told you to? He told us you were dead, Octavian spoke up. Slain in the same great battle that killed Darth Vader. Now Niriz understood. These primitive beings couldn't tell if they were seeing a god descended or a ghost resurrected. You can see that I am clearly alive, Thrawn snarled. Have you been serving him this past year? Some of our commandos are in his service now, the matriarch said. She bowed her head low to the floor. Please forgive us, Lord. We didn't now know the new Vader was deceiving us. When he told us, we all believed. Force magic, most likely. Niriz had never seen a Force user in his life, and mostly been grateful for it. Now he had a sinking feeling that his luck had run out. Did this new Vader give you a name? Asked Thrawn. Or did you throw away your honor without us asking for it? He only called himself New Vader. The matriarch's tone was almost apologetic. I recall his acolytes calling him High Inquisitor, Octavian added. Describe his acolytes, said Thrawn. The matriarch raised her head. One had white skin and long tails from his head. Another was a female, with short gold hair. A young one was with her. All of them had swords of light, just like Lord Darth Vader. And this new Vader, said Thrawn, did he see you with his eyes? No. He had no eyes, but could see us still. Niriz was starting to feel sick in his gut. He never met the man the Nori were describing, but there was only one person it could be. And you say he has commandos with him now? Thrawn pressed. Yes, from different clans. If I find this new Vader, if I force him to admit his lies, will your people bear witness and recognize my rightful place as ruler of all Nori? The matriarch and Octavian exchanged glances before the old woman said, I cannot speak for all clans. But Clan Bacter will witness. Then select 2 witnesses to come with me now. Have them ready within the hour. I don't suppose you know where the imposter has taken them. The stars are vast and unknown to me. Very well. I will find him myself. Thrawn turned and looked at Niriz for the first time since getting off the shuttle. He said, loud enough for the others to hear, Captain, let us return to the shuttle. If these Nori do not prepare 2 witnesses to accompany us, we will raise the village. Niriz swallowed. Understood, sir. 1 hour, Thrawn repeated, then spun and marched for the door. It was all Niriz and the stormtroopers could do to keep up with them. Niriz didn't attempt to talk to the Grand Admiral until they'd retreated inside the shuttle and closed the landing ramp, sealing them inside with 8 stormtroopers while 4 more remained outside. I should have foreseen this, Thrawn said, voice betraying rare anger as he stood in the cockpit. I should have taken efforts to preserve our presence on Honor and ensure the Nori's obedience. Sir, there was no way you could have known the rebels would kill Darth Vader. Perhaps not, but command of the Nori was delegated to me, and me alone. Sir, how do you intend to find Inquisitor Jerec? Thrawn looked out the shuttle's viewport at the village. Small, brown-robed Nori were moving about, giving the parked shuttle a cautious berth. When the Grand Admiral didn't answer, Niriz ventured, perhaps we should contact Director Isard. She may have an idea where he is. Jerec is currently pretending loyalty to Grand Moff Kaine of the Pentastar alignment. Niriz was about to suggest they approach Kaine, then held his tongue. Assuming the Grand Moff didn't know where Jerec was, he wouldn't be likely to give information on his ally to Thrawn. But you are right, Captain, Thrawn said with a restrained sigh. Isard likely has military intelligence keeping an eye on Jerec. How do you intend to get the Nori back from him, sir? I am considering that. Thrawn's red eyes narrowed. Have you ever met the High Inquisitor, Captain? No, sir. He didn't say he was glad he had it. He was a Jedi, back when there were Jedi. He threw his lot in with Palpatine, of course, but his only allegiance has always been his own design. The Emperor sent us on several missions together. He wanted someone looking over Jerec's shoulder. An ambitious Force user, then. Lovely. It sounds as though he's gathered followers, sir. He has. Do you have any idea what he might have been using the Nori for? I can't think of many possibilities. Jerec has not tried to carve out territory like the other warlords. He has a different design. A Jedi design, sir? Quite likely. Thrawn stared pensively out the window. To fill the awkward pause, Niriz cleared his throat. I've never met any Jedi, sir. Is that, they say, true? He finished lamely. Jerec is a very powerful being. I have no doubt he used the Force to affect the minds of the Nori clan leaders into giving him their allegiance. So you've experienced his power firsthand. His and other Jedis. Thrawn's eyebrows drew together. Some have suggested that the Force brings madness to those who use it. Given my experience with their kind, I have always thought that possibility quite likely. Can we use that to our advantage, sir? Thrawn turned to fix Niriz with his red glare. I believe it is the only option we have. At the hour's end, 3 Nori approached the shuttle. The ramp was lowered, and Thrawn and Niriz walked out with their stormtrooper escorts. The Nori in the lead was Octavian. The old creature bowed and said, "These are Clan Bacter's witnesses, Ikrikur and Akarin. They are 2 of our best warriors and will serve the Empire well." "I welcome them aboard," Thrawn said, voice softer than before. "I assure you, when they return to Honor, they will tell you that I have only said the truth." Octavian bowed his head again, but made no reply. Thrawn waved Ikrikur and Akarin forward. The 2 Nori bowed, then threw brown hoods over their heads and walked up the ramp. Once everyone was inside, the shuttle ramp closed and the craft prepared for liftoff. The Nori were placed on crash seats in the rear hold while Thrawn and Niriz joined the shuttle's 2 pilots in the cockpit. As they watched Honor's ugly surface fall beneath them, Niriz leaned close to Thrawn and said in a low voice, "You told them that the Empire is working to reclaim their polluted land. Is that true?" "We've had agriculture droids working the soil for the past 2 decades, the Grand Admiral said. Niriz frowned. If they'd been making progress, he didn't see any of it. Then realization found him. You've been poisoning their world. Their world was already poisoned. We've merely been making sure it remains that way, while keeping the Nori in indentured servitude forever. Thrawn nodded once. If the Nori found out it, well, I don't think their sense of honor would approve. It wouldn't, which is why they never will. They're good fighters but primitive, technologically and mentally. A simple droid is like a divine mystery to them. Their shuttle started to rock as they exited the atmosphere. As Niriz gripped his seat rest tight, Thrawn leaned close and said, "Are you troubled by this deception, Captain?" "It seems a little risky, sir. What we're doing is hardly cruel. You must understand that honor and combat are at the center of Nori life. They live to serve, and to serve with their knives. What we are giving them is a chance to fight, and possibly die, in service of a noble cause. Ikrikur and Akarin, and all the other Nori death commandos, follow a higher calling in the Empire's service than they ever could have done in petty clan wars on Honor. You make it sound like we're doing them a favor. I doubt they'd agree, but I believe we are. We are all here to serve a greater design, Captain. You, the Nori, and me? His voice had taken on a tone of uncharacteristic reverse. As the shuttle cleared the atmosphere and soared toward Grey Wolf, he asked, "What design is that, sir?" "What else?" Thrawn gave the tiniest shrug. "A strong, stable, ordered galaxy in which every being has a place. Every one of us. And we must be willing to make whatever sacrifices and take whatever steps are necessary in service of that goal." Niriz couldn't deny the conviction in Thrawn's voice. He felt strangely blessed that the Grand Admiral had confided this to him, here and now. But deep down, he knew it was something Thrawn had already taught him a long time ago. Chapter 11. Ord Beni-Ire. When Octavian Grant's Star Destroyer reverted to real space over Ord Beni-Ire, he saw exactly what he'd been expecting to see, one gray and black super Star Destroyer orbiting a verdant green and blue planet. Grand Moff Kaine was holding this conference far away from his de facto capital at Sartinaynian, but he was still determined to put on a good show. He heard Captain Brimmel's sucking breath as Oriflamme vectored toward the magnificent Reaper. Grant looked over his shoulder and asked, impressed, "Are you, Captain?" "I've never seen a ship like that, sir." Remembering Aggressor, he added, "Not up close." "Today, that vessel means us no harm," Grant said. He believed that was true, but he wasn't quite certain. Not as certain as he wanted to be anyway. When Grand Admiral Teshik had failed to please his Emperor, Palpatine had sent the man on a suicide mission against the Happens. Only hideous cyborg grafts had kept Teshik alive, and after that he was more machine than man. Isard was not as nakedly sadistic as Palpatine, but she was clearly displeased with Grant all the same. "Admiral," Brimmel reported, "we're being hailed by Reaper. They say you're welcome to come aboard. Then tell my shuttle to warm its engines. I'll be down shortly." "Do you want a fighter escort, sir?" Grant threw a moment, then shook his head. "Kaine knows what we can do, and we know what Kaine to do. I dare say he has a decisive advantage." "That's true, sir. And as I said, he means us no harm. Not today." By the time Grant reached Oriflamme's hangar, the shuttle was ready to go. It was a short 5-minute glide into Reaper's far vaster landing bay. As he stepped onto the flight deck, he took note of the other vessels aboard. There were full squadrons of TIE fighters in their racks, as expected, but the flight deck also contained less common Inkom Howlrunners and Sorosua Preybirds, plus several shuttlecraft of unfamiliar design. Clearly, Kaine was having to shore up his forces with non-standard equipment. The Grand Moff was not there on the landing deck to greet Grant. Instead, a half-squad of stormtroopers escorted him down gray hallways and onto the rail car that whisked them all the way to the command section in the aft of the massive Super Star Destroyer. The ride only took a few extra minutes, and after that, Grant was sent up a lift tube to the bridge. Kaine was putting on a show in his way by letting Grant see the insides of a clean, fully staffed Super Star Destroyer. Grant had never been a fan of supersized warships himself. They were ungainly, and they drew enemy attacks like a supercharged magnet, as Executor had found out at Endor. Kaine was not a military man by inclination. He was drawn toward politics and governance, and rather than show off Reaper's killing capacity, he was displaying what a well-run, efficient operation looked like. Grant had to admit he was just a little envious. Kaine greeted him on the bridge. The Grand Moff was some 5 years younger than Grant, half a head taller and 20 kilos heavier, though his thick frame was still more muscular than fat. Kaine shook Grant's hand instead of saluting, then gestured to the fully staffed bridge laid out before them. "What do you think, Octavian?" Kaine said. "Have you ever seen a more beautiful ship? Beauty is in the beholder's eye, as they say, but she is impressive." "I thought you'd agree." Reluctantly, Kaine smirked. "Come, let's talk in my office." Grant knew that Kaine preferred to run his operations from his homeworld, but his quarters on Reaper were well appointed, as well, elegant without being gaudy. He bid Grant sit down on one side of his desk while he poured 2 glasses of some shimmering gold liquid. Grant sniffed it, waited for Kaine to take a sip, then tried it himself. It was like wine but richer, not quite brandy strong. He'd never had it before, and in his 40-year naval career, Grant had made a point to sample spirits from many places. It's from Sartinaynian, Kaine explained. We rarely export. I've never made it to your homeworld, I'm sorry to say. Never had a reason to swing by. Kaine smiled politely, but Grant knew his barb had stung. Ardus Kaine had a good pedigree, but he was still a man from the Outer Rim, and it had been difficult for him to mix with all the old families from the core and expansion regions. Still, he made a fine effort and was generally of sounder mind than most of Palpatine's hangers-on, so Grant had taken a liking to him. He'd been disappointed when Kaine was posted to the Outer Rim to replace Grand Moff Tarkin, but the man had clearly turned it around to his advantage. I was surprised Iser sent you, Kaine admitted. I think this was her idea of punishing me. You heard about Tralis? Of course. Were you supposed to intervene, stop Grunger and Pitta from slaughtering each other? What Isard really wanted was Grunger's flagship. Ah, the aggressor? She's envious of you and Singe having ships like these. I can't say I blame her. She wants to show strength. She may hold the core, but it's still hard to position herself as Palpatine's legitimate successor when other people more impressive war machines. We're lucky to have Reaper, Kaine said, but the rest of our fleet is somewhat lacking. And is that why you wanted to open negotiations? Come out of your shell? Partially. This isn't a galaxy that lets men stay isolated. Admiral Keyes, on Annexus, thinks he can sit tight and ride out the war, but sooner or later he's going to have to make a choice on what to do with his garrison. And so will you. Kaine smirked. Octavian, you're too blunt to be a good diplomat. I never wanted to be. I wanted to be what I am, a good soldier. Iser doesn't seem to think so. Iser knows nothing about warfare. But you fight for her. Why? What should I do instead? Try carving out my own empire. All the good planets are taken. It was a flippin' evasion, and they both knew it. Kaine leaned forward. Octavian, I'm trying to make my territory self-sufficient, and part of that is building a bulwark against anyone who might threaten me. That includes the rebels, it includes Singe, and it even includes Isard. I have a fine ship here, but what I really need is a fine commander. Grant narrowed his eyes. Are you offering me something? Kaine sat back in his chair and spread his hands. Grant snorted. You're offering me Reaper. And how do you know I wouldn't bomb Sartinaynian with it? Take your place. Because you don't want to govern, Octavian. You want to fight. Isard would disagree with you. The fact that she sent you all the way out here means she's intent on wasting your talents. I wouldn't. As I understand it, you're going to great lengths not to fight anyone with this what-do-you-call-it again. The Pentastar alignment. Grant knew that, but he'd wanted to make Kaine say it. Grant gulped another mouthful from his glass and said, I appreciate the flattery, and I'll take it under consideration. That's all I ask, said Kaine. In truth, he would consider it. Grant wasn't like Makati. He wasn't clinging to any stupid idea of the Empire as some kind of peacekeeping force. He'd been a vice admiral when the Republic became an empire, and he'd seen all the ugly sides of the transition, the way officers climbed over the knife-stabbed backs of their former allies in order to please Palpatine. Not that he was better than them, or apart from them, he'd done plenty of things his noble family would have been aghast at. He was simply honest about it. With that in mind, said Kaine, we should probably go down and join the others. I just wanted to speak privately before we began. Grant frowned. Others? Kaine rose from his chair. Of course. Grant just stared. Oh, Kaine said, she didn't tell you, did she? Tell me what. When I called this conference, I didn't just ask for someone from Iser's government. I want to lay down a firm groundwork guaranteeing the stability of my territory against his neighbors. I asked Singe and Pterodach to send representatives also. Grant reared to his feet. What? Apologetically, he added, I've also asked the Rebel Alliance for a delegate. There are terrorists on this ship. I'm sorry, Octavian, I thought you knew. No. He ground his teeth. It seems Isard neglected to mention it. I see, Kaine said, awkward and understanding. Well, as I said, we shouldn't keep them waiting. Come, let's go. Grant fumed in silence the entire ride down. This was worse than being shot up by Happens. Isard had sent him, a Grand Admiral appointed by Palpatine himself, to sit in on petty talks with a bunch of scheming warlords, minions, and rebel trash. It was beyond insulting. It was outright abusive. Meanwhile, Makati was back on Imperial Center, planning some campaign which would surely win him accolades and Isard's unwavering trust. When he calmed down, he decided he'd definitely give Kaine's offer consideration. When he reached the conference room and saw the other delegates, he was tempted to just walk out. The rebels had sent a squat, furry Bothan who called himself Tresk Imnal. And of course it would be a Bothan. The debacle at Endor was over a year old, and those anarchists were still intent on rubbing Imperial noses in what their spies had done. Pterodac's delegate was almost understandable. Grant had known Timius Holt in the past. Born and raised on annexes to one of the Empire's most honorable military families, Holt had elected to sign on for intelligence work instead. He gained a reputation as a rogue, prone toward behavior unbecoming either an officer or a gentleman, and after Endor he'd vanished from the Ubictorate. Apparently he found a place at Pterodac's side. The biggest insult, though, was the massive, bloated worm that introduced itself through his translator droid as Tubo the Hutt, economic advisor to Grand Admiral Singe. Not warlord, not High Admiral or Great Moff or pompous blubbering upstart, but Grand Admiral. Kaine somehow managed to get through the introductions with a straight face. They'd always said Kaine was soft on subhumans, probably because of his Outer Rim upbringing, but this was too much. He actually seemed to respect the furball and the slug, or at least did a terrifyingly good job of faking it. There are military considerations to take into account, Kaine was saying. I believe that it is imperative we take steps to prevent any unwanted conflict at our borders. The Hutt rumbled something, after which his droid said, Wise Tubo would like to remind you that borders, like everything else in this galaxy, are in a constant state of flux. If Kaine noticed the anguish Grant was in, he pointedly ignored it. I take your point, Wise Tubo, but there are exceptions to every rule. I called this conference because I am not expansionist. I have no desire to take systems from anyone else in this room. I want to be left alone. I am trying to acquire some guarantee of that. And as you can all tell, I am very capable of defending myself if provoked. This is an impressive ship, Holt said as he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. I'll give you that. But didn't you also have a hand in funding another ship? The Vengeance, wasn't it? For High Inquisitor Jerec. Kaine fought a frown. What of it? I was just wondering where Jerec and his ship are. You did bankroll that big black sword of his. I assume you keep track of that kind of investment. Do you expect me to explain my entire defensive posture to you, sir? The Hutt interrupted with another rumble, and the droid said, Brilliant Tubo would like to remind you all that Grand Admiral Singe is also quite capable of defending his own territory. It was all Grant could do to keep from groaning aloud. Still, as the talk went on, as he sat there and watched the furball, the slug, and the spy bicker while Kaine looked stolidly on, he found a strange consolation. If these were his opponents, perhaps he had a future after all.